Record time, the shortest waiting screen ever, probably. I have limited time, so does Pisco, so we're gonna get right into it. That was so I know, right? Amazing. If you're talking, I can't hear you because you're muted on both ends.
Sorry, I'm muted on Discord. Yeah. How's that?
All right. Not good enough because you also should have your camera on for Discord because I don't use the Riverside thing.
Oh, okay. Just 1 second. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 1 sec. We're going to do it live. Just 1 second. Studio mode. Now do this. Boom. Hang on a sec. Hello, Aaron. How are you?
10 of 10. Wait, okay.
10 out of 10?
Your thing was frozen for a second. I was distracted.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, cool. I'm not feeling so hot. I think I have allergies still. I just took a Claritin, and so if I get a little loopy, it's the Claritin.
Right, sure. Just like last time, right? It's just the Claritin.
Am I still at 20 FPS, folks? In the chat, just take a look. Help me out here. We should be good now. I hope. If there's a little delay, you're just gonna have to live with it. You're just gonna have to live with it.
Nothing but the best for Pisco's viewers.
Nothing but the best. Hang on a sec. Just let me. Maybe if I close out of these things. All right. I'm closing out of this. I'm closing out of this. I'm closing out. I'm just gonna close out of all of this shit. All right. I'm closing out of all that. All right. It's not better. 20 FPS. Let me do just a quick little. See what's dragging my CPU up. Huh.
You look great on Discord, but on Riverside, you don't look as sharp.
I don't look as sharp?
No.
What does that mean, looking as sharp?
It means lower res, lower frames.
Okay.
Don't you see that as well? I assume that's what you were fixing.
Hang on. Let me just try one thing. I'm gonna try one thing. Folks, I'm gonna try one thing. You're gonna lose my camera in a second.
Oh no.
You're gonna lose my camera in just one quick little second.
What a casualty.
Just give me a sec. I'm gonna close something. This is gonna cause my camera to stop.
We're professional streamers, people.
We are professional.
The difference is that you've been doing it far longer than I have, so you have way less of an excuse. Like literally years on me.
All right, that should be a little better. Yeah?
I don't know what the difference is. So you're gonna need your chat.
I think it's better, folks. I think this is way better. Hi kittens, says the common good. How we doing? All right, I think we're good.
Is that your community's name? The kittens?
No, we're not the kittens.
What are you guys? The pissers?
We are. No, we don't go into the P thing. Well, we are the Peace Corps.
How come your tag on Discord says piss?
It doesn't say piss.
Yeah, it does.
P. No, it doesn't.
Go check. Wait. Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't.
What the hell? What the hell? No, you fucking liar. Why are you lying? Why are you fucking lying?
Just keeping you on your toes. How can you not know what your own Discord tag is? It is very telling that you were like, wait, that actually could be the case. So my mods might have gone ahead and done it because that's how little respect they probably have for you.
You know what's telling? The fact that you insert yourself into liberal spaces with the express desire to try to change the narrative to be in favor of your pro-communist ideals.
I do.
That's what's a little bit weird.
Yes, and you enable it by hosting a podcast with me.
No, this isn't anything. I'm just doing this because it's content. That's the only reason I'm doing this.
Okay.
Anyway, the Peace Corps is one like name that they call themselves. That's a little bit top down, though. Some people do say pissers.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about those people?
I don't like those people. I disavow.
Yeah, but you don't ban.
I totally disavow.
That's what you would need to. If you actually were serious about it, you would ban.
That's not true.
I don't agree to disagree. I'm not saying perma-ban. I'm just saying if you banned it, if people actually got banned, even for just like a couple of days or whatever, they would stop.
I could do that.
It would be a deterrent,
Put in the chat if you want to be banned for using the term pisser.
This is not. No, you already like set a goal that if you reach a certain amount of money or patrons or members or something, it's happening, people.
I kind of regret doing that.
You're a little. I was gonna say you're a little whore. You're actually a little piss pig because for money, you are totally willing for the Discord tag to be pissed.
Piss pig? I don't even know what that is.
Don't play dumb.
I don't know what that is.
Just look it up and your face will be next to it in the dictionary.
What's on the news today, Aaron? What's on the news?
MAGA just can't stop defending slavery. See, we are finishing. We are finishing. Let me caveat that a little bit more. They can't stop complaining about other people talking about slavery, but once they get into their reasons for why it bothers them, it always turns to a sort of tacit defense, downplaying or apologism for it. So I do feel for slavery, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, you saw the Christopher Columbus video.
Was it when Trump said, "Oh, these woke schools, they're teaching that slavery was bad"? Is that what you're talking about?
He said that there's nothing about brightness. There's nothing about our future in the Smithsonian. How come a museum that shows the past doesn't contain the future also? And that there's too much emphasis on how slavery was bad.
In a museum, I don't understand. How do you contain the future? Do you just have like an exhibit?
That's a question for Donald J. Trump, who has been very reflective this week.
He's been so thoughtful and introspective.
Pondering.
This is not a mode that I like am used to seeing of him.
Trump may be considering becoming an existentialist, you guys.
It's pretty surreal. One of our big stories today is going to be about Trump's
maybe we should just lead mortality.
With that. Yeah, let's lead with it. Why not?
Fuck it. Fuck it.
Trump is he's getting old, guys. And
he is old.
As he's aging, he is old. He's the oldest
very
president
old. He's 79.
Ever elected. He's 79 years old. And the average age of a man before they die in this country is like 73, 4, something like that.
It's 75, I think, 75.5.
Okay. So he's already past expiration. Those of you guys who are like
past expiration.
Yeah, he's past expiration.
Jeez, that's one way to put it.
What do you mean that's one way to put it? He's living beyond when he should live, according to the stats.
So if your mother outlives the average lifespan of a woman in the United States, you're going to be like, Mom, what's going on here? You're past your expiration date. Why is this happening?
Every day.
Have you seen his McDonald's order? It's intense.
What is it?
It's like, hold on, wait, I'll fight it.
What a great cold open. I want to try to get to heaven.
On Fox and Friends is where he was pondering this question, by the way.
Yeah.
Business. Right. No, wait. The Trump.
McDonald's first?
The McDonald's order first. Hold on. Yeah, it's this. It's insane. And this is from somebody who is like a biographer of his or something like that. So hold on. Okay.
What are we talking about here?
Trump's McDonald's order packs a whopping 2,500 calories. Here's what he gets. This was reported by Business Insider in 2017. President Donald Trump has a giant appetite for McDonald's. One of Donald Trump's favorite dinner orders at McDonald's packs nearly 2,500 calories, more than a day's worth of food for a man his age, according to a new book by two of his former campaign aides, Corey Lewandowski and David Bossie. I don't remember David Bossie, but I definitely remember Corey Lewandowski. Yeah. Trump's order at McDonald's consists of 2 Big Macs, 2 Filet-O-Fish, and a chocolate malted, the book says, according to the Washington Post. So this is not just somebody, this is not Michael Wolff. This is not hearsay. These are people that directly worked for and under Donald Trump. And they witnessed him consume this big boy meal. It's a meal fit for a king, honestly.
Now, I don't understand what chocolate malted is.
It's a milkshake. McDonald's has milkshakes. And it's not milkshakes. It's not the McFlurry.
Okay. And that's all he eats for the day.
Well, that's what he ate on this day, that he ordered McDonald's, but I have a feeling, I think he's ordered it multiple times if it made it into the book in the way that it did.
think about how much Trump works during the day. He goes and plays golf. A lot of work out there. What do you mean, what, not much?
You consider golf to be strenuous?
Golfing?
Sure, I'm sure you do, but like
mini golf. But sure I do. What does that mean?
I'm shocked. I'm shocked to learn that you're not athletic, that you're not, golfing regularly.
I play rugby. Well, you don't know anything about.
Yeah, you play FIFA, dude. Yeah, okay, whatever. You play sports on video games, correct?
You don't know anything about me, first of all. So this is not. This is about.
Enlighten me. Are you working out daily? Are you fucking? Are you on some 100%. Like recreational 100%. Intramural
100%
basketball team or something?
Well, okay, basketball no, but I did play pickup.
You can't jump.
Stop with your jumping thing. This isn't about jumping. What are you talking about right now? What sport did you play?
I'm not athletic. I didn't play sports. I played the violin. I was in orchestra. And I did not play sports because I don't want to injure myself because then I couldn't play violin.
You caught balls like this. This is how you caught balls.
What is this supposed to mean? What's this joke?
So you don't even get it. You don't even get it.
No, I don't.
Because you're not athletic.
Okay.
Because you're not athletic. You don't know shit.
I'm not. I said that I'm not athletic. I'm not hiding that. Right. I say that proudly. I'm fine. I don't like sweating. I don't like working out.
Okay.
I like lists. No, I'm vegan. What do you think?
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I leave fish alone. They're friends, not food.
What's your McDonald's order?
There is nothing that is vegan at McDonald's except like the oatmeal, the apple slices that like kids can get. Not the fries, because the fries are done in beef tallow, so you can't even eat the fries. Tallow? Yeah, that's how they fry them. Isn't that disgusting?
God damn, disgusting.
It is.
Can I also say, real quick, Trump has the vein disease thing that was just reported as well.
Yes, so he's very, very thick ankles.
This kind of McDonald's order. This is for a younger Trump, about 2-3 years ago.
Oh, look, they're pedantic as well. Look, McDonald's doesn't have a malted shake, so Trump's order is most likely a chocolate shake, which has 530 calories and 15 grams of fat. The Filet-O-Fish sandwich, which feature fried fish fillets, cheese, and tartar sauce, add another 820 calories and 40 grams of fat. A Big Mac has 3 pieces of bread. Why? Why does it have 3 pieces of bread?
It's got a bread, then it's got... that's what a Big Mac is. You wouldn't know this.
Oh, I wasn't always vegan, but I always ate Whataburger, not McDonald's. And like, why would you get McDonald's? Well, there are in Texas, but why would you go to McDonald's and you could go to fucking Whataburger? So much better. 3 pieces of bread, 2 meat patties, cheese, and special sauce. Each burger has 540 calories and 28 grams of fat. He's also a fan of McDonald's breakfast. His bodyguard and confidant, Keith Schiller, reports this. Go to McDonald's in the mornings during his campaign to grab Egg McMuffins. Are you a fan of the Egg McMuffin? Is it any good?
I've had it before. Not a fan.
Not a fan. So, what do you think of this meal? How would you rate it?
I would rate it a 7.
7? 7 out of 10?
Gets everything he needs. Got the vegetables. Got the protein.
Oh, you're going off of like Trump's nutritional needs. I'm just asking you for your personal preference, not for how well you think it will feed Donald J. Trump.
I think it's kind of gross. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I never liked McDonald's or like it never. I had McDonald's like maybe twice before I went vegan in my whole life. So
twice in your whole life?
Yeah, and I never had a Big Mac. And I thought it was weird how tiny the onions were. And I also didn't like that I think like ketchup.
Have you seen The Founder?
Of McDonald's? Oh, the movie? Yeah, I have with Daniel Keaton. I liked it, yeah.
Daniel Keaton. Everyone
Michael Keaton, sorry.
Daniel Keaton.
Michael Keaton, sorry, Michael.
Anyway, yeah, good movie. Not great movie. I think decent.
It was a good movie.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, Trump in the wake of some health scares, some alleged assassination, I'm kidding, some actual assassination attempts, he's getting a bit introspective. So he goes on Fox and Friends, and why don't you give us the rest?
So President Trump dialed into Fox and Friends on Tuesday morning and revealed his newest and truest motivation for brokering an end to the war in Ukraine. He's worried he might not be able to get into heaven after he dies. I want to try and get to heaven if possible, he explained. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I am really at the bottom of the totem pole, but if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons.
What the hell, bro?
Holy Mother of God. What a thing to say at 8 o'clock in the morning.
This is so unfortunate, Aaron, because everyone knows I'm a big Trump hater, and I despise Trump, and I still do. But this kind of humanized him a little bit more for me than anything else that like I've ever seen of him. Is like, I really want to try to get into heaven.
I fear it does.
It's very it's like very self-aggrandizing and important. Like he only cares about doing good so that he can get into heaven.
I was gonna say it's particularly dystopian. It's particularly dystopian in the context of him being like, I need to end this war so I can get to heaven.
So I can go to heaven.
Yeah, so St. Peter will call my name.
Selfish as fuck, but for better or worse, it does humanize him a little bit in my eyes. Obviously, I still hate him, but I'm telling you the truth, my instant reaction to it. But thank you for the tier 2 sub. Much appreciated.
This would have been a highly unusual admission from any president, but I mean, George W. Bush, maybe. He overshared. He had Bushisms. But it seemed especially... Like, he literally said... He said God told him to invade Iraq. Or Afghanistan. Yeah, maybe Afghanistan. I think it was one of the others.
One of those countries. One of those countries down there. He also said he knew he could trust Putin when he saw that he was wearing a crucifix because he knew he was talking to a man of God.
I like that.
These people are in our country. We have...
I mean, I know that's my metric, so...
These, like, crazy religious people, and now even Trump's doing some of it. Huckabee's in charge of being the ambassador to Israel, and he's a fanatic, a religious fanatic, and now Trump is getting into the heaven stuff. All right, let's
a genocidal maniac who I'm sure is convinced that he is going to heaven specifically because of what he is doing, which is downplaying probably one of the worst atrocities of the 21st century. So here's the actual clip.
Just want to end it.
Fuck, I forgot how quiet this shit is. Hold on.
Yeah.
Just want to end it. I want to end it. You know, we're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns.
Pause.
But
this is also a form of genocide denial, in my opinion.
You know, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan. They were going at it.
Right.
The planes were being shot down. That was going to be maybe a nuclear war if I let that go. And I did that through trade. Just want to end it.
Yeah, who's to say that wasn't going to end in nuclear bombs being exchanged? They were right on the brink there for a second.
It feels like he's joking, right? It's a little tongue-in-cheek when he's like, oh, I hear I'm not doing so well. But then he starts listing off like actual what he thinks are accomplishments in preventing different conflicts. And so I'm not so sure.
What do you mean? What he thinks are accomplishments? He ended 6 wars, Pisco, single-handedly.
Right. 6 wars. So. But like many a true word is spoken in jest. You guys know that phrase? That oftentimes when people are joking, that there's some inherent, truth into what they're saying. But I don't know. What is your take? Do you think he's actually being reflective, pondering his mortality?
No, he's absolutely being completely sarcastic. And I have no idea who said to him recently, you know, it's not looking so good for you, Trump, as far as like getting into heaven. I wouldn't be surprised if he had literally had that conversation just like 15 minutes before he called into Fox and Friends. And that person was also not being serious. That person was joking around. He's our first atheist president. No, I'm kidding. Second, obviously Obama, but second atheist president. Although he is way more obvious about it than Obama ever was. Obama is a very, very convincing
I'm still really for the fact that Obama is bi-curious.
Oh yeah, he is, as reported by the New York Post. But I have to learn about these things through PBD of all places. Did you see that that Obama came out endorsing Gavin Newsom's plan? I was surprised.
Sick. That's sick.
I was, rare Obama W these days.
Gavin is doing really well in the polls recently, and I want to encourage that because though I'm not committed to vote for Gavin when he inevitably runs for president in 2028, I want to encourage that same kind of tactic from everyone else who's a faithful there. And that includes, by the way, people like Pete Buttigieg and people like AOC. AOC's already there, so she's already doing it, in my opinion. And I think she's, in many ways, being more subtle. I don't know that AOC can, and maybe it's a sexist thing. Do you think that women can pull off that kind of like all caps tweets, that same kind of like Trump parody? Do you think that they're able to do that in a way that
Yes, and it would be even more hilarious because MAGA would lose their minds even more if a female politician was doing it. The crash outs would be absolutely amazing, a thing to behold. I'm surprised they need to do it already. It's like it's a travesty that they haven't done it yet.
Because AOC is just kind of like her snarky self, and just and being like sarcastic and I never get the sense that AOC is doing this kind of like straight up parody like Gavin Newsom is doing it. But I do appreciate more people, and Gavin specifically, pushing for a kind of more ridiculing, more bullying tone. And it makes me, the fact that so many people have embraced it, makes me even more skeptical of whoever the fuck the guy was that you brought on that one time. Remember that guy that you brought on?
Yeah, that viewer, Smugbug.
Yeah, he was like, you just have to be nice to them. You just have to love them.
He still needs to send you an example of what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But,
you just have to love Trump supporters.
Apparently Trump has been posting a lot more on Truth Social in lowercase. So it's had an effect. Yeah? I don't think that that's unrelated, okay?
You think that he's posted in lowercase because he's embarrassed by Gavin?
For sure, 100%. Why would he just start doing that suddenly? It's like more frequently, like he's dialed it back a lot. And you think that's just a coincidence?
I don't even know if he's fucking writing anything these days.
Come on, there's no such thing as coincidence, Pisco. Definitely not in this instance. Right. Trump, if there's anything that Trump keeps up with, it is the fucking, it's stuff like this.
The meme war?
The gossip shit. Yes, of course. He obviously is tuned in. This is a man who, again, you didn't know this, but was tweeting at Robert Pattinson surrounding Kristen Stewart. This is the stuff that he lives for. He was a reality TV show, like game show host before this. You have to put yourself into that mindset.
So basically, Trump was also bi-curious. So we've had two bi-curious.
He's our first gay president. That we can say for sure. Yes, easily.
I think James Buchanan is gay too.
Yeah. Is he a confirmed bachelor?
He was a confirmed bachelor and he had a gay pen pal.
Well,
I think so did Lincoln. Wait, really? I think Lincoln had a gay pen pal too.
You mean Marx?
Everybody
wasn't he and didn't he and Karl Marx like exchange stuff? Weren't they sexting?
This is why I shouldn't have a show with you. Why do you have to bring up Marx? We're talking about presidents.
You can't. Yes. They had correspondence, right?
Yeah, they did. I guess. You think Lincoln was a gay communist?
You're so triggered. You are so triggered.
Is that Lincoln is a gay communist?
Typical liberal can't even hear hear Karl Marx's name without losing your mind. Jesus Christ. It is so easy.
Hey. Let's read this article.
Okay. Trump 79 sparks more health concerns with surprise new heaven declaration. This is reported on by the Daily Beast. So questions about President Donald Trump's health spiked after he said his desire to bring peace to Ukraine and Russia is driven by the hope it will improve his chances of making it to heaven. Trump, 79, admitted to Fox News on Tuesday that he feels he's at the bottom of the totem pole regarding his odds of making it to the promised land, leading many to ponder, why is the president suddenly so hell-bent on making it to the pearly gates? I just want to end it, Trump said of the Ukraine-Russia war. If you just read that first in this context, it's like, oh my God.
I just want to kill myself.
I just want to end it all. I thought that's what he was saying. If I could save 7,000 people a week from getting killed, that's pretty good. I want to get to heaven. We heard this. Trump has invoked religion more often in his second term, including him notably mentioning God repeatedly after announcing the U.S. bombed nuclear facilities in Iran. I forgot about this. I just want to thank everybody, in particular God. I want to thank not only God, but also Jesus Christ. He said in June. Do you remember who said that?
Yeah, I know, but he thanks the deities like they're the people he would thank at like a campaign rally.
Right.
I just want to thank God, and where's Jesus Christ? I want to thank him as well.
Or like if he's getting like an Academy Award or something. I would thank you to the Academy, to Universal, also to God.
Just to say, this is why I think when people say Trump isn't funny, they're just wrong.
Who says that? He is hilarious.
There are people who say Trump is not funny.
Okay, they are themselves unfunny and lame. He is obviously fucking hilarious. He's a poster. He's a poster at heart. He's a meme president. That's the one good thing about American fascism, is that it's at least hilarious to watch unfold. January 6th is also very funny. You have to admit that.
That's funny. No,
it was very funny. It was objectively hilarious.
The pictures of the guy going like.
Like a moron coming in and putting his leg on Pelosi's desk. And that's the biggest moment of his life. That's funny as fuck. It's a good bit.
I didn't find that one funny. I found it when the guy was going like with the podium, and then the woman, like this like ancient decrepit looking grandma holding something.
That actually was not from January 6th. That photo of that lady.
What?
Yeah, it's not. It's not. I was duped too. I thought that as well. I saw recently in a fact check that was actually something else. Yeah, it was something else.
Bring it up. That's huge. That's huge for me. That's huge.
This will change your life. Okay.
Change your life. This is why we bring you. You got the goods.
January 6th, like fact check. Yep.
No way.
Yep. Photo shows woman at Kansas State House rally, not Capitol riot. Claim a photo of a woman smiling and holding an American flag inside a government building shows January 6th was not an insurrection. Oh, I forgot that this was used to prove that it actually wasn't violent. Not as like a meme. AP's is...
Go down, show it.
I don't know that they have I don't know that they include it. Hold on. They have like
how do they not include it?
The woman is just, she's like hold on. They're going to describe it. It shows a peaceful rally. Maybe it's this. No, hold on. Yeah, while the photo was taken on January 6, 2021, it shows a peaceful rally at the Kansas State House in Topeka, not the violent attack on the U.S. Capitol the same day. The January 6 attack on the Capitol reflects the legal and dictionary definitions of insurrection, as the Associated Press has explained. I did not know they were that committed to calling it an insurrection that they actually have to explain to readers why. That's cool. Yeah. The facts. As the country on Friday marked the 2-year anniversary of the attack on the Capitol by supporters of then-President Donald Trump, some social media users resurrected an image of a placid protest more than 1,000 miles away, falsely suggesting it was representative of the scene in Washington. The photo shows a woman grinning as she stands next to a gold pillar. The woman is dressed in a purple sweatshirt and dark jacket and wears round glasses and her hair pulled up in a bun. It's this picture. You know it is. She is holding a small American flag. Yeah, let me find it.
This is like...
This.
I did not know this.
I know, you just repeated fake news.
This is crazy.
This. They are talking about this photo.
I thought that I thought that was January 6th.
Where in the Capitol is there a gold pillar? I should have thought that I should have thought that when I first saw it.
Oh my god.
So I know it kind of sucks. I actually wish it was true.
Did you guys know that this was Kansas? Did you know this was not Jan 6?
No, I told you I fell for it at first. I only recently learned this in the past couple of months. Well, obviously, you just repeated it. It's been years since January 6th.
Yeah, well,
literally years.
I mean, this is insane to me. This is crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Dr. Zayas fell for the fake news.
A lot of people did, obviously. It warranted a fact check by the AP. I just want to say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. A growing rumor for Trump's turn to the theological, or worry, depending on who you ask, is that the president's health may be slipping. The Lincoln Project, a super PAC founded by the anti-Trump Republicans, reacted to the president's remarks.
Showing the article, by the way.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, there you go. The Lincoln Project, a super PAC founded by anti-Trump Republicans, reacted to the president's remarks about heaven on Tuesday by posting his health can't be right if this is at the top of his mind for him. So do you think this is a reach? Especially given that we know how he sounds when he says it, because he's kind of sarcastic.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a reach. So I'm kind of playing into it by saying he's very introspective and all that stuff. I just think that he lacks the capacity to look beyond his like immediate here and now. Joanna is saying that it's first of all,
wait a minute. Thank you so much to Matt_NLT for gifting 20 tier 1 subs to my community. Wow. Thank you so much.
I think that was the same guy who tier 2 subbed to me.
Oh, really?
Wow. That's
very, very generous. Thank you so much.
Very generous of you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. What was I saying? Oh, Joanna is saying that it has to do with Melania. That maybe Melania is telling him to say this stuff, or Melania is like having conversations.
Oh, I mean, that would explain why he's not taking it seriously and he's laughing about it on Fox News immediately after. He's like, yeah, I'm not getting into heaven. Sure. Yeah, okay.
I don't think he really believes that shit, but it is like, it is funny.
I feel like I mean, I don't know that it's going to happen. Like constantly, since 2016, people have been speculating about how Trump does not seem mentally fit. There's there's like no shortage of instances of him just completely gaffing, brain farting, sounding like a moron, trailing off, like just rambling, pretty much incoherently. It just never seems to catch on that he's like old and infirm.
And his ankles are ballooning like the girl from Willy Wonka's factory.
I know, like a fucking, like a pregnant woman or something. It's like water retention.
He's got gout. Someone in my chat says Trump axiomatically cannot experience contrition. I think that's true. I think that's more or less true.
His ego wouldn't let him. No.
Yeah. When would he ever feel bad for like doing something bad? When has he shown that?
I think that's very relatable to the MAGA base.
Yeah, I think that's
like the shittiest, most entitled fucking some of the most the shittiest, most entitled people vote for him. So
that said, though, I do think that he has growing health concerns, and he's sounding crazier.
Even
day.
Alex Jones is concerned. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He said that he is worried. Yeah, I do. Hold on.
No, I mean he sounds every day worse and worse. He's making no sense. He's like Russia's, or he said Saudi Arabia is going to send us trillions of dollars. 17. We went to Saudi Arabia and we got $17 trillion.
I've told you about the dinar scam before, right?
Well, what's it?
The Trump dinar scam. That there are people that are convinced because he made like one or two comments offhandedly at like the World Economic Forum or in some random interview that he said it's not fair that there's different values for all different currencies. So one day, like, I'm going to make it all equal. And after this, there were people that bought the Iraqi dinar, which is literally one of the like cheapest fiat currencies in existence, like thousands and thousands of dollars, because they're convinced one day that Donald Trump is going to RV, which is their term for revalue, the world currency into one thing, and they're going to be like billionaires because they spent a couple of $1,000s on Iraqi dinars, which are basically worth like literally like a 1/100th of like a penny. It's like useless. It's completely worthless.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Okay, so this is Alex Jones. We have a crisis. Alex Jones warns that Trump is headed for health collapse. Commentator and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones warned that President Donald Trump is declining faster and faster and headed for a health collapse on Wednesday after the commander-in-chief told Fox and Friends that he wants to try and get to heaven if possible. Fuck. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. Like, okay, so they're quoting it. At least they put, he appears to be joking. So,
yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so here's Alex Jones.
Is this from Alex?
Yeah, I wish they had a clip. They don't have a clip. He's 79. He's been through 9 years of hell. Look what 4 years does to other presidents. They age incredibly fast.
True.
And so he's on a lot of he's on a lot of time, but like a light bulb that's starting to go out. It gets brighter, it gets dim, it goes in and out. And so I'm going to be talking about that today. Began Jones at the outset of a lengthy monologue. He's got extremely swollen ankles. Look, he's taking that's what you said. That's the next thing that you brought up. You know, when they said, "Oh, look, bloody hands, that was golf hand, you can see it." When they said he had dementia in his first term, no evidence of that. The man is a bull. But I'm going to talk about this today because I want to make it an issue. I want Trump to understand as much as he wants to get his agenda through, he has to delegate.
Like he hasn't already?
He's like, please, on rest. So the mass deportations are depending on you.
Wow. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Is it the same person?
No, this is from Yo Bob. Thank you, Yo Bob.
Thanks, Yo Bob. So I really want Trump to cut the work days to, 14 hours, not 20. I mean, here's an example. They look at his schedule last week when he went up to Alaska and he was seen doing interviews and getting on and off airplanes and things in a 35-hour period. And every hour or so, he was doing some interview or talking to officials and doing meetings and events. It looks like he didn't sleep. You can't do that at 50. You can do it at 20. You shouldn't do it at 20. You sure as hell can't do it at 79, argued Jones. I mean, this is 100% correct from Alex Jones. I agree with him entirely.
He has had a little health awakening, by the way. Just to be clear, he's like probably lost 80 pounds at least. I mean, he's looking great. So, Alex Jones knows what he's talking about.
Oh my God, somebody in my chat told me 1 Iraqi dinar equals $0.00076 US dollars. So I don't know what that actually is. Like, it's incredibly low.
The dinar stuff is something I didn't know about, and I'm going to look into. Ben Riley with the super chat says Trump's mind is like the Joker's at the end of the Arkham games, literally melting. I feel like his mind is melting. I feel like he's in big decline. And the fact that Alex Jones is saying this, I don't know that we can read that much into it, but it's just obvious. He's just saying the obvious. We're just looking at a man decomposing in real time, and going through the stages of both cognitive and physical decline.
Alex Jones, I wonder if he says, like, please get on Ozempic. It changed my life. It could change yours, Donald. And as more evidence of that, let me just go ahead and hit this now. I see this headline and I go, let me actually watch him say this. And sure enough, he did. And I know some of the inside baseball that really hasn't been talked about. Yeah, and you see a little swelling there. If you pull up the ankles from Alaska, yeah, he really said that. This is a straight on shot. They are big. They are swollen. I mean, okay, so I guess he was looking at a clip of him getting like on the tarmac in Alaska, and he was looking at his ankles specifically. This is a straight on shot. They are big. They're swollen. I mean, they're like really big. I mean, they look like my neck's 19.5 inches. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for having your neck measurement as a point of reference. And about like that. His ankles look like they're about 15 inches around. That's not a...
For the heart.
So Trump's ankles are starting to resemble the size of Alex Jones' neck. This is very troubling.
It is troubling.
To some, not to me. This is good. This is a good thing to me.
I'm going to put some numbers on it. There is a 48% chance that Trump in the next 2-3 years is unable to basically be the president. Now, I think right now he's pretty much unable, but like seriously unable, like either bedridden or in some ways like physically incapable of going to the places and doing the bare minimum effort, which even right now, he's struggling with. And if that is the case, a JD Vance presidency does scare the fuck out of me.
And you don't get to judge me for in 2016 being more scared of Ted Cruz than Donald Trump, if that's the case. Because I don't fear JD Vance presidency more than I fear a Donald Trump one. I'll be honest.
I fear a Trump presidency more than a JD Vance presidency, all else equal. But I just think that JD Vance will take the initiative of the parts that Trump has. So because Trump has surrounded himself with a bunch of the worst, I'm scared that JD Vance will use the Trump swamp that he's created to some nefarious end, whereas Trump, I think, is more...
Well, he will do that. That's a guarantee. I just don't think that it'll be as catastrophic as what Donald Trump is up to now, because I don't think that personality, cult of personality, I didn't think it would transfer to Pence, and it's not transferring to Vance. So
it's not going to... But that's not the issue. Like, the issue for me was always, can JD Vance get elected? Can he have a cult of personality? I think the answer is no. I think you're right about that. But the pieces are all there on the board, and Trump, ironically, in some ways, I think, is a little bit more of two minds, ambivalent, able to be convinced in a certain way. So JD Vance, to me, with the pieces that Trump has, because of his cult of personality, been able to coalesce around him, that is scary to me. That notion is scary to me. Maybe now, all else equal, on day equals 0, would I rather have Trump or Vance? It would be Vance, probably, for the reasons you state, because of the cult and that kind of thing. But if we have both, right, and if JD Vance is effectively maneuvering,
you're just not going to see the same fealty to JD Vance and I'm not just talking about the base. No, I'm not talking about the base. I'm talking about from officials within the administration. Okay, JD Vance does not have the ability to make or break somebody's political career yet. Once that occurs, then he will be a threat like Donald Trump or whatever. The thing that's scariest about Vance to me, other than the fact that he is quite obviously an ice chewing psychopath, it's that his love for Curtis Yarvin. That is concerning to me. But those people, the Peter Thiels of the world, Curtis Yarvins of the world, like Vance is a fucking cunning little fucking worm, in my opinion, and he absolutely is 100%. Like an ideological issue in a way that Trump is, in some ways his ego and his arrogance kind of diminish a little bit the fascist tendencies of the people he surrounds himself with, and it makes him work too hard, which is why Alex Jones has this message for him.
Oh, there we go.
Because you can see him declining faster and faster. It's not super bad yet. But unlike Biden, that was completely shot and had all these brain surgeries and the rest of it, Trump has got great genetics. He's tough. And
I don't think Biden has ever had a brain surgery. Did he?
Wait, no, I think he had surgery. Yeah, I think he had cancer.
A brain surgery?
I think he might have, folks.
He had a facelift. I know that he went under the knife for that, clearly, but I don't know that he had brain surgery.
Cancer. Did you know Joe Biden's 82?
Yeah, I did. I immediately, at the same time, I had two chatters, but yes, and then somebody else no, about Joe Biden having brain surgery. Biden had aneurysms. Yeah, but it might not actually be fucking as dramatic as people are thinking. There are these kind of non-invasive type ways to address even brain aneurysms.
He takes care of himself.
Oh, sorry, pause.
He can make it.
When he talks about good genes, it reminds me of the Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, genes are passed down, or whatever the fuck she says. Genes are passed down through.
Is she like some KKK?
She's a registered Republican in Florida.
Oh my God. Ben Riley super chat says it's like comparing the Joker to Lex Luthor. Both can kill you in different ways. JD Vance will do what Trump intellectually lacks the capacity to do. That's maybe what I'm fearful of. But maybe
I don't understand how you didn't see this in 2016 between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump. Here's how I saw. Donald Trump was Tuco Salamanca to me, and Ted Cruz was Gus Fring. I was more scared of Gus Fring being the president than Tuco. I'll be honest. Yeah.
Ted Cruz is, I'm sorry for all the people. Okay. All our short kings, just pause for 20 seconds. Short kings. Have you paused? Ted Cruz is too short to be that kind of threat in America, in my opinion.
That's where you're going with this.
He would have surrounded himself with the business as usual types. He wasn't going to surround himself with fucking Laura Loomer. He wasn't going to surround himself with the worst of the worst that we have right now. And he was just going to he was going to do some Tea Party shit. And he was going to do some
Tea Party shit is scary. Tea Party shit is bad enough. I didn't know what Trump had in store. And the rhetoric outside of the immigration, I'll be honest, he was running like a moderate. He was as far as the lane he was trying to occupy.
Okay. So you were more scared of Ted Cruz. I was more scared of Trump. That's just the way it is.
And you're more scared of Vance, like a little pussy. I don't think that you should be more scared of Vance.
No. Hang on. I'm just saying right now, JD Vance assuming the presidency with all the pieces that Trump has been able to coalesce. Now, I'm considering your point though, will JD Vance be able to keep the pieces together institutionally, putting aside the people? Because right now, the people almost don't matter. Trump is acting as though, right, he's not going to win another election. He's not up for another election. So they're not operating in the kind of vein that they're concerned about the people as much as I would think they would be. And so I'm just concerned of JD Vance assuming the presidency at this point in time, when the courts have been a little wishy-washy, at the time when all of the checks on the executive branch are bad, and when we don't have a Democratic branch of Congress. That's all I'm talking about.
I think the thing with Vance is that he is highly impressionable. He is clearly very, very concerned with just keeping power and maintaining it. Donald Trump, I think, obviously to some extent worries about that, but has a better way of dealing with it, and it doesn't include just outright capitulation and folding immediately. JD Vance will say and do whatever he needs to do to get ahead, stay in the good graces of people, and because that will lead him to suck up to Donald Trump and completely reverse all of his purported values just so he can become the vice president, that will also lead him to cave and listen to pressure from opposition and people that would, even anti-Trump Republicans and stuff like that. Because I do think that JD Vance is also one of these people that's more concerned about, a legacy than Donald Trump ever is or was. As far as it being not just Trump has eyes, cares about a legacy, but it's not in this very, very vulgar way. It's not the same way people like JD Vance or Ted Cruz care about their legacy.
I hear you on that. This is kind of what I'm getting at. Joanna has a chat in my chat. Says Vance won't be as blatant. He's using Trump to transform the executive into what he wants. I kind of view Trump as being used by people like Thiel and Vance to be the Trojan horse. Break through the gates, and which he's doing right now effectively. I think he's being effective in terms of making the executive branch way more unitary, way more powerful. He's doing that. And then once he's out of the way, either because he's too sick or because he just starts delegating everything, the people who have an ideological mission like Vance can basically do what they want. That's what I'm concerned about.
But I think Vance is just a grifter who's being told by his masters what to do. I'd argue Trump cares more about his legacy than Vance because Trump is a narcissist. Food for thought. But here's more of Alex Jones pleading him to delegate.
Through these years and then after. But if he doesn't, he's going to have, I predict Trump is going to have some type of collapse within the next 12 months at the current trajectory. I'm not saying he's going to collapse. I'm saying if he doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, I guarantee you, and I've got stamina, way better than most people. If I had Trump's job at 51 for a month, I would have a nervous breakdown. Because you can see him.
Okay, but otherwise, virile like a horse, Alex Jones is. I mean, it's a hard fucking job, and Donald Trump is doing a lot. Him going through his itinerary within 35 hours, flight to Alaska, talking to the media, when does he sleep? He has said before that he doesn't sleep more than 4 to 6 hours every night. Wait, if you said something it cut out for a second.
Bad.
Yeah, that is very, very bad. You know what else is bad?
Mm-hmm.
Kristi Noem's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security Department.
So you and I were messaging about the best way to present a couple of stories that I brought up. Yeah. One of them is the Noem spending rule. And I think that like how you presented it was the best. And so I'm going to let you do it. But basically, we're taking a look at some different actions that the Trump administration, including notably DHS in several instances, have taken that we think is fulfilling that pattern. And that pattern is?
What, complete incompetency?
Complete incompetency, stupidity, like just doing stuff that doesn't make any even sense given their
literally things that run contrary to their stated goals that anybody could see would absolutely introduce needless bureaucracy, like doing things like she must personally approve any expense over $100,000, which is nothing when it comes to government spending surrounding Homeland Security, certainly.
No.
So the new rule came down from Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. In June, a decree that she would crack down on wasteful spending by personally approving any expense over $100,000. We already saw the ramifications of what this looks like. This has an actual human toll, as funny and ridiculous as it is to read about it. People in Texas died because of the floods, because they could not contact emergency services because this rule was already in place and she had failed to renew contracts for call centers to work in coordination with emergency services. So people who needed to be rescued or needed to get access to aid or relief were like literally never had their call answered, didn't get a call back, or were waiting on hold for hours before they actually spoke to somebody. And they didn't send first aid workers or like Red Cross employees to go on the floor, on the ground, look for people and flood victims. But Ms. Noem has been slow to sign off on new spending requests, including hundreds of projects that officials have deemed critical to protecting national security and advancing President Trump's immigration agenda.
Their own agenda. Right? It's like they just spend all this time cutting Medicaid and giving money to DHS, unprecedented amounts of funding, and she's just dilly-dallying and sitting with hundreds of spending requests for this fucking stupid rule. And
but so she's got time for Instagram photo shoots, of course.
And Instagram photo shoots of what? If you
in front of like
wait, I want to go cut to the next part of this if you have it available right now.
Yeah, okay, true. This is so in another genius move by this same woman, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says entire southern border wall to be painted black to stop people from climbing it.
Why? This is like Tom Sawyer.
Why
shit.
Not? Genius.
They're all standing in a
Illegal
line.
immigrants hate this one trick. This is going to be the thing that gets them to stop climbing over the fucking wall because it's black now, right? Because it's going to be too hot to touch. It's not like these people climb over fucking barbed wire, literally walk through rivers with their babies on their back. No, they're going to do all of that, but then be like, fuck, we didn't bring gloves there, and it's black now, and it's going to be too hot to touch, you guys. We have to go back. This is so stupid.
This is just another example of waste of optics over actual policy, even the policy that we don't even.
You think optically this is at least, like you're saying, you're at least giving it credit that optically this looks good. This looks so fucking stupid.
You don't think that people in the base will be like, wow, that's so cool, they're painting it black?
I know that the people in the base will. I'm talking about normal people outside of the base.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that they're doing this to appeal. I mean, make sense of it. Is this just full on stupidity, full on just is it virtue signaling? What is it?
Let me let this video explain. Here's how we make sense of it. Okay.
Think a moat. We should take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else.
That idea may just be crazy enough to get us all killed.
This is how people will react, okay? That's how people should fucking react to this shit. It's so stupid. There's nothing even like, it doesn't even like intuitively, it takes a minute for you to be like, wait, they're doing what? And for what? Like, how is that? Oh, because it's going to absorb more heat. Brilliant. It's so stupid.
One of my chatters said, Kristi Noem is actually stupid. So yes, you spelled Kristi wrong, all right? It's Christina. You say my wife's name right. You know what that scene's from?
I mean, this is the first reference. I'm not sure where you're getting at. No, what is this?
It's from the other guys.
Oh, I haven't seen that Adam McKay movie. Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one day I'll see that. That is specifically at the request of the president, who understands that in hot temper. Of course it was. Of course, is it Donald? This is actually. This idea is Donald Trump's.
The Trump original. In case you didn't know, this is a Trump plan.
Behind every DHS secretary, there's.
Are you supposed to be like, sir? We think this is like a waste of payroll, and like we have other big things we could be doing. Like, what do you do if you're Kristi Noem? You have to like.
You pick your battles, and this is definitely not the one that you're. This is not the hill you're dying on. Of like, sir, this is not going to really do much now.
Sir, no, there's like, oh yeah, what shade of black, sir? We have all these different options.
Yeah, we have onyx, we have night sky. Which one do you want? Who understands that in hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to climb. It would literally have been a better idea to pour Crisco on the fucking gates than painting it black, okay? As far as something that's actually going to physically prevent people from getting over a barrier. This is not going to work. Okay.
Someone says, nuke the hurricanes, inject bleach, Andy. He never said inject bleach, okay?
He also said the wettest hurricane.
the hurricane that's the worst in terms of wetness. Yeah.
Yes, the worst in terms of wetness. Yeah. I mean, do you remember when he was responding to the murder and dismemberment of journalist Jamal Khashoggi? And he said, that was a bad deal. It should have never been done from the standpoint of the deal. And that it was the worst cover-up.
The worst of all time.
He was more embarrassed by that. The fact that the cover-up was so bad.
And then he was at the
actual murder and dismemberment. Correct. Yeah.
Did you see it?
Oh yeah. He also said from the standpoint, it was wettest from the standpoint of water. That's what he said. Yeah.
Wait, is water wet?
That's a question I leave Donald Trump to ponder alongside whether or not he's getting into heaven.
iShowSpeed is?
Of course, I know who iShowSpeed is. Yes. I don't live under a rock.
Because you got me thinking when you talked about Khashoggi. Did you see the
Yeah, I often think of iShowSpeed in conversations about the murder and dismemberment of a journalist.
No, when he
What is the association here? What?
No. He bombed hang on, I'm gonna show you the
so you're gonna show me that clip of him going, I love China, like screaming it.
I want you to show this. This is what I want you to show.
Okay. Right? Are you sending it in Discord?
It's a Drew Pavlo tweet. It's a Drew Pavlo.
Drew Pavlo.
And I actually think it's anti-Semitic.
Probably. Like, you think these people got to the top because they're not problematic? It's literally the opposite. iShowSpeed. Okay. I'll just let this play.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Israel!
He's playing.
What do you think of this? This is
no,
bad.
I don't think this is anti-Semitic. It's in the context of it playing a video game. He's not doing like a Vosh moment thing.
He's bombing Saudi Arabia. Wait, post it again. Show it.
What? Who cares about the why? Whatever.
Bye-bye, Israel! Bye-bye!
I'll leave you and Drew Pavlu to pearl clutch over this. No, I don't think it's fucking anti-Semitic. I think it's stupid to say. I don't think you should say it on Twitch, but I don't think it's anti-Semitic. No.
Okay. He bombed the desert.
Hold on.
Yeah, what?
I can't believe you haven't seen this clip. No. Sorry. Hold on. I don't know what. Give me a second.
Bye-bye, Israel!
Stop playing this.
Bye-bye!
We're just playing it for context. We're not endorsing it.
Yeah, we're not endorsing this at all.
I'm trying to find the clip of him. Oh, I found it. I think I found it. Why did he go to China?
Why does iShowSpeed hate Israel so much?
Gee, wonder why. Truly a mystery. Okay. Justin, American streamer iShowSpeed visits China and is blown away by how beautiful it is.
This is what China looks like. This is China right here.
This music.
The music is amazing.
Damn. This is what
This is China right now.
He has like childlike wonder in this. I can't find the clip of him fucking screaming, I love China, but he does. I was gonna...
Do you ever get jealous of people who have like max out charisma?
I never get jealous of anybody.
You don't get jealous of people?
No.
There's just people who have like 20s in charisma, and you can never earn that. Like you can never up your charisma, really.
I don't worry about stuff like that. Do you?
No, I'm just saying, like, there are people who have incredibly
by people, would you include yourself in that?
No, I think that I have probably negative riz.
You have negative riz.
I probably have a 10 charisma. Average. What do you think?
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
I said okay. Okay.
I think you probably have like a 12 charisma. I think I'd probably have 16 int. You'd probably have like a 12 int.
What's your neck size?
I don't know.
More important metric. Because Alex Jones established it as an important benchmark. That's the only thing you need.
Where were we? Where were we in the story? Wait, so they're like Tom Sawyer painting the fucking fence black.
Yeah. I mean, why is Kristi Noem getting the credit? Now that I read this, it's Donald Trump's idea.
Yeah, it was Trump's idea.
He's the man behind the DHS secretary, okay? It should not go, it should not. The border wall will look very different here based on the topography and the geography of where it is built.
And speaking of stupid things that don't seem to be in line with good government or even the policy of the administration, we have another story, which is about the FBI.
Love that.
And let me take a look at this.
FBI plans to lower recruiting standard, alarming agents.
Why?
So this was reported today. The Trump admin is preparing to lower the recruitment standards for FBI agents, eliciting alarm from many agents who worry that the move will undermine the agency's primary mission of conducting complex investigations and tracking threats to national security. Under a plan pushed by the director, Kash Patel, and his deputy, Dan Bongino, so Beavis and Butthead, the FBI will start welcoming new classes of recruits who will receive less training and no longer be required to have a college degree, according to people familiar with the plan who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe it. The shift comes as the agency anticipates losing more than 5,000 employees by September, largely as a result of agents, analysts, and others taking severance or early retirement package.
Let me paint a picture.
Okay.
So the Trump administration comes in. They have a hiring freeze for everything. They have like a spending freeze for everybody. And then they offer to basically all members of the executive branch severance packages and like say, everyone, if you want to quit, now's the time. And they start like encouraging people to leave the government.
To self-deport.
And a bunch of government employees are like, all right, fuck it, I'll take these severance packages. So they're like, yes. I'm like, oh, wait, fuck. How do we like run a country? So this happened with some of the air traffic control people. This happened with some DHS officials, including a DHS official who was critical to the flood situation. I forget, they were like stationed either in Austin or somewhere nearby. It was like the go-to communicator. I forget. This was during the whole DHS debacle and the floods. Mm-hmm. And now they're like, oh shit, what do we do? And so what they do is they lower the standards and get a bunch of idiots to work in DHS and to work in FBI. They've already done this with DHS, and they're like promoting this all over social media, being like, you don't need a college degree, apply with your son, father, son, like become agents together. And now FBI agents don't have to be college educated and just be the worst of the worst.
You know, PPD reported on the fact that like over 100,000 Americans reportedly signed up for ICE. And he was like, see, this is like after 9/11, all of these people wanted to become cops. They wanted to enlist because they love their country so much. And then he kept reading and it literally said that like people are being duped by the fucking benefits that are being offered by that. And that's people's primary motivation for joining it. And he kind of like quietly backed off the point. That it was like people are inspired and feeling, very, very patriotic.
Speaking of healthcare, I think that we need to check on PPD every now and then because after that stroke he had the other day. Milk boys. Milk boys.
Your voice is important.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the Trump administration lowering standards for, I would say, pretty important things like the guys who enforce the law, the guys who stop sex traffickers, the guys who stop terrorist attacks.
Well, hold on. They haven't said, let me read at least what standards are being lowered.
Sure.
The shift comes as the agency anticipates losing more than 5,000 employees by September, largely as a result of agents, analysts, and others taking severance or early retirement packages offered by the Trump admin to try to reduce the budget. Instead of spending about 18 weeks training at the academy in Quantico, the group of agents tentatively scheduled to start in October will receive 8 weeks, according to the people. According to the people? Vague.
According to the people?
According to the people. And the agents
what the hell?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
This is the paper of record, by the way. And the agents will...
Wait, go up. I want to see what this is really...
I don't know what people they're talking about. I don't know. Oh, wait, the people who spoke on condition of anonymity. Okay. Why not
Weird,
say sources instead of people? Whatever.
The people.
According to the people. And the agents will no longer need to fulfill a longstanding requisite for joining the Bureau, a bachelor's degree. Jesus Christ.
Finishing school.
Well, you just need to finish high school. You probably or GED, I'm sure. Maybe they won't take the GED because I know, like, even in the military, I don't think that they're supposed to take the GED anymore. I think it's supposed to be
Keep in mind, I would say probably 50% of college graduates have like some like I just don't trust them with anything. And now imagine the people who
depends
like
on the field of study.
Like don't go to college. I don't really.
In the age of Chat GPT, though, maybe I would just grant that to you without any qualifications.
What?
That you should not trust people that are graduating college in the age of Chat GPT.
I don't trust lawyers. I certainly don't trust like.
No shit, lawyers are the fucking least trustworthy class of people in this fucking country. You shouldn't trust lawyers. Certainly, if you're one, that should only make it decrease. You shouldn't increase your trust for lawyers once you become one. Once you actually peek behind the curtain. Lowering recruiting standards will allow the FBI to draw deeper from the ranks of other federal law enforcement agencies, specifically a category of criminal investigators classified in the federal system as 1811s. Investigators with that designation work at dozens of agencies, including ICE, Inspector General offices, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. The new plan, current and former agents say, seems to be part of a larger effort by Mr. Patel to have the Bureau focus more on street crime rather than on complicated cases touching on financial fraud, public corruption, and national security. This is literally the least efficient way to go about doing this, by the way. Doing so, they added, will erode the Bureau's reputation as an elite law enforcement agency known for its selectiveness about its recruits.
Yeah, like the FBI is supposed to be going after like the big fish, public corruption, terrorism, that kind of stuff, like big players.
Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, Hannibal Lecter. Leave it to the little fish to go after the street crime, right? So if you really want to increase street crime, why not just, I don't know, fund some kind of program, give them money, but it has to be done through the FBI. Like, and the reason this, I think, is a little bit more, if you look at it from a standpoint of authoritarianism, Trump doesn't have direct control over the street, beat police officers. And maybe he thinks, expanding the FBI to be just more general police will give him more like street level control over anyone he wants. Yeah. And I think the people who are likely to apply to the FBI in these kind of places are also in the current context likely to be Trump sycophants. So maybe there's some down the line coup moves that they're planning as well in the FBI. And the FBI currently is in control of one of the most unhinged, you called them, what did you call them? Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
The most unhinged podcaster types. They're podcasters.
Thank you for the follow.
They're podcasters.
They are podcasters.
They worked in the FBI before or as a public defender in the case of Kash Patel, but like they're podcasters.
Well, don't worry because the FBI declined to comment.
Oh, great.
So, case closed. This really shouldn't be surprising because I'm pretty sure we were already lowering military recruitment standards because the average man in America is too obese. And so they needed to lower that to be able to up their recruitment numbers because they're like at an all-time low. This was even under Biden, not just Donald Trump. But what else? I mean,
now you're allowed to be an FBI agent.
Bush allowed people with neo-Nazi tattoos into the fucking military. So because they needed more bodies to go off to fucking Iraq and Afghanistan.
Now that's a bonus. Now they have DEI for those kinds of tattoos. Pete Hegseth. Wait, is that a Nazi tattoo, by the way, or is that just fake news?
Pete Hegseth Nazi tattoo? I didn't know about this. Oops. Who gets Panzer tattooed on their arm? Oh, interesting. Hold on.
Let's take a look.
He's like a cross. Okay.
Interesting.
Why is this so small? Okay.
Very interesting.
Pete Hegseth's tattoos are raising some eyebrows. Pete Hegseth, I was deemed extremist because of a tattoo by my National Guard unit in Washington, D.C. And Chang, NPR domestic extremism correspondent, Oda Yusuf joins us now to discuss. And then, all right, so what are these tattoos like? What do they look like and what might they signify here? This is somebody like doing analysis, I guess. Yeah. So the specific tattoo he said he was dinged for is an image of the Jerusalem cross. So this looks like one large cross with 4 smaller crosses in the corners. It is a symbol of Christianity and its origins date back to the Crusades. Hegseth also has another tattoo related to the Crusades of the words Deus Vult, Latin for God wills it. And that was sort of the battle cry to take back the Holy Land and to slaughter Muslims. Now Hegseth says these are not symbols of white nationalism, that they are symbols of Christianity. And he is very big on this notion of a modern-day American Christian crusade. You know, one of his books is titled American Crusade. Did not know he had focused long enough to write a book. But it's important to know that these symbols and language tied to the Crusades are very present in some extremist movements. You know, this was a symbol on display on January 6th. It was contained in the writings of neo-Nazi mass shooters who killed scores at a summer camp in Norway in 2011.
They're not Nazi tattoos. They're not Nazi tattoos.
No, but they resemble that. And they're pretty much affiliated probably with like Christian nationalist movements, which is, you know, a different beast in and of itself.
Very interesting.
But my share for this week... our girl, our queen, Jillian Michaels, slams Biggest Loser doc, disputes claims about caffeine pills and ghosting Bob Harper. And it's not in this headline, but she is flirting with suing Netflix potentially because they just released a documentary on The Biggest Loser. And I guess she's punching back against the claims that this Netflix doc, it's called Fit for TV, which explores the dark side of the NBC reality series. Michaels was a fitness trainer on the weight loss competition series from 2004 to 2011, but she did not participate in the documentary, which featured interviews from her co-stars, Bob Harper, executive producers, former contestants, and the show's go-to Dr. Robert Huizenga.
What's the problem with this?
What do you mean? I don't think that it's the idea that you're going to flirt with but suing somebody because they made a documentary that's like critical of your time on that show, which absolutely should be. People should have been critical of it while it was fucking airing.
Why? What's wrong with a fitness show? Because they bullied people?
I don't really care about how mean they are to these contestants, especially when they signed up for it. It's the fact that they literally put them in dangerous situations because they would do things like have them slash their calories in a like excessive way. They weren't necessarily being supervised. They were having them do exercise, and when you're obese, like morbidly obese, like a lot of the contestants were on that show, that's very dangerous for your joints to have that much pressure being put on them. They would have them do like squats and jumping and running and these sorts of high impact activities that are just terrible for your body when you're at that weight. It's literally unsafe. And they had them lose weight in a way that was completely unsustainable. And they have literally done a study since, following like a longitudinal study following Biggest Loser's contestants, and they found that like almost none of them were able to keep the weight loss off because, shocker, they had them do dangerous things and crash diet so they could lose the weight and win the money. And then after that, they didn't actually build any sort of like sustainable, healthy skills so they could keep the weight off. So this show was just a bad idea all around and dangerous for the participants.
Telling me that that one lady almost died. Most people gained the weight back, and that they were emotionally abused. Is that true?
Yes, that's literally what I just said to you.
Oh,
pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, some contestants were hospitalized, is what I have a chatter telling me.
Wow.
Yeah, pushing to lose weight that fast is such a bad idea. It is.
Now, would you rather she be doing that or hosting Her Take? What do you think is better for the world?
Not mutually exclusive, obviously. My preference is that, you know, she belongs at Her Take. It's certainly, I don't know. What is more dangerous? Her doing The Biggest Loser and people actually thinking she should be treated as an authority on fitness. She literally doesn't have a college degree. She only attended college, but she clearly dropped out because nowhere on her Wikipedia page.
Oh, I mean, she could be an FBI agent. They should hire her to be a deputy FBI director.
She should look into that, obviously. But on Her Take, she's literally spreading vaccine disinformation. So, but something tells me that like The Biggest Loser thing would still be more dangerous because she probably would have had these views anyway, and that she would be promoting them on national TV instead of it being relegated to valuetainment. So, speaking of, are you ready to be valuetained?
Oh, I'm so valuetained. Oh, we're gonna go back to the fucking.
Yes, this was a banger episode. Let's see.
All right.
If we get to her defending slavery or defending her comments on slavery.
Yes, I'm here for it.
Is. Okay.
So we're now watching Her Take. This is a continuation of where we left off in the last episode, and they were talking about the DC stuff and the homeless stuff. But thank you.
Oh yeah, this is the other thing. Somebody in my chat pointed out that losing that much weight in that short of a time span can actually cause muscle loss because your body is looking for calories, and yes, it obviously eats itself. It eats fat, but when it's when your calories are slashed that much, it also taps into metabolically active tissue, aka muscle, which you want to retain.
Good point. Is this the famous Pisco Sour Commie Hour? I've heard so. Wow, what a great title.
Love that.
Pisco Sour Commie Hour. Holy.
Why are you saying Pisco Sour? It should be Pisco's. Okay. That's the only way you can get it to rhyme because Pisco's Hour Commie Hour wouldn't rhyme or whatever. Okay.
Got it.
Why did it take...
So we're continuing on with DC's homeless encampments. And again, I love to hear Ana Kasparian's thoughts on the homeless.
Of course.
Donald Trump for city leaders to do that. You get what I'm saying? Why was it okay to just allow people, many of whom do have mental health issues, they need mental health care, many of whom are struggling with addiction, why was it considered okay to just leave them out on the streets to suffer like that?
That's Schellenberger's position in San Francisco.
How is that?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. I don't even know how she just said this.
When you're done, I want to read you some of the crazy shit that happened in these tent camps.
No, but like this is the thing that drives me crazy. How does the left make an argument that the kind thing to do, that the humane thing to do, is to allow your fellow Americans to suffer on the streets like that? And why did it take Donald Trump for you to want to do something about it?
Because in there, by the way, the same thing happened in Philadelphia. Our entire Benjamin Franklin Parkway, I don't know if you guys heard about it, was taken over by homeless encampments. And they thought the humane thing to do was basically to have these open-air drug markets. They were selling drugs like right in front of the Rocky Steps.
That's exactly one of the things, right? So you've got violent crime that happens in there. You've got disputes, right, within the camp's residents and outsiders that escalate violence. You've got property crime and theft in the surrounding areas. You've got drug trafficking use.
Right there,
like sexual assault on women that are homeless is 10% higher in these tent camps. When they did the sweep, they found weapons, drugs, and the spillover of crime goes into the surrounding areas. And one thing that I neglected to mention in our first segment is that they are already have over 100 arrests now. It went in the federalization of the police force, and there is a connection here because they pulled out a bunch of criminals from these homeless camps, illegals, drugs, and weapons. So there's a definite
illegals, drugs, weapons, the trifecta.
Concern that something shouldn't be done.
When you're struggling with addiction, and obviously because of that addiction, you're unemployed.
Right.
You're going to need resources in order to get, your next hit or whatever. And so you're going to commit crimes in order to get the resources necessary to buy the drugs you need. Otherwise, you're going to get sick, right? Like that is this vicious cycle.
I mean, well, yeah. What would you do if you had to be outside all day, Anna? Although I would steal.
Would you steal, do drugs, and hang out with illegals?
Something tells me I'd be far less likely to maintain both veganism and being straight edge if I was homeless and unhoused for an extended period of time. Correct.
So what would you want the government to do about that? You want them to just...
Well, obviously, I want them to fucking disrupt my encampment and kick the can down the road and make me go to a different area. And then after I set up there for a different area, they can disrupt it again.
A different area, a little place where you can really concentrate on the things that make.
Well, the other thing is that I've seen that more data that suggests that maybe homeless people aren't as addicted to drugs overall as people believe. Like there's a not insignificant portion of them that are. But I think people have this idea that pretty much every single person who is homeless is a drug addict or a criminal or whatever. And obviously the likelihood or the propensity for you to be those things increases substantially when you are. But I don't know that it's as widespread as people seem to think.
If you had to be addicted to a drug on the street, what drug would it be?
Whichever one would make me feel better than anything and not have to focus on being outside all day in the heat.
So like meth?
Does meth do that?
Fentanyl maybe?
Fentanyl seems really fucking dangerous. But you probably want to fucking die when you're outside and homeless.
Okay.
What drug would you like to OD on? And I'll ask you.
Probably Robitussin.
Great choice.
On the streets in these big cities. I mean, Kaizen, you live in LA. I do too.
Go to you. I want to do one thing before I do go to you, because you and I sort of touched on it in the break. So before I go to you, I want to tee this one up. So one of the great ironies here is that Newsom, in August of 2024, when he thought he was going to be the nominee, started to puff up his chest and fight with the Supreme Court. And he's like, we're going to clear these homeless encampments, and I demand every city start taking action. Can I see that clip?
Yeah, he was terrible on this issue. No shit.
He's literally goes.
Which is why Anna should like him, actually. And I don't know what she's complaining about, because what Trump is doing,
she hates California and Democrats. And so, of course, she's going to dislike Gavin Newsom. It's not because of anything policy-wise. Although I will say homelessness is a huge issue in California. And I think the answer is build more homes. That's my belief.
What money are they going to use to buy these homes?
We're going to use the corporate money.
I don't think that's why people are homeless exactly. It's related, but it's not the primary reason, no.
I think that at least it's predictive. Where home prices are extravagant, homelessness goes up.
He does a photo op.
He goes for the photo op and starts clearing away all the homeless stuff and throwing it away.
That is giving AOC at the border. Remember when she was crying?
Yes. No, it's totally.
How
it
is it giving AOC at the border?
Gavin Newsom, as governor of California, allowed.
By the way, these are the same people who like, oh my God, look at McDonald's, Trump. You know, put Trump in a little fucking McDonald's hat, and they love cosplay. They love Kristi Noem in her little outfits, Pete Hegseth in his little outfits doing his little things.
Anna is literally shilled for PBD merch on this show. That's the level that she has stooped to be able to stay in the good graces of valuetainment.
Are we shitting on Anna this episode?
We shit on Anna every single episode when she says something stupid, which has happened every single time we've watched this show. So it's kind of guaranteed to happen. Did you see that her and Cenk were like, we're not suicidal if we die. We're like, we're no. you know what happened, wink.
Wait,
okay, I didn't realize what the context was. Apparently, Canary Mission did some expose on her, so I can like understand it a little bit more now. But I thought they were being dramatic as fuck for doing this. Hold on.
How do you pull up clips so fast? It's actually a skill.
Maybe you could learn from me and actually prepare for once. Can we pause for a second and just acknowledge how insane it is that 2 American media commentators are having to tell us on record that they're not suicidal because Israelis and extreme pro-Israel groups are threatening their lives? I didn't realize that, like, yeah, Canary Mission, which is a doxing organization effectively for anybody that has any heat for Israel. And again, yes, they actually do document some genuine anti-Semites, but the majority of it is people that are just like private individuals that they don't like that they have made Facebook posts critical of Israel and shit. And even if you don't like that, I don't think that the solution to, you know, combating some like to somebody's criticism that you don't like is to fucking dox them. Hot take, I know. How the fuck is this happening in the United States of America? So here's what they...
I think it's important for people to understand why there are so many figures in the media who are terrified of accurate reporting of Israel. And more importantly, I'm not suicidal. And if anything happens to me, it's not an accident, okay? I'm just putting it out there. I just want it to be on the record. Here's one more example. I think it's important for people to understand why there are so...
So if she gets into a car accident or
something...
So
this is disgusting. But I know that no one will care. I know that. I'm going to say this in case they might care about this. So groups like Canary Mission are...
terrorist groups?
Yeah, well, of course. What they're doing is they're encouraging stochastic terrorism.
Yep.
So they're saying, okay, this person is an anti-Semite because he or she criticized Israel. They're not allowed to criticize Israel.
Okay, it doesn't help that like Cenk is like really, really sweaty in this video. It's like contributing to like the manic energy a little bit, so that's why I was kind of like loud.
But when he goes off the handle, it's pretty funny.
It is funny.
He's very charismatic.
And then they get like tons of death threats against that person, probably every single time. And then they probably laugh their ass off behind the scenes. Let's go. Cross your fingers. Hope to get lucky that one of them murders Anna. Okay. And meanwhile, the U.S. government takes their lists and arrests Americans based on their lists.
Yep.
So now there's a pro-Israel group inside America that is encouraging death threats against Americans. And the U.S. government works for them like goddamn dogs, and they'll ruin your life if you criticize Israel. So we're all supposed to stay quiet about this. Well, you came to the wrong place, brothers and sisters. I'll double down what Anna said. If any harm comes to us, it was definitely Israel. We love life. We love America. This is proof of life, okay? If any of these monsters do anything, it was almost definitely Israel supporters who are maniacal and cheer on serial killers every single day. Oh, no, we didn't kill enough Palestinian babies. I can't stand it. And by the way, because this is the part where the only reason why anyone might care about the story, a predecessor group to them was called Masada 2000. And what they did was they put together a list of 8,000 self-hating Jews, okay? And they targeted those Jewish Americans as well. How dare you criticize Israel? And I tell you that partly because if you're Muslim or Christian, no one cares about you in this country. Okay, I'm keeping it real. I'm sorry. Show me one person who cares, then I'll totally change my mind. But you have to criticize anyway. So.
Okay.
So let's Steelman this. Okay.
Right.
Let's Steelman this. Is there evidence that the Trump administration is imposing penalties on Americans based on their positions on Israel? I think the answer is yes. I think we agree with that. Is there evidence that there is, far too much in the current administration and maybe even in previous administrations? I think I'd say that.
For
influence?
Sure.
Yes, I would say so.
Wait, influence from
just whoever it is we're talking about.
Okay. You're being very, very vague for someone who's as critical of the Zog memes.
No. Listen, I think that there's. I think
the Steelman of this criticism can't include Zog. I think that would just be a concession, not a Steelman.
Wait, it's not a concession to say that there's, I think, a lot of influence.
Yeah, it will influence from who? From who?
Israeli lobby groups, right?
Okay.
Do you not agree with that?
I agree with that. Yes, obviously I agree with that.
I don't think that we're occupied. I think that the government is for example, even the Trump administration, not on everything, not nearly enough, on some things, fights back. The interests are not 100% one-to-one. That said, there's a lot of influence, and so if that's the criticism, that's whatever. But like going to this level and basically accusing them without evidence, I have to say, of coordinating assassinations in the country, that is, I think, treading on some conspiracy theories that we don't have evidence for. Do we have any evidence that Israel has ever coordinated an assassination on American soil? Because that's what they say about JFK. That's what they say about a lot of, even some Groypers, right, accuse Israel of doing this against Trump, that they were planning an assassination of Trump for whatever reason to engage in war against Iran. And so that is when I'm like, well, where's the evidence that Israel has at any time instigated assassinations?
Well, like the Mossad has been is a highly disciplined organization that has like carried out, I think, even far more assassinations than like even the CIA. And no, this is not me just going off headlines. You can read it all about it in a book called Rise and Kill First by Ronan Bergman, who is a New York Times journalist. Okay, he is also, I'm pretty sure, Israeli, where he documents the secret history of the Mossad. But to my knowledge, it's been a long time since I've read that book. I can't remember him documenting one that was on U.S. soil. The majority of like who their targets or whatever were in the Middle East.
Yeah, so that's the one thing I would be like, all right, there's definitely evidence of Israel conducting
covert operations that have ended.
But has it happened in America of mainstream figures? And is your life actually in danger from Israel in America, from California, saying what you're saying about Israel? And I think that, in fact, I think it's been Cenk's point that the anti-Israel sentiment has grown in America, and now you're allowed to say things without being accused of anti-Semitism. And so I don't know where this is coming from in that sense.
I think that, yesterday I didn't realize again that this was in the context of her having some expose from Canary Mission, although I looked at it and I was like, Canary Mission, I can get you better receipts for Ana Kasparian saying anti-Semitic shit than her Twitter timeline. But that aside, I didn't realize that was the context. Okay, so given that is what, my first instinct was like, there have been people that have been far more critical and far more devastating to Israel's image, like Goldstone or, historians, like that you would think like would have been taken out or whatever, than Ana Kasparian that have introduced information to the public that has been very, very difficult for Israel to manage from a PR perspective. Right. But I think that that's not the right way to look at this, because it's kind of like the excuse that, like, how can we be committing genocide? If Israel wanted to commit genocide, we would just nuke them. If I wanted to murder that person, I would have skinned them. That's how I didn't do it. And I'm thinking, like, Canary Mission went after Mahmoud Khalil. And who is Mahmoud Khalil? They went after a woman who co-wrote again, an op-ed that was critical of her college's, like, funds that are being sent to Israel. These are the types of targets or whatever. So Ana and Cenk kind of operate in kind of this like weird zone where, are they household names? Are they national names? Absolutely not. But they are more than just micro celebrities. They do command a non-insignificant, amount of internet traffic.
Commentators.
Yeah, I would say so. And, they've been on mainstream media, especially Cenk, more so than Ana. So, I don't think with that in mind, it's not nearly as just LARPy paranoia as I thought it was initially when I saw this, because I was like, why are they saying this? It just seems to be like they're just randomly being like, I'm not suicidal, because I'm like, you think you're so dangerous reporting on shit that's like in Reuters and AP and giving commentary around it, please. But then when I realized it was in the context of her being like, I don't know, doxxed by Canary Mission, I was like, okay, well, that I understand a little bit more. Here, I'll play this clip. This is, I'm glad Ana Kasparian pushed back on Cenk here, because while I understand what he's trying to do, because I used to do the same, she's right to correct him. We don't need to launder their reputation. They support this genocide. It was hard for me to accept too.
So 500,000 Israelis, they don't represent all Israelis. We just had a protest of 500,000 Israelis that showed up that said, they were fighting for the hostages back. They're fighting for peace. Mixed reasons why.
They want the hostages back. They don't care about what's happening to the Palestinians at all. Let's not needlessly launder their reputations, and let's just call it for what it is and who they really are. They don't care about the Palestinians. They're in favor of the starvation. They're in favor of the mass slaughter. They just want their hostages back, and that's it. Guys, they're worried about IDF soldiers now committing suicide because they probably can't live with themselves considering the atrocities they're carrying out. They only care about the Israelis. That's it. There might be a handful of Israelis who might care about all those innocent people being slaughtered in Gaza, but polling indicates the vast majority of Israelis love the slaughter, and it disgusts me. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to love that? I'm supposed to sit here on this show and talk about how wonderful Israel is? No, they're committing a genocide, and the vast majority of people in that country love it.
So that's according to the polling. I wish it wasn't the case. It's not some random thing that somebody's throwing out as a trope or whatever. The last poll I saw, 82% of Israeli Jews said, keep going in Gaza. Jesus Christ, man. So they'll say something different about the hostages because those are precious Israeli lives. Guys, they don't represent all Israelis. We just had a protest of 500,000 Israelis that showed up.
I thought I paused it. So what do you think of that?
I think that I think that there's a complicated set of circumstances that could lead a group of people to basically endorse a genocide or ethnic cleansing. And in this case, I'm not so sure that the polls that we've seen, what is it, 82%? That
87% are in favor of trans. They're completely okay with ethnic cleansing. When they ask, should they kill every single person in Gaza City, they say yes. They don't make and those
kill everyone in Gaza City. They say
there are polls where they are clearly asking them, do you care about a distinction being made between civilians and combatants, and they don't care.
Okay, that's really bad. I don't know. So I don't know where these polls are coming from, but if the polls
from
are accurate, then shit.
Hold on.
I don't know. I don't have anything to say there.
Really? How can you not?
What's there to say? I mean, in defense of the public.
Well, because you just said that it's more complicated or whatever. So it says yes to transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents.
What I mean to say is there could be people who can justify in their heads as we're not really doing a genocide. We're not actually destroying them. This is for our own safety or whatever. But if the numbers are with respect to specific things like I don't care about enemy non-combatant distinction, and that those are what the numbers say.
Okay, here's what it says. So the question: Do you support the claim that the IDF, when conquering an enemy city, should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites acted when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua? That is, kill all its inhabitants. 47% of all respondents responded in the affirmative. 65% of those surveyed responded that there is a contemporary incarnation of Amalek, and of these, 93 responded that the commandment to wipe out the memory of Amalek is also relevant to that modern day Amalek.
But this is 47%, right?
Yes.
That's a lot.
It's 87% okay with ethnic cleansing. It's 47% okay with killing everybody.
Yeah, so they basically want to move every Gazan out of Gaza. Yeah, bad.
But I do want to bring this up. I don't feel it's responsible to not explain or contextualize the information environment. And I have to caveat even this with the fact that there were no shortage. Israel's one of the most pulled places on earth, I feel like, of disgusting polls showing abhorrent views that Israelis held towards Arabs, even Arab Israelis, towards Palestinians more broadly, towards non-Jews. I'm not denying any of that. But there is an entire architecture dedicated to propagandizing this population, and it's their government specifically that is helping manufacture this outcome. Israelis have a skewed view on the extent of Gaza's hunger plight, driven by censorship and media that downplay humanitarian crisis. This was reported earlier this year. Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say is you can find abhorrent poll numbers among Palestinians. You can find abhorrent poll numbers on views.
You can, but Palestinians are stateless people that are impoverished versus Israelis that are living in what they claim to be the only democracy in the Middle East.
Let's just be clear. Let's just be clear that we need to actually get into the weeds about what the polls say. The 47% number that you just pointed is fucking horrible. That's what at least a couple million people.
That they did not only survey Israeli Jews or Orthodox Jews or whatever. That was that was all Israelis. Yeah, it's a representative of all Israelis.
That's really, really bad. What does this contextualization say that you're trying to propose?
Okay, so they're overwhelmingly in opposition to aid. Mm-hmm. But they don't know much.
The Israeli population.
Shockingly. Yeah, they're not okay with aid being given to Palestinians. We found that many respondents believe that fewer than 10% of Gazans were going hungry, revealing a stark disconnect between public perception and the situation reported by international humanitarian orgs. Indeed, when asked to explain their opposition to humanitarian aid, one of those we surveyed responded, "They don't have a shortage of food, it's just presented that way." Another replied, "The vast majority of Gaza residents have enough food. There are restaurants and shopping malls operating in Gaza."
How is their information stream so fucked?
Because there's media censorship. Media bias is a common phenomenon during war, but since the October 7, 2023 attack, in which 1,200 Israelis were killed by Hamas fighters, Media bias over the war in Gaza has been institutionalized in Israel. Citing national security concerns, the IDF has ramped up censorship. A recent analysis suggests that more than 35% of articles from Israeli media have been partially redacted and almost 10% completely censored in 2025.
Really?
Yes, Israel is not nearly as developed, advanced as people seem to think it is. It is far closer to resembling any other Middle Eastern country than something in the West.
Of Israeli Jews. It's, quote, a recent survey of Israeli Jews.
Well, yeah.
Let me just...
I didn't deny that. I'm saying that it was not the most, but Jews are highly irreligious. So I'm saying that they did not only target Orthodox Jews in that survey.
Okay, yeah, but it doesn't include the 20% of Israel who are
Arabs. Yeah, but it said that in the headline.
Sorry, I thought that the 47%.
Included Arabs or whatever. Included Arabs. Yeah, I think they do talk about some polling that they did with Arabs or whatever, but that was just of Israeli Jews.
Okay.
Yeah, while Israelis are free to consume international news, many do not due to language barriers and perceived bias against Israel. As a result, what Israeli citizens read, hear, and see in national media increasingly reflects the interests of the government. Furthermore, online platforms such as Facebook and X are designed to promote posts that reinforce users' pre-existing beliefs, resulting in an echo chamber rather than exposing people to diverse viewpoints. So they tried to ask these participants, like, here's a reliable source, Ynet, which is the most read Israeli publication, showing reports that managed to escape the censor, documenting that children whose weight had dropped by half and families surviving on grass and garbage. We then compared whether those who had read these news reports demonstrated higher levels of support for aid delivery than those who did not. The results showed that exposure to the news report portraying the humanitarian situation in Gaza led to increased support for aid, but only by a modest 5 percentage points increase. This limited shift underscores how deeply held many Israeli views on the war in Gaza are and how resistant to change attitudes are, even when it comes to basic humanitarian assistance. They talk about how, obviously the hostages, involved, is something that is also partially motivating this. A common refrain we heard is that there are no uninvolved in Gaza. Many respondents explicitly justified their opposition to humanitarian aid with statements like, everyone in Gaza is involved in what happened on October 7th, which is certainly not true. Or they don't deserve to be taken care of after they were happy about what they did to us. More than half of Israelis surveyed said Hamas enjoys over 80% support in Gaza. The real number is far lower. Hamas has never enjoyed even a majority amount of support in Gaza. This view starkly contradicts evidence of significant opposition to Hamas within Gaza. According to the latest poll from the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey, taken in early May 2025, only 37% of Palestinians in Gaza thought the October 7th attack was correct. Moreover, half of all Gaza respondents said they supported recent demonstrations calling for Hamas to relinquish control of Gaza. Given this reality, Israelis' attribution of collective responsibility for the attacks creates a troubling moral calculus that rationalizes civilian suffering.
Okay, I mean, it's pretty fucked.
It is, but it's...
If you were to ask Gazans, do you support...
October 7th, you'll find that there are a non-insignificant portion that do, but they don't believe that Hamas actually killed civilians. They're convinced it's all Israeli propaganda. So when they exposed them and showed them proof, video evidence that, yes, Hamas filmed it, yes, they targeted and killed civilians, yes, they committed atrocities, they were far less likely to justify it. So
I just linked a poll from Haaretz from another one of my mods that cited 79% of Israeli Jews.
I think it's on my end. Sorry, I was my thing was fucking up.
Just scroll down, and it's the first sentence of the actual piece.
Okay. Vast majority of Israeli Jews, 79%, say they are not so troubled or not troubled at all by the reports of famine and suffering among the Palestinian population in Gaza, according to a poll released Tuesday. This was August 5th of this year. The poll conducted by Viterbi Family Center for Public Opinion and Policy Research at the Israel Democracy Institute at the end of July shows a major discrepancy between the Jewish and Arab public on the issue of the war in Gaza. Among the Arab public, 86% said they are very troubled or somewhat troubled about the situation in Gaza. They also found a much greater degree of concern among left-wing Jews, with 70% saying that they too are troubled by the situation. Jews and Arabs also have profoundly differing views on whether Israel is making substantial efforts to avoid causing unnecessary suffering to Palestinians in Gaza. 78% of Jewish respondents agreed that Israel's actions are restricted by the fighting, but it is making substantial efforts to avoid causing unnecessary suffering to Palestinians in Gaza. Only 22.5% of Arabs said this claim is correct. It's certainly not correct. mean, name one battle. No one even bothers.
I don't know any battles.
On the other hand, you wouldn't expect that. They have no. What does Hamas have? They have nothing. They don't have. They hide in the tunnel so they don't die. They don't have any air support. They don't have a single fucking tank. They have nothing. They have rockets. That's it. On the other hand, 66.5% of Arab respondents and 15% of Jewish ones said that even with the restrictions imposed by the fighting, Israel could significantly reduce the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, but chooses not to. Total of 56% of left-wing Jews agreed with this claim. Regarding the Israeli military's...
Very troubling.
It is very troubling. I mean, the majority of the casualties that have been sustained in Gaza during this genocide is because they're using tools like Where's Daddy and Lavender, which is AI, to help just completely demolish homes. There are reports saying that they are okay with 50 civilian casualties per every one combatant, allegedly. And we're talking about like one allegedly affiliated Hamas militant.
Okay, so I mean, this polling is very concerning.
Yeah. So I mean, there's
I don't
only
know why the population, if this is just because of the information stream, or is it just because they genuinely fucking hate these people? So, I mean,
well, they hate these people partially because of the information stream, right?
Yeah.
Partially. There's also just terrible attitudes. We don't need to whitewash anyone that goes for both Israelis or Palestinians.
Yeah.
This issue to become a really big problem in the state.
Yeah, back to her take. Back to shitting on the homeless, not Palestinians or Israelis.
And then once he realized it was a political liability and he plans to run for president, he's like, he starts fighting pretty hard to get the United States Supreme Court to rule on basically allowing cities to ban homeless encampments.
Right. I'm not seeing it if you're playing it, by the way.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. I thought I had shared the tab. Sorry.
No worries.
Here.
Become a really big problem in the state. And then once he realized it was a political liability and he plans to run for president, he's like, he starts fighting pretty hard to get the United States Supreme Court to rule on basically allowing cities to ban homeless encampments. Right. He is
but when Trump
a Democrat.
He's racist and authoritarian.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that drives me crazy. The double standard and how, if a Democrat does it, it's totally fine. If Trump does it, it's super offensive. So which one is it? Because Newsom fought for the right to be able to ban encampments.
All right, I'm coming to you.
Can you pause real quick? So most of the people who I understand to be criticizing the administration, the main critique here is the fear of authoritarianism and overreach by the president's direct control and deployment into DC and what that portends for the future. I don't know that people intuitively, the Democrats, have this humongous issue with, I don't know, clearing out public spaces. If you were to poll now, I think we have some potentially constitutional issues with criminalizing homelessness. So certainly I would disagree with any attempt to just make homelessness itself a crime or sanctionable by the state. But I don't think there's a double standard here.
Is it the Johnson ruling? Did you agree with the Johnson ruling?
Which Johnson ruling? Wait, hang on.
It was there's Martin v. Boyes, and that one held that as long as there's no other option available for somebody who is without a house or homeless, and they don't have the ability to sleep indoors, that the government can't actually criminalize any indigent or any homeless person because, there's a false premise at play that they had some choice in the matter where it's well, no, they were sleeping outside because they literally don't have any other option. So you can't criminalize them for that.
Yeah, so this is about ordinances with civil and criminal penalties for camping on public land.
Yeah.
Do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment of homeless people.
Isn't this the one that Gavin Newsom pleaded, he pushed for this to be decided?
Let me see.
Because he wanted to ban encampments.
I actually haven't seen this
Here, I'll link you. Relevant.
Yeah, Newsom ordered the California Department of Parks and Recreation and Fish and Wildlife to adopt the California Department of Transportation's model of cleaning health and safety risks in homeless encampments, regardless of whether homeless shelters were available in surrounding areas. The National Homeless Law Center warned that Newsom's actions were cruel and ineffective. I'm not going to pretend that I've read this case. I haven't read the case.
Have you ever pretended to read a case?
No.
Damn, I was going to say, which one have you?
No, I haven't pretended to read a case. But I will say that in general, I don't know that the Supreme Court or I don't know, if a government owns land, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they be allowed to restrict certain conduct on that public land? I understand that there's some traditional public fora where you can't like limit certain speech activity. But if you're just like saying you can't like live in a public park, I don't know why that would be.
Can I let Judge Sotomayor explain to you why you can't do that? Why I agree with her. Why it should be these laws should be unconstitutional. Hold on.
The Eighth Amendment. Still only.
Up.
Less than 100 beds.
Municipal code, very and it's
Prevail here.
the city's hands will be tied. It will be forced to surrender its public spaces as it has been. Unfortunately, beds are going unused at the Gospel Rescue Mission. People are not getting the help that they need. The city is under an injunction here, and it's unable to rely on these basic ordinances. And the Ninth Circuit's decisions give cities like Grants Pass no guidance about how they can navigate this very challenging area. The Ninth Circuit has effectively imposed a municipal code under the Ninth Circuit's Martin Rule to regulate what the city can do in its public spaces.
Counsel, can I just stop you a moment? The Gospel unused beds, they're less than 100, right?
That's correct.
And there's thousands of homeless.
There are, I believe, as many as 600 in Grants Pass, according to the district court.
But there's still only less than 100 beds.
That is right.
Now, can I stop you a moment? You are not asking us to overturn Robinson, correct?
We think Robinson was wrongly decided and should not be extended, but we don't think that the court needs to overrule it here. Because
assuming it's there, it prohibits you criminalizing homelessness, right? So what you do is say only homeless people who sleep outdoors will be arrested. That's the testimony of your chief of police, two or three officers, which is if you read the crime, it's only stopping you from sleeping in public for the purpose of maintaining a temporary place to live. And the police officers testified that that means that if a stargazer wants to take a blanket or a sleeping bag out at night to watch the stars and fall asleep, you don't arrest them. You don't arrest babies who have blankets over them. You don't arrest people who are sleeping on the beach, as I tend to do if I've been there a while. You only arrest people who don't have a second home. Is that correct?
Well,
who don't have a home.
So, no, these laws are generally applicable. They apply to...
Yeah, that's what you want to say. Give me one example, because your police officers couldn't. And they explicitly said if someone has another home, has a home, and is out there and happens to fall asleep, they won't be arrested. Fall asleep with something on them.
Well, Joint Appendix, page 98, is one example of a citation issued to a person with a home address. But more importantly, I think...
So, like, these laws might be facially neutral. They apply to everybody, but we know that in practice, they are exclusively going to identify who they enforce it against by people who appear to be homeless or impoverished, and it's going to come down to, do you look like you don't have a home? So we're going to throw you in jail. How can that be legal?
Oh, okay.
You're making it illegal to be poor.
I don't think that they can make it illegal to be poor, but
no, sorry, they just make it illegal to sleep outside if you don't have a house, and they'll arrest you because of that, right?
I understand that. I understand that. Do you think that the state has the right to create a park where it is against the rules and sanctionable with a fine to sleep in that park?
Yes, but it has to be subject to so many different, like, I do think that they do, right? But I don't think that it should be as simple to arrest people for this. I think it's like, I don't even think it's like, I don't know, it has to be highly regulated. Yes, some right exists, but certainly not in this iteration.
I think that there's,
because the reality is that like slapping fines on homeless people who literally don't have,
I'm not saying it's good policy.
Is not going to do anything.
Does the Constitution prevent you from doing this, right? Does the Constitution prevent you from putting these restrictions in public spaces? That's what I'm asking, not whether it's good policy.
No, I don't think it restricts you from doing it, but I do think that these rules and these specific ordinances are absolutely unconstitutional.
Because they're targeting people on the basis of whether they have a home or not?
No, because they appear facially neutral, but in practice, the data that we have suggests that they are exclusively enforced against people that are impoverished or unhoused.
How I might respond to that is, and again, I'm going to read this case because now I'm interested in it. So this is me just spitballing. So nobody take this as my final position. I'm just spitballing here. And Aaron, thank you for bringing this up. But they're not a protected class. I mean, it's not a suspect.
Well, okay. Well, do you want to hear her argument? Because she makes this argument.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe you agree with her.
What we're getting at here is that these laws regulate conduct of everyone. There's nothing in the law that criminalizes homelessness.
That's what you say, but if I look at the record and see differently, it's a different argument, isn't it?
Grants Pass policy actually very clearly says that being homeless is not a crime, and that's...
I know that's what you say, but if you're enforcing it only against the homeless, I will suggest that you look. There's one brief. Let me see if I can find it. That talks about this. At any rate, I'll find it later and just mention it. The second thing I want to ask you is, you seem to...
I guess, like, I see your question is similar because somebody's pointing this out. Like, it's similar with trap laws. How can they cannot outright ban action, so instead they create or modify regulations that render these actions impractical without making them illegal. And I feel like we're looking at, like, voter ID laws, or we're looking at poll taxes, and you're like, oh, so you're telling me there's no basis for the government to regulate elections or require an ID, but we have an overwhelming amount of evidence that demonstrates that in practice, those laws are almost exclusively used for the... Okay, fine, go.
I think there's two differences there, and maybe I'll rethink my position, but the two differences there is there's a fundamental right to vote, and that there's not a fundamental right to
life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. I guess that doesn't include shelter in your view.
There's no affirmative right for you to have shelter from.
There's many affirmative rights. There are many things that are not explicitly enumerated in the Constitution that we nonetheless understand as rights.
I'm not aware of other than perhaps the right to a criminal attorney when you are indigent, right? When you don't have money.
That applies to everyone.
I understand.
The counsel,
all I'm just saying
right?
is, like, yeah, the right to counsel in terms in when you're being prosecuted for a crime, you have a right for the state to pay for an attorney. But there are very few non-negative rights, so positive rights that the Constitution provides to you. So,
Right.
number one, I would just say that you have a fundamental right to vote that's been recognized by the Constitution that isn't the same in terms of having a place to stay. And then number two, I would say the classifications at issue in the poll tax situation are racial classifications, ethnic classifications, those kinds, which are suspect classifications under equal protection frameworks. So that's what I would say to that.
What choices we have in this country? The choice to be housed or unhoused? Do we also have the choice to starve? Do we have the freedom, the constitutional freedom to starve, perhaps?
I'm not saying that. Well, do you think you have a constitutional right to provide for the state to provide food to everybody?
Yeah, I do. To those that cannot, to those that you're talking to a communist, what the fuck do you think?
Okay, but I'm just talking about the Constitution. So I would say it's good policy, right? I'm in favor of free
It's like,
food for
yes,
people
but
who can't
I would
afford it.
never try to argue that it's explicitly enumerated in the Constitution. They have a right to food and for the government to provide it for you. I mean, like, show me where the Constitution says you have a right to public education.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't. And yet, nonetheless, it's functionally treated as one in this country, no?
Yes, but as a matter of policy, I think that, yeah, you have, as a matter of policy.
Okay, well, I have a similar outlook as when it comes to food, healthcare, education, these sorts of things.
But this, I think, is a different issue. I think the different issue is, and I think if the government is able to provide sufficient resources, that is sufficient housing elsewhere, in lieu of the park. Now, I understand in this case,
They did
probably
not,
isn't, right?
yeah.
They did not, right? But if the government is able, then I think all the potential arguments go away. But again, yeah, no, I don't think that there's an affirmative constitutional right to education. I don't think there's an affirmative constitutional right to food. I don't think there's an affirmative constitutional right to housing. And that's just how I read the Constitution.
Do we have a right to an abortion? Do we have a right to a reproductive freedom?
No, but hang on. That's a negative right. That's a negative right that says that there are certain things that the government
you say
can't do
you have
at you.
bring forth or beget a child. That's how you understand it, right?
To bear or beget a child.
Bear or
right.
beget a child. So, like, this is like, and somebody pointed out in my chat as well with this. So it's like, oh, well, you can still have your abortion, but we're going to put all of these restrictions in place so you don't act on that right, to decrease the likelihood that you are going to procure an abortion. So they do these heartbeat laws. They do these. Why?
Stop. It's not at all the same. So there's a fundamental right at issue there that they're trying to get at without doing an actual ban. Here, where's the fundamental right at issue? I'm telling you that there's not one at the bottom.
Okay. Disagree.
Okay. No, I think that there should be a policy, right, that the state should implement as a matter of state constitutional law, or maybe we should even make a federal we should make a federal constitutional amendment that says everyone shall have the right to housing. I would probably make it legislation, and I would probably start at a state level, but that I think is fine. I just don't think that right now such a right exists.
But you think it ought to?
I think it ought to. Right.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm going to go this way, I promise.
Yeah. So a few interesting things. This difference between being nice and kind.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot this
what
guy.
is actual humane treatment? Is it
Pause.
actually?
What is nice versus kind? I don't know. Do you think there's a difference there?
Somebody's asking you. I'm not following what you have the right to have children, but not the right to housing. You want to give a quick answer to that?
it's the right to have the government. So one is a negative right that the government can't stop you from doing X.
Yeah, freedom from
versus the government must provide you housing, must provide you food. Now you could construe that in saying, well, the government can't prevent you from sleeping wherever you want to sleep, but I just don't think there's a right there that exists.
Pisco is going off the Constitution, and you're going off human rights, which aren't in the Constitution, probably.
Right. Yeah. But I want to be clear. I think that there ought to be a right. To access those things and affirmative obligation for the government to provide those things. I just don't think that they currently exist. That's all I'm saying.
Being nice to a homeless person to say, yeah, you can just sleep anywhere. You can sleep in the park. Yeah, you can do drugs in public. Mm-hmm. Is it actually being supportive of them, making the corrective changes that they need so that they can be empowered and get their life intact?
The government doesn't have a right to interrupt my sleep. If that's the case, then damn, some of these construction noises in New York.
Well, they have those ordinances. They just don't enforce them.
Yeah.
But if you call and say that there's a non-emergency number and say that there's a city code violation, there's a chance that they might either find these people and get them to stop or whatever. But usually these construction companies are so wealthy that they will eat any fine that they need to be able to get the project underway because it's more profitable.
Is it a SpongeBob movie? It's like, I don't really feel like it. Is that SpongeBob?
Yeah. It's when Mr. Krabs is asking him to make a Krabby Patty, he won't do it for some reason.
Well,
remember last Thanksgiving, I went to a friend's house.
And thank you, Paul,
I met this guy.
Also, the way that they're talking about this, is it really kind to allow these people to do drugs out in public or have it? And it's like, one, what's your alternative? Because you're just talking about punitive measures and you're assuming and presupposing that that's actually effective at combating this issue. But two, it's not. This is really not an intuitive issue as far as what can, in the short term, alleviate suffering for both the homeless and, I guess, to these people, though this is not really my primary concern, to the people who have to bear witness to the homelessness on their streets, right? But to them, of course, the real victims are the people who have to look at the homeless people, not the actual homeless people themselves. But it's
that is an issue. There is an issue, and I can say it for someone living in New York, that is both the individuals who are suffering on our streets and also the people who you have to use a lot of these systems. And yeah, it's not just this issue of discrimination and hate. I think that there is a genuine issue that homelessness contributes to the general public as well as, in themselves. I think that one of the best answers is to build a shit ton of homes, to provide services to these individuals for sure. But I don't think that there's a self-standing right for homeless people to make encampments in public spaces. I don't think that that's a right.
So the state has the right to disrupt them, break them up, find them, even though they have nowhere else to go.
Depends on what the context is.
That they've set up an encampment along the highway. The city says you cannot have this encampment set up along the highway. You'll be subject to a fine or arrest if you don't dismantle it and leave.
Along the highway?
And they don't have a residence to go to. They also don't have a homeless shelter that the city is providing. So they just move and they just keep doing this over and over and over. So all you're doing is you're just asking them to move.
If you were on the highway, you would be like, of course they can get rid of it. Right?
No, under an underpass or something. That's what I mean.
But let's just apply the logic, right? The government is allowed to have clear streets for streets to be used.
Yes, the government can regulate traffic. I agree.
Right. So the question just becomes where does the government interest exist for them to ban these kinds of encampments? And I think it's pretty broad. Now, as a policy matter, I'm going to fight for people's rights to exist. And I'm going to fight for them to have access to housing and food and all that stuff. I just don't think that the way to regulate this is through pretending the Constitution provides for this kind of restriction.
So we should amend it, right? So it does.
That's subject to me reading the case law here, and
Pisco has made a cogent argument that the U.S. Constitution is wholly inadequate in ensuring human rights to food, housing, education, jobs, and healthcare. I don't disagree with this chatter.
Okay, yeah. The Constitution is not perfect. We know that, and
far from it.
As it's
I'm not some strict constitutionalist like you are.
Yeah. But I'm not saying that the Constitution should never be amended. I want to get rid of the Electoral College. I want to make the Senate proportional. I want to
support the Equal Rights Amendment.
The Equal Rights Amendment. Yeah, I think in general, yeah.
Biden supported it. He kept mentioning it, and then he would never push for it. He mentioned it twice. I'm why are you mentioning this right before you leave office?
I support changes to the Constitution. I do. But that doesn't mean that like we should. I want to use an amendment to get rid of the criminal immunity if that's the only way we can do it. So there are a lot of things that I would change about the Constitution. But I suppose support the Constitution because of its structure and because of the framework. That's what I support.
From talking to him, but he was a former heroin addict. And he told me about he reached rock bottom where he was a heroin addict, and I guess at some point he like acted out. The police threw him in prison. And when he was in prison, he had actual boundaries. Like he couldn't just do whatever he wanted anymore. And he actually had to make a choice. He had to make a choice. Am I going to continue on this path of degeneracy and hurting myself and hurting my future? Or am I going to respond to these hard constraints by getting my act together? And he chose to do that. Now he has a beautiful family, wife, kid.
That's great.
And if we allowed him to just continue on his path,
he would have been dead.
He would have been dead.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's like, nice is often when people are trying to be compassionate or empathetic, it's actually this fake nice.
Yes.
Where it's actually about.
So it is a major red flag that this guy keeps talking about degeneracy and he is not using it in any sort of tongue-in-cheek way.
Yeah, it's a virtue signal that's more about making you feel good than creating a good outcome for the other person.
Yes. That is a absolute bar.
Yeah.
It's a song. You got to be cruel to be kind in the right measure, and in the right measure is the key there. At least Trump is doing something. I mean, it's ridiculous.
But he's not doing anything for these homeless people. He's doing something to these homeless people, and I mean, you see this across, like, you know, it's the same thing that they always do, which is we're going to break up their encampments, but don't worry, we're going to institutionalize them. Gee, thanks.
Put them
in when you take into account
state-of-the-art facility.
When Gavin Newsom said he wanted to do something, clean up the city, I don't remember the exact figure, but wasn't it hundreds of millions of dollars that ended up being unaccounted for?
Well, $24 billion. $24 billion.
Oh, wait, it was billions. Okay, sorry, I misspoke.
Get it right.
Billion with a B. Okay, that makes it so much worse.
No, it's infuriating. It's infuriating because it ended up being a racket to funnel taxpayer money from Californians
to NGOs,
nonprofits,
why
ties to local politicians.
She always makes this argument. This is a symptom. It is not the cause of homelessness. It's not the fucking root cause of any of this shit, and it's a very, very minor symptom at that.
In California, and there was no accountability. Audit finds California spent $24 billion on homelessness in 5 years, didn't consistently track outcomes. And that wasn't the bug, that was the feature.
Right.
Okay, it was the theft of Californian tax dollars, and it did nothing to improve homelessness. During those 5 years, homelessness skyrocketed 30%.
Okay, and like I haven't looked into the specific story closely enough, but I would bet my life on the fact that if you get into it, one, audits don't like grow on trees. Sure, they should they have allocated money to be able to have audits or to keep track of the progress, obviously, right? Because you want to be able to, you know, test and verify that things are working or not working to see if they need to be improved. But the other thing that drives me crazy is that a lot of times when there are changes or legislation introduced to try to address homelessness, it is not usually done alongside the existing. It's like, well, here's the budget for this. We're going to try this other thing, but we're also going to scale back other programs that we know are providing at least adequate short-term solutions to help alleviate the effects of homelessness or, you know, people that don't have a house, like all of these things. And so it's also just not like when they're not going to give them the money to just provide housing for these people, it's like just this menu of what in the short term helps get people on track. And we're talking about like the start of a funnel to usually like we're trying to get them to like the end of the funnel. And what's the best way to get them to the end of the funnel? Because all of these different people have different backgrounds. Like there's some people that are homeless that have pets and they don't want to give up the pets. There's some people that are homeless that have kids. They have to deal with having the kids that are also homeless or whatever. There are some people that are like technically homeless, but it's more like they're couch surfing because they have a place to stay, but they don't have a residence in their name. There's some people that are addicted to drugs. There's some people that aren't addicted to drugs. And all of these people, you know, it's not like a one size fits all solution, but a lot of the proposals that get through are kind of like one size fits all for the most part. So you would expect to see a lot of money being put into this and a lot of it being trial and error because America is not willing to do the things that will reliably decrease homelessness. So in the meantime, you're going to have to have outcomes like this and just be comfortable with it if you don't want to do that.
Also, it's not as what they present is that $24 billion either wasn't spent or stolen by NGOs, and that is not a claim that I think is supported. That they haven't been tracking progress, or they haven't.
That's not theft. It's like congressionally allocated funds that they were legally entitled to. They just didn't manage it as well as they could have.
And that's, by the way, also true of the U.S. military, whatever the audit thing.
The Pentagon, the Pentagon fails every audit.
But
to be fair to Anna, she would be critical of that as well.
She would be critical of that, but it just means like whenever you hear these claims that this money is like gone, the money was never there or something, that it was stolen money, I think you should like think twice before you say that. Sometimes it's accounting stuff, sometimes it's sometimes it is genuine like graft or theft or something, but yeah, just
like I really, I mean, maybe she thinks that there should be an investigation, that somebody's criminally liable or whatever, but we're just talking about like, again, how it was managed, and it's just going to come down to like that.
Because they focused on this, easy fix in their minds, right? Oh, it's just housing first. But no, it's not just housing first. These are people who need mental health care. Some of these people, are addicted to drugs and they need detox and rehabilitation. Instead of detox and rehabilitation, the focus, at least in Los Angeles, was, oh, let's do harm reduction, which is helping them maintain their addiction through, safe needles, pipes, and all sorts of things. But after that policy was implemented, drug overdoses skyrocketed. During the
Oh my God, she drives me crazy. Those needle exchange programs or whatever, those are helpful. There is data like showing not only from Denmark or whatever that these supervised injection sites do help, like reliably help people get into rehab and deal with their drug addiction. Like that's why I say like it's not going to be intuitive at all when it comes to stuff like this, because it seems like, oh, aren't you enabling it, right? But I mean, they're recognizing people are going to do it. Wouldn't you rather have a way to supervise them and help funnel them into a rehab program as opposed to what they are doing currently, which is attempting to hide it and leaving the needles everywhere?
I think part of the problem is that this notion of just desserts gets conflated with like, well, how do we actually solve the problem? Where similar things with Medicaid and some of these programs that are supposed to target the poor, when they're not sufficiently in the eyes of like Republicans means tested, there's this notion like, why should these people get this thing when they don't deserve it? Because you can find 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 cases of people who are like cheating the system, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I just find that sometimes that's the cost of doing business if you want an effective program.
It's such a disingenuous argument. Again, we could not get like fire departments off the ground now using this logic. Oh, so you mean that even millionaires should get access to a free firefighter? They can pay to like extinguish their own fires. It's like, well, one, they do that when there are fires in LA. The wealthy fucking do that. But two, like, obviously, of course, because you should not
be attitude. And China does this thing, which I think we should do more. Is and I think this is one thing that we can agree on without buying all of the abundance framework or all the notion of it, is we spend a lot of money on like internal compliance, internal checks, and basically waste just to fulfill the urge of, well, is all the money accounted for? Like when I think sometimes it makes more sense to do a not means tested program if the cost of means testing itself is an inefficiency and in some cases even eclipses the cost of the actual waste, fraud, abuse, or what have you. So just be careful sometimes. I think that this notion of what people deserve and fundamental, like, is it fair? This fundamental fairness notion.
I fucking hate most means testing. I gotta be real.
I know.
The liberals and their urge to apply a goddamn T-square to every fucking program. It's like, come on, just fucking make it universal. It's probably gonna be cheaper. Not all instances, but in many, many instances when it comes to these programs, the bureaucracy surrounding it will always be more effective or more costly than any fraud that fucking bureaucracy might detect.
I just mean, all I'm trying to observe is that people will get hung up on this fundamental fairness issue, and it'll make I think someone said in the chat, the perfect the enemy of the good.
Yes.
Just because you can't have a system that totally eliminates, by trying to fully eliminate abuse, you're imposing inefficiencies that might collapse the.
I mean, you see this with all sorts of issues. Why do you think that there was a backlash to the sexual revolution? Right. I feel like, especially with men, like, seeing this generation of women that were, listening to feminist literature, being more comfortable with their sexuality, it's like, well, women of my generation weren't like this, so oh no, you don't. Like,
I think this is also a problem with the illegal immigration discussion, because people think it's so unfair that these people cross the border and that they're here without status and they cut the line and all that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot and spend $1 trillion over the course of 10 years to do this kind of very expensive, very thing that doesn't help us in any way, doesn't make our jobs more secure, doesn't do anything for the country, doesn't. So that notion of fundamental fairness, of just desserts, that is a very, very powerful notion, and it will cause people to shoot themselves in the foot oftentimes.
No, of course. I mean, how do you think like mass institutionalization of homeless people is any cheaper than just fucking building housing for them, providing them with free resources from the government to get their life back in order? It's probably not cheaper. In the same way, it's very, very expensive to put somebody through prison. It's very like, or people are opposed to these plans to temporarily house undocumented people in hotels for very, very cheap. They want them in these facilities like Alligator Alcatraz, which are way more fucking expensive than just putting them up in a goddamn hotel for 2 seconds, but while they wait for their date in immigration court. But no, because then you'd be putting an immigrant in a fucking hotel, and that doesn't look good.
And there's often externalities people don't consider. People will criticize, I think, the single parent raising of children in like the Black community as something that's really horrible. I mean, one of the
it's like, where are all their dads? They're in fucking prison.
You've overcriminalized. Certainly, the drug war, I think, has been a complete failure in many respects. And so oftentimes this kind of just desserts notion, or this notion about what's fair, will cause the government to engage in conduct which has like horrible externalities that will cause new issues, and then there'll be a backlash, and then a backlash to the backlash, and then you get rid of like paid bail, and people will be like, well, why are you doing that? Like why shouldn't we be more tougher on crime? Because when one person gets fucking killed in the subway, now it's not just one person, I'm just saying all it would take would be one very prominent person to get burned alive in the subway, and all of a sudden we're willing to shift policy on the basis of that anecdote.
Did you hear that? So there was a leaked audio of Cuomo telling donors in Manhattan that don't worry, Trump's going to give me a big old boost because, he sees that he can work with me or some shit. So he's literally saying that, like, yeah, I'm going to collab with Trump behind closed doors, even though he's getting up on that fucking debate stage saying that he's going to oppose Donald Trump, which we know is a fucking lie. But the GOP, Curtis Sliwa, the Republican who is running, is like, no, Trump's not going to cozy up to you because of the bail reform that Cuomo did, or whatever. So he thinks that what you're talking about is so powerful that it's going to prevent Donald Trump from in any way, shape, or form. There's would not be like an explicit endorsement. Even if there was, I think Cuomo would actually reject it. I think he's smart enough to know that that's what he would have to do. But even though that would already look bad enough that Trump is endorsing him. But I do think that he might send a wink and a nod here or there that he prefers Cuomo to Mamdani and to Eric Adams.
He just seems super incompetent, Cuomo, that is. Like,
well, he doesn't just seem, he has a record demonstrating that he is, and he is fucking evil, and should be nowhere near public office whatsoever. He should be closer to a jail cell, probably.
The way he's running this campaign is just, it's so bizarre. And, hiring MAGA people to be the PR individual, like, he's read the party completely wrong. And I think that this is just totally reading the room in a bad way. He should have just, But he just has the ego of these guys, of Adams and of Cuomo.
If you had to have one or the other, who would you want? No Mamdani, no option. And no Curtis. You can't vote for Curtis either. You had to pick between Cuomo.
Yep.
It's not pretty, but real quick, 2 seconds. Supervised injection facilities is harm reduction. This is a systematic review. This was published in November 2021. This is a .gov website. This is not something weird. The context: supervised injection facilities are harm reduction interventions that allow people who inject drugs to use previously obtained substances under the supervision of health professionals. Although currently considered illegal under U.S. federal law, several U.S. cities are considering implementing supervised injection facilities anyway as a response to the escalating overdose crisis. The objective of this review is to determine the effectiveness of supervised injection facilities compared with that of control conditions for harm reduction and community outcomes. The conclusions: for people who inject drugs, supervised injection facilities may reduce the risk of overdose morbidity and mortality and improve access to care while not increasing crime or public nuisance to the surrounding community. That's the most important point. To Anna, that's the only point that she cares about, I realize. Then there was also a study out of Denmark, a qualitative study of how Danish drug consumption rooms influence health and well-being among people who use drugs. And hold on, let me actually find where the conclusion is. The study reveals a consistency between DCR clients and staff members with respect to appraisal of the importance of DCR. Both staff and clients agreed that they provide a safe haven in the environment in which clients often live, and that staff members' approach to clients with the intention of promoting acceptance clears the path for the prevention and treatment of overdoses and providing referrals to healthcare facilities, to drug treatment centers, and to social services. So all of this heat that they have for these types of programs where you're just encouraging it's actually contributing to crime. It is nonsense.
I think that, first of all, thank you for bringing that up. I think that's great research. I almost don't think it's related to outcomes because here are a couple examples that I want to use. And you just give me rapid fire answers.
Okay.
If you ask a conservative, would you rather abortion be legal and have less abortions, or abortion be illegal and have more abortions? Which you think they'll answer?
You know what they're picking. Illegal abortions, exactly. Even if it leads to
more abortions. Same thing with like, okay, would you rather have LGBTQ talks in elementary school if it led to less
teen pregnancy or something?
Whatever. So it's not really about outcomes. It's about what the state is signaling and whether that aligns with some intuitive notion or some kind of disgust factor. And I think the same like for Ana, like the notion that the government could be helping people, quote, in her mind, helping people get high, giving them needles for them to get high. And that notion is such a disgust for her that I'm not so sure that any outcome, right, will alleviate that intuitive feeling that it's wrong. The state should not sanction this. There's a kind of an internal feeling that the state should be signaling our overall ideal values. And
it's a post hoc rationalization for sure.
Yeah.
Like you're saying. And there is an excellent video by Innuendo Studios, who, yes, I know he is a grifter. I disavow all of his current actions or whatever. But the video entitled "I Hate Mondays" in the alt-right playbook explains this phenomenon fucking perfectly.
Pandemic, there was a man who died, okay, of an overdose at the entrance of our building, okay, and it was the most horrific thing I'd ever seen. That's cruel.
Anecdote. Yeah. Anecdote Andrea over here. No shit, lady. We know that you're forming your opinions on this based on these horrible stories. I'm not denying that this is a traumatic thing to witness. I know all of that. But could you imagine crafting your worldview? You're just at the whims of whatever life is put in front of you. This is not any way to construct policy. Certainly not anything that you should, like, you have to contextualize all of these things.
And that's true of like any situation is going to have these stories. Even the issues that Ana cares about the most, like Israel Palestine. Of course, you can find horrible stories. I mean, look no further than October 7th, but even before that, other stories where like you want to know what these Palestinians did to me and my family. Like you can always make these stories, and they're true, and many of them are true, and many of them are horrifying. And
if Ana was raised in Israel, she probably would be in support of this genocide, like any other Israeli would be. She's not special. If you were raised in Nazi Germany, you'd probably be a fucking Nazi.
Wouldn't you be?
Yes, probably. Yes.
So you're a Nazi?
Did I say that?
If in any reality you're a Nazi, you are a Nazi. That's true.
No, if I'm put into those sorts of circumstances, the likelihood that I would have been, just like everybody else, because I'm not exceptional in that respect, I am subject to the same sorts of cognitive pitfalls that every other human being on this planet is. I probably would have been raised being far more sympathetic to that. I mean, I'm a special snowflake. I'm a communist in America. I like to think that if I had the same sort of disposition in these countries, I would not be just kind of going along with everything, but you never fucking know, okay? I'm not exceptional in that respect.
Chicken Marsala, very, very important regular of my stream, says, bro, everyone's seen an overdose in a Subway restaurant, like, chill. I will say, Chicken Marsala, is that a picture of Yaya Toure as your avatar? If
the
so,
important questions.
I love that.
Sorry, Matt led to my chat saying, nah, Aaron would have been put in a camp. Okay, probably. That's what they're trying to do to me now in this country.
You would be part of the KPD. You would be a communist who would work with the Nazis, wouldn't you? Mario Balotelli. Oh, it's Mario Balotelli. Oh, wow. Am I racist?
Absolutely. I knew that before that. You answered that question, though.
Oh.
Yes, absolutely. And one thing I want to make clear is when we basically shut down mental asylums, mentally ill people didn't just vanish into thin air.
100%. Right.
They were either imprisoned or they're on the streets. Okay, we still need to do we still need to do what we can to provide the facilities, to provide the opportunities for treatment and rehabilitation.
Yes.
But right now, we're just letting them, lay out there.
So again, devil's advocate, what is the issue that
How dare these homeless people just live it up on the fucking streets?
Living it up on top.
Just laying out there sunbathing all day while the rest of us have to go to work. Poor Lindy has to fucking go to the Valuetainment studio in Fort Lauderdale and lie for a check.
You just doxed them? I didn't know they're in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, it's a public business. Of course, you could look it up where the fucking Valuetainment headquarters are. They've talked about it.
people are taking with this. When the mental institutions were initially shut down, and I'm not privy to this info, was it like due to mistreatment?
Yes,
misdiagnosis?
it was. They were abusive.
Is the concern that people have now that these people are just going to be
take away their autonomy,
exactly, and then put into a situation where possibly the same thing would play out? Is that the position of people who are
right now? They're in such dire need of help that their autonomy leads to drug use.
I mean, either way. I mean,
I'm just saying.
If Ana Kasparian ever had a side effect from a vaccine, she would 100% be an anti-vaxxer. Unfortunately, given that I think that this is the way that she arrives at conclusions. And it is frightening to me that I ever listened to her at any point, given that that's the way. I told you I was. I fucking told you that the way I learned that the fucking Civil War was actually fought over fucking slavery is because of Cenk and Ana.
Yeah.
That goes back to your amazing, really compelling argument. There's a strong distinction.
And to anybody who's not watched me before, Texas, it was in Texas, I was taught that it was about states' rights, sectionalism, and that slavery played a very, very small role. I didn't learn that until high school for that reason. Okay, it's not my fault. Blame the Texas curriculum standards. They didn't change until after I left high school.
Between being nice and kind. Yeah. You're what is it? You're enabling very destructive behavior when you don't provide those programs for them to rebuild their lives.
Yes.
They need help.
And rather than say Trump is going too far, I actually think he's not going far enough. And here's why. People are saying, oh, well, you shouldn't be taking homeless people off the street because they're not going to have somewhere else to go. Then the demand should be Trump go further and take care of those people now that they have nowhere to go.
100%, yes.
Don't say don't do anything. It's like if you're going to come.
Trump's going to take care of these people. That's what he's doing. I hate this framing that it's like a humanitarian thing. Fuck off. It's so disgusting to actually launder that into this. Just say you don't care about the cruelty. Just own it. You know, trying to pretend like I'm doing the humane thing for these people, these undesirables. Yeah, fuck right off, okay?
I have the Jew says these people are so grossly misinformed, it's gross. Thank you for that super chat.
That was a great super chat. These people are gross. It's very true.
Go all the way and actually take care of these people, but the solution is not to just allow the current situation to persist because
honestly,
that's not fixing itself.
Yes, amen, and it ties back to something we've been talking about for months. I'm sorry to mention this, but instead of taking instead of spending $116 billion a year and more, and that's a conservative estimate, some estimates put this figure at $500 billion. Instead of using billions of dollars on illegal aliens, we should be taking care of our fellow Americans who are living on the streets.
And to your point, Lindy, about the asylums that were absolutely abusive.
Lindy, who loved. No pushback on that, of course, naturally. Thank you, Ana, doing your job. But of course, this is somebody who championed the big, beautiful bill, which absolutely gutted Medicaid. So you don't even give a fuck for people in houses, Lindy. Can you please drop the act that you give a fuck for some of the most vulnerable people in this society?
Yeah. So just to get what Aaron's point is, the big, beautiful bill transferred money from Medicaid for Americans, from food stamps and other services for Americans, to money to deal with illegal immigration. What do you think that they're spending billions of dollars on? Either payroll on people who deal with illegal immigrants, or literally housing. They're building additional housing for illegal immigrants. So in what sense can you say, oh, why are we spending these billions of dollars on illegal? You're the one who transferred the money from Americans to illegal immigrants.
Plus, I'm sure, I don't even know. I already know that she's probably in favor of the Doge cuts, and whether they be cut, like, and if you were in favor of those USAID cuts, and as somebody who was critical of USAID, no, I was not in favor of those cuts in that particular way, and that's going to objectively lead to a bunch of people in impoverished developing countries that we've contributed to the destabilization of dying needlessly, and it was like less than one. It was like literally nothing as far as the budget is concerned. So if you support shit like that and you're trying to act like we need to take care of, our own or whatever, or we need to there's better causes for us to support, because they'll say our own, but also support Israel and all these other certain allies abroad. They make exceptions for, but you don't make exceptions for starving kids in Africa. Yeah, fuck off.
Anna looks great this episode. What do you think?
She does, but the saturation she looks very, very washed out, but I don't think it's her fault.
A little washed out,
I think it's the way that the studio lighting is.
I don't know why the idea of having new mental health facilities, modern mental health facilities, are automatically thought of as the asylums of the 1950s.
Great point.
We are smarter, we can be better.
By the way, I do agree
with
there needs to be, I think, more money put into some kind of mental treatment services. I don't think that that's incompatible with the vision, certainly, that I have. I think that there are individuals, I don't have this position that people, regardless of their mental health, can't be involuntarily detained and put into mandatory mental whatever.
Well,
services.
no, if they're
It's
like a
just high
danger to
threshold for me.
themselves or
Right.
others. Exactly.
Right.
It's like
it's a high threshold.
to these people, it's just like, oh, you've been on the street for too long. That means you must be like mentally ill or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I hate to break it to you, but even psychotic Americans have constitutional rights and liberties that deserve to be protected.
People in jail. Again, if you can have the threshold that they are a danger to themselves or others. And again, I think that you need some evidence for that. And I think there's constitutional rights and due process stuff related to that, all that. I think that you have the right to put people in, mandatory, call it detention, mandatory health services. But it's a high threshold. That's all I'm saying.
And it should basically be the same threshold that exists for somebody who's in a house, in my opinion. If you think it's legal for somebody to be, or it should not be illegal for someone to be psychotic within their own home, so long as they are not disruptive to other people, then that should be the same standard that you apply to somebody who is outside.
Need mental health care.
Yes.
And we need Congress, by the way, to allocate funding for it, because there's a lot of tough talk, especially after mass shootings, about how, we need mental health care. But members of Congress, especially in the Republican Party, I'm keeping it real, always vote against allocating the necessary resources. We need to shift those resources to mental health care, and we need to help people detox and get rehabilitated so they can live good lives. I'm sick of seeing people down the street.
But not through needle exchange programs or supervision. Sorry, Anna said no.
Detox is just it's a meme, right? Isn't detox like, or is she talking about like going cold turkey off drugs?
I think she's just using the term very, very broadly, but I think generally it's referring to trying to get somebody to decrease their dependency on substances.
Because what I know about detox is like when people are going, I'm going all natural, I'm not having any chemicals in my foods for a week to detox and get all the
that kind of, the Jillian Michaels type detox.
Just to get a bunch of laxatives to detox.
Yeah, no GMOs, right?
Yeah.
And if you think that it is the good thing to do, the kind thing to do, to see people suffer on the streets like that because you're like on the left, but somehow you've bought into like this unhinged.
Someone asked, wait, is she for defund the police? What she just said was that. No, I don't think she was specifically saying the budget needs to be reallocated away from police specifically, but principally it is sort of that same approach.
Far libertarian policy, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Your policies don't work. More people are dying as a result, and we're done with it.
Can I give you one thing on policy, real quick? So there were some pilot programs, or there are some pilot programs in California that follow this ethos of, okay, we're going to get you off the street. Now, in California, there's no criminal element, meaning you could go to jail. But we're going to get you off the street, and we're going to force you into treatment, or we're going to get you mental health care. So one of which is called the CARE Plan, and there's something very similar called Laura's Law. So essentially, you would have the ability to say, all right, we're going to have a conservatorship and we're going to force you into, this is just mental health, right? There's another one that extends to that, which is called Senate Bill 43, which allows you to 5150 addicts and force them into treatment. Now, the problem is that they're not forcing people into treatment and there's no penalty.
Oh my God, this Laura's Law is literally one of the type of legislation that I fucking hate usually. It was based on a single incident. Yes, correct. Laura's Law, I hate to use AI summary, but just to be quick, Laura's Law refers to two distinct pieces of legislation. In California, it is a statute that enables court-ordered assistance outpatient treatment, AOT, for people with severe mental illness, named after Laura Wilcox, a mental health clinic receptionist murdered by an untreated patient in 2001. In Arkansas, Laura's Law requires police to use a specific questionnaire for domestic violence victims to assess their risk of being killed.
Thank you for the membership, Caramel Cold Brew.
So the sign-ups are only 18% of the people that get proposed, however, and 35% in San Diego. But listen to this. So despite the fact that they weren't forced to be enrolled, the success rate was actually pretty significant. So it says that 81% of the people improved their well-being, 75% were forced into it, regained control of their life, 90% stayed with the medical adherence with regard to getting off of drugs.
Which is more than we could say about fucking your show. Oh,
better than nothing.
California used to have a really good program that's kind of been upended as a result of these newer policies. Right. And it was the drug courts. Basically, if you have committed a crime as a result of your addiction, the courts would give you the option of, okay, you could either go to jail or you can go through an inpatient rehabilitation program. And that program was actually very successful in helping people get clean and avoid having like a criminal record because of their drug addiction.
Is it still offered?
No, because we shifted to a harm reduction policy of helping them maintain their drug addiction.
This is a woke approach.
It's actually the left that led to this. Thanks, Anna. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
This isn't because I've known addicts throughout my life. And here's the thing, even addicts who want to change struggle to change unless they're nearly forced via an intervention.
I've known addicts. What do you want to bet that she has friends that actually know addicts or were in relationships with addicts and they told her about it? That's her knowing an addict. Okay.
Lindy's checking her phone. What do you think of that?
Love it. Girl bossed it up. Slouching, checking her phone, 10 of 10.
Jacket on her chair? Is that a jacket? What is that?
I think it's a replica of the outfit that Bjork wore to the Grammys one time, where it was like a swan.
What is that?
I don't know, genuinely.
Wait, I don't know what that white thing is. You need to tell me what that is.
Oh, it looks like I honestly have no clue. It looks like she had like a jacket on, and then she just kind of like took it off, and it's like around her waist still while she's sitting, and she didn't realize that the camera, when it's on this angle, is going to pick it up.
I don't even know what that is. It looks like a jacket.
Anna is positioning as pro Zoran for who's doing a pro smart policing, aka less policing evolution on defund. Oh wait, so she's pro Zoran or she's anti Zoran?
I think she's pro Zoran.
But that makes no sense if she is.
No sense. Yeah.
People coming in.
So, like Gavin Newsom, unironically, should be like her number one candidate as like I mean both like ideologically and otherwise.
She just hates the man.
She hates him.
Them remove the.
Somebody put Lindy is about to lay an egg.
Why is Amy so aggressive? Look at, she's like invading Jillian's space.
The histrionic woman, am I right? Does she need to? You want her to calm down or what? She's just being too loud.
Shit. You said this shit.
Too uppity.
Triggers and the things that would entice them, right? The homeless people on the street, or these people who have, maybe antisocial behavior growing up, they didn't have the best influence. They're not going to have that. Right. Even the people who have that struggle to curb addiction.
Yes.
So how are we expecting these people to want to go in and say, okay, I will voluntarily.
God, I'm really depressed if Anna is like pro Zoran, despite how, again, that is a massive contradiction to her stated purported values, because she really is that person that if he just doesn't say the words defund the police, but describes the policy, she's fine with it. She just doesn't like the words defund the police.
She hates it. She hates the word.
Sign myself up for this.
100%. And guess what, guys? It actually gets worse. Because in these progressive cities, there's something called supervised injection sites.
Oh, my God.
I kid you not. I kid you not.
Oh, God.
In Philadelphia, again, where I'm from, Governor Ed Rendell launched this program. This is a former governor of the Commonwealth doing this. They would have professionals watch as people partake in drugs.
Yep.
And if
so you don't overdose?
So they don't overdose. Yes, their argument.
Yes, and it works, and it is backed up by science, and that is why it is a practice that you can find across different, like developed countries like Denmark and Norway to great success. Unlike in America, where we can't seem to solve this issue.
At least someone's there, so if they overdose, we can save.
Yeah, and look, I get the thinking behind the clean needles, right? Because you don't want people spreading.
Help them get off drugs.
Let her finish, Lindy.
We've tried it. It's not working.
I almost said it.
What? Deportation? Are we going there?
No, we're not.
Like the dimension is all of the disease that's rampant in there, and there are like flea-driven from rats and
the stuff that I've seen on the streets is
flea-driven from rats. Yeah, did you know homeless people are actually spreading the plague right now as we speak in California? This is a real thing that's happening. Jillian Michaels saw it. She's reporting it now. This is a Her Take exclusive, you guys. The bubonic plague is back.
It's amazing that we're like there's a huge portion of this country that's okay with it. It's the
Have
most
you seen the
inhumane,
Florida judge ordering alligator Alcatraz to shut down? I haven't seen that. Wait, do you have a link? Let me see. I would love to. That's breaking news, isn't it?
There was no breaking news at 12:56 a.m. There's only news that you hadn't looked at yet.
But that must have come out today if I haven't heard of it. Wait, let me see. Is there an opinion that we can look at? Environmental concerns? Alcatraz.
Distracting from Her Take.
Wait, no, I just want to see if this is crazy.
It will be promptly ignored by Rhonda, so.
Justin, a federal judge has barred the Trump administration from bringing new detainees into Alligator Alcatraz and to dismantle some aspects of the facility as current detainees are moved out. It's an 82-page opinion. All right. I can take a look at this tomorrow, but I assume it's a good thing.
Is this your morning stream tomorrow, reading this 83-page thing?
I'll probably read it before the stream so that we don't bore everyone.
Okay.
treatment of human beings I've ever seen in my life.
They're not okay with it, Anna. They're just pretending to be okay with it.
But
They look empathetic.
They fight viciously. Okay, Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, she just cleared an encampment in Van Nuys, California. This encampment was one of the...
Wait until I tell you what Donald Trump did in D.C., you fucking bitch. What? I don't get this. At every moment, it said... D::. Wait, what?
You just called Anna a bitch.
Yeah, and I say it again because why are we pivoting when the subject is about what Donald Trump is doing in D.C.? Why are we pivoting to Mayor Bass in L.A. for the millionth time? Why are we talking about gruesome Newsom? What the fuck? I have heat for these people. I just don't understand how she cannot go 30 seconds criticizing Donald Trump without bringing up Mayor Bass or somebody from fucking LA that she has a bone to pick, like an axe to grind with. Like, she can't fucking help herself.
Biggest, and it was bad. Like, there was just a lot of suffering, right? So Karen Bass is very far left. So she's not going to criminalize these people. She offered them housing. And she says, she's on the record saying this. She was, of course, met with the activists. The activists were protesting her. And they were talking to the people in the encampments and telling them, reject the housing that's being offered to you. Karen Bass said that. She said that that's what the activists were telling the people in the encampments. How the hell is it good to keep people on the streets when there's housing literally being offered?
There's video.
Okay, I'd already seen this clip on Twitter, so I got the clip that she's referring to, and this is what
types of encampments clear from returning.
Well, we have, most of our encampments, not 100%, have been cleared. We maintain them because the Inside Safe team constantly, along with the council offices, constantly does surveillance in the area. And what I would say to Angelenos is if an encampment has been cleared in your neighborhood, the minute you see one tent, let us know. Because what happens is you see one tent and a community begins to form. We want to stop the communities and get them housed before they actually form. So this area, I'm sure, will be gated off and it will be constantly surveilled to make sure that people do not return.
Last question to Omar. Since moments unfolded out, we saw a confrontation between some of the residents here as well. How many people were detained here today?
Oh, I don't know.
So I'll take
the question was how many people were detained?
Question. It wasn't with the residents. They were activists that were agitating the help that we were bringing today. There were 3 people who were detained, not arrested. I believe they were released. But the issue was they were impeding the work that we came here to do. And the people inside wanted to come out and they wanted to get on the bus and they wanted to get housed. And if they didn't, then all those buses that we sent today would be empty or those people would still remain here. So they got in the way of progress and we had to get them out of the way.
What happens sometimes is that if people come along and try to convince people not to get on the bus, not to accept housing, to stay here living in squalor until we can provide a permanent place for them to live. And my belief is that nobody that does that lives alongside them.
Mayor, what's the message to the...
Okay, so 3 people were trying to convince some of these people to not accept the help in the short term because they believe that maybe they have collective bargaining rights to try to say, no, you should not accept it and you should try to see if you can extract something else is what seems to be the strategy.
Anna's suggesting that this is Karen Bass's fault?
Or that this is widespread activist position when they literally said it was like 3 people.
Yeah. God.
Hold on. Here.
She offered them housing. And she says, she's on the record saying this. She was, of course, met with the activists. The activists were protesting her. And they were talking to the people in the encampments and telling them...
Yeah, all 3 activists. All 3 activists were protesting her.
Reject the housing that's being offered to you. Karen Bass said that. She said that that's what the activists were telling the people in the encampment.
She's leaving out that they said until you can get ask for permanent housing instead, because it's going to be temporary. So they're trying to get them to do it. You can have a strategic disagreement with these activists. I have no issue with that, but she's misrepresenting how many people that were. No one in those clips even referred to them as activists. They said they were outside agitators. It seems like there were activists attempting to be there and help facilitate this transition to help these people. I don't think that they did that.
But isn't this pro Karen Bass? What I don't understand. Like, she's supposed to be against Karen Bass. Isn't Karen Bass, like, by calling this out, wouldn't that be something that Anna, like, supports? You know what I'm saying?
Apparently not. I don't know. This started off, she was like pivoting to a criticism of Karen Bass, but somehow she's like, again, taking a position that she would agree with.
How the hell is it good to keep people on the streets when there's housing literally being offered?
There's video of homeless people in these encampments saying that they don't want...
Comment from Ian who says, you got to help Erin with her layout. Yours is so much better. So we're working on that. We're making some changes. But yeah, just stay tuned for that stuff. And it's both on my
I am going to adopt the layout that he has with Riverside soon. I just haven't set it up in my OBS yet, but it will be coming, you guys.
To go to the shelters, I swear to you, because they're not clean and their stuff could get stolen. I'm like, wait.
Well, I mean, the encampments aren't clean and their stuff does get stolen. And in fact, people will get into these conflicts and light each other's tents on fire.
And they get like held up for rent by the local gangs.
Yes.
I want to go to final thoughts on this.
Held up for rent by the local gangs. I love Jillian's mind, man. She'll just like throw some insane claim out there. No one will say anything. It goes unchallenged. Okay, next topic.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think one of the things that people like to dance around when it comes to homelessness is just the idea of personal responsibility more generally. And
yes, we don't ever talk about the role that personal responsibility. No one has ever told homeless people, have you considered getting a job? Why are you lazy? These are revelatory thoughts that we need to be sharing with homeless people because it's never occurred to them. It's never been said to them endlessly. They've never been ridiculed for not being personally responsible. That's so true.
It's just I think an annoying point to constantly bring up. People respond to incentives. People are gonna behave predictably in different environments, and if you want to have a good policy that targets an issue, you can't just always ground down to like these people need to pick themselves up by the bootstraps. If it just doesn't work, it's an invitation to, bring upon the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. Just keeping on repeating personal responsibility, it's not going to do anything.
As helpless, oppressed, total victims who can't do anything. And the honest truth is that if you treat someone like a victim, they will victimize themselves.
Yeah, this is called recognizing the limiting circumstances that people are in is you victimizing them.
If you treat a homeless
This is some like bigotry of low expectation shit. That you understanding that, if you don't have a house, if you don't have a job, if you don't have access to be able to meet your own basic needs, you're probably not going to be a very productive member of society. I'm just being real.
Like someone who's helpless, there's nothing they can do, they have to take drugs, so let's just make it safer for them to take drugs, then you're going to get that result. So what we need to start doing is actually treat them like a dignified human being and say, hey, look, what you're doing right now is hurting yourself, it's hurting everyone around you, and you can do better, but what you're doing right now is worse. There's a better way to live your life, and there's a worse way to live your life, and it's okay to say that. But we're so afraid of coming across as judgmental. This is where all this language comes from. Oh, no, you're racist, or you're elitist, or any of these things. Like, no, actually, the most loving and caring thing you can do to someone you care about is tell them the truth and hold them accountable.
Is tell them, have you considered not being poor? Have you considered not being homeless?
And you support them with what they need to go on the path of righteousness, not the path of degeneracy.
Okay, not the path of degeneracy. There we are. Between him always saying the path of righteousness, the path of like this type of shit. When he was saying degeneracy, I just knew that this is like a really, really like Christian dude or something. And I say that with disgust on my face. I don't mean to. It's not that there's nothing wrong with being Christian. It's like just this sort of It's so weird to be like a Christian to me, and this is your outlook on these sorts of things. Like, we're too kind to homeless people. We treat them like victims.
Is he a Harvard grad?
Yes.
Okay.
And hurting themselves. Like, who does this benefit?
Honoring his institution.
The NGOs
suffering from addiction on the streets.
Yeah, if it was your family member, you would never treat them this way.
100%. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, there are two things that I want to end with.
But they're not a family member. So people are obviously not going to be as like, if they had family or whatever that could take them, they probably wouldn't even fucking be in this situation.
Number one, a concept called suicidal empathy. When you allow an adult these behaviors, you're not only hurting the drug addict or even the homeless person, you're hurting the entire community. And let me talk about the macroeconomic repercussions, by the way. You're bringing down property values and making it unsafe for kids to go to school.
Again, the real victims in this scenario, the people that hold real estate in the fucking area, their real estate value is going down. The true victims.
The consequences are vast. And there's something else. This is really prevalent amongst progressives. There's something called oppression envy, because they themselves are they're so privileged. You see them just protesting. Like, it's like protest tourism, shifting from one, protest
I thought that was
to another.
paid, actually.
Some of that is paid as well. Well, actually, that's funny, because now DC, did you see that the ads in DC are going up for paid protesters?
Nice. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
nice.
Exactly. But when people have this oppression envy, they latch onto these causes. They don't really have a deep understanding of it. They just think it's cool. For example, Maggie Gyllenhaal's daughter was at a random protest a couple of weeks
ago. Let me put in my chat, Christians are taught bootstraps mentality from a young age. I definitely recognize that kind of. No, I do, because I was raised Catholic, but I'm saying it was usually paired, at least in, where I'm from, it was also paired with an understanding that like these are people that you should be kind towards and more understanding, not punitive towards, at least where I'm from.
This is one of the most privileged children in the world. And they have no understanding that when they're abetting this behavior, they're actually enabling the self-destruction of the very people they're trying to help.
Yeah, and I think homelessness is something that requires a multi-pronged approach. Because the fact of the matter is there are plenty of homeless people who are like couch surfing, you know, they might have had an abusive husband and they left with their children, but they're staying with friends. Like
it's so frustrating that she knows this, she understands this, but clearly the thing that's at the front of her mind when she's talking about all of this stuff is that somebody like OD'd in front of her or whatever. And I'm sorry that that happened to you, but that is not the way that you, like somebody in my chat was like, that's like going outside, seeing a parade and being like, oh my God, there's overpopulation. Like, it's just not a good way to arrive at any conclusion.
They can't afford a place to live. So you do need to increase our housing supply. There's no question about that. But when it comes to street homelessness, we have to differentiate between the two.
Good job. There is an official definition of it. It's like unsheltered, and I can't remember the exact.
There's like housing insecurity, then there's true houseless, like homelessness. Is that like they have created these distinctions? They're not, you know, independently arriving at any of these things.
Terms, Aaron. Everyone's just inventing terms. I think that we have enough acronyms. We have enough different like coded phrases. Can we just move on from it?
I'm telling you, people should use ALICE. It's better than poor. I know I've told you about this, but I bet you cannot remember what it stands for. Asset limited, income constrained, employed. Because that more accurately captures the average, how the median quote unquote poor person in the United States actually looks like. They're not, they have employment, but they don't own a house, but they are, you know, living paycheck to paycheck. So they are financially struggling. But they have a car, maybe, you know, like they have some money.
It just plays over when you do the acronym. Sorry. Maybe that's wrong with me. Maybe I should, but if you're having trouble getting me to say it, I think we got to get a new word.
That can't be the metric. You can't remember what you even had for fucking breakfast.
I think I can. Look.
Use it to
putting resident sleepers in the chat.
And said, oh, the vast majority are moms.
Oh, great. Another woke term for us to use. This is my one woke term. This is my one woke. You know, you memorized the whole abundance agenda. You can just shut the fuck up, okay? With coming for me for stupid acronyms. Give me a break.
Oh my God. Someone says, oof, Alice is corny and dumb, and we'll get another Republican elected. John Gotti says, I'm sorry, but that is the most fucking cringe shit ever. Crazy acronym. It fails on people not knowing what you're talking about without the explanation. Good luck, lol. Someone says, I'm not listening to all that. It needs to be workshopped. Abundance of cringe.
I agree with abundance of cringe. Okay. Have fun with, you know, just saying poor people or whatever and like letting that be just this Rorschach test of people, you know, being like, does that apply to me? Probably not. Because I'm not poor. I'm just struggling. Poor. Or middle class, which inevitably, a term that inevitably smuggles in capitalists, but whatever.
I'm not a communist like you.
I know you should be. It's very cringe.
Ugh.
You're an Ezra Klein abundance liberal.
I'm not. Someone says, I like Alice. It's Lindy. Abundance of cringe was a good one. My grandma's name was Alice, so I'm a no, says the common good. So there's some mixed perspectives.
Another anecdote, Andy, in your chat. Because their grandmother was named Alice, they can't adopt the term.
She's smart.
You know, okay, my alternative to the people that don't like Alice, adopt Marxist terms like working class, capitalist, the bourgeois, you know, return to tradition, okay? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe they're right.
Guys,
communism is when you use the terms working class, capitalist, you know.
We don't need communism.
Petit bourgeois, that's so true.
We can have government investment and private business. We can have of both worlds. We don't need a communist vanguard state.
These people will say Alice is cringe, then use Pog IRL.
Poggers? Poggers is better than Alice.
As a form of birth control, I agree. Yeah.
You think Poggers is like super cringe?
Saying it out loud.
What up?
I mean, it's a highly effective method of birth control is frequently saying it out loud.
Poggers? What about Poggies?
Even more effective. That's like the IUD. It's like an IUD, okay? 99.9% effectiveness.
It's ones that don't have a stable residence. Yeah. Not the people on the street, which are statistically high percentage of drug addiction and mental illness.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can I make one last statement on Gavin Newsom? Because hopefully you would do it. I try to stay away from personal statements. But he's a politician. He's a leader, right?
Yeah.
And
you're allowed.
I've noticed this trend where he was mayor of San Francisco and then he failed upward to governor of California, and now in my mind he's trying to fail upward to the presidency.
Yes.
And I encourage everyone to just be very wary of people who are more focused on criticizing problem solvers than the problems themselves. And I noticed this trend where before Trump talks about something, Gavin is silent on the issue. But the moment Trump is focused on crime or homelessness, all of a sudden Gavin has so many things to say.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just transparent political maneuvering.
Yeah.
And to me, as someone who's been a California resident.
Yes, and that's fine. Yes.
He's a politician. Yeah, that's good.
He's a politician. He should pander to his constituents. I agree.
Yeah, 100%.
And has seen California go downhill in the last 11 years that I've been there. To me, what matters is not just what you're doing, but how you're doing it. And I don't see Gavin doing either.
Yeah.
So sure, the ways that Trump goes about doing things sometimes, they can.
This is literally the meme of like, this is so, you don't know how bad this is for your cause. A guy who doesn't give a fuck about you or your cause.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I always love the criticism from conservatives who like desperately don't want a Democrat president in office. I think it's good for Gavin that every conservative is talking about him right now. I think that is helping him. It's not hurting him. So the fact that Her Take is talking about Gavin, the fact that Fox News is, the fact that basically every conservative commentator is talking about him, that's good for him.
It is, but I don't think that these, these Twitter memes, the all caps tweets, the AI images. No, I like it, but it's not as sustainable as like Zoran's strategy or his aura. They need to, it's like, okay, short term, that's good, but then he's going to have to pivot. He's going to have to, can't rely on that forever.
Bold. They do create problems, but we shouldn't be so focused on the problems of the solutions that we miss the bigger problems that the solutions are intended to solve.
Yeah.
Love that.
Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
All right, Ames. You're up. What is going on underground at the Smithsonian?
Okay, this is where she gets into the slavery thing.
Yes, there are tunnels.
Okay,
yes,
I have 2 minutes left.
No, come on. Stay till it's probably early on in this where she talks about her experience on Abby Phillips. You have 15 minutes. Come on.
Okay, press play.
Not too many people are talking about the tunnels just yet. So let's start from the very beginning. The tunnels is a little Amy tinfoil.
Do we need we like to do these? I think we need to take the Andrew Scholes and make ourselves these for these signature segments.
Oh yeah,
I love to do that.
Like the tinfoil.
I'm going to have one for you. Okay, go ahead.
Oh my God, Jillian outing that she unironically watches Flagrant Pod. Embarrassing.
Incredible.
I don't even know.
Also, in attempt to.
Have you ever seen that guy say anything funny?
No, I'm glad. Unfortunately, I've not really seen him say much. To the extent that I have, it has been deeply unimpressive, and but kind of
seen him tell a joke before.
Yes, I have, and I can't even remember it, but I just remember thinking, ugh. And this, how do you I was like, if I say jokes like this, will I get 4.3 million subscribers or whatever it is? This is fucking terrible. But I also don't really like stand up, so
Yeah, I know.
I just don't want to watch somebody tell knock jokes.
It's not knock jokes. Is it stand?
I love saying that as my criticism of stand up because it always triggers people that like stand up.
That's not what stand up is.
Clean up
stand up's harder than anything you'll ever do. What's going on?
Press play. Continue.
No, press play.
No, continue.
I don't have all day.
Okay, you love stand-up so much. Continue roasting me, Mr. Comedy Genius over here.
I'm not funny. Press play.
Okay, true. We can end on that.
To clean up the homelessness, Trump is also now declaring that he wants to clean up the way that history has been essentially rewritten the last several years, and the way that wokeness has really bled into academia, history, and all of these other institutions as well. So obviously this is causing a little bit of a stir. Plenty of critics are calling it a racist and tyrannical attempt to whitewash history. But guys, there is a third angle that suggests that the Smithsonian may actually be harboring secrets that have been kept damn near since the dawn of civilization that can blow the lid off many different things. And we're going to get to that a little bit later. But first,
what's that other one? The Secret? Those people that go, and so it is, or whatever.
I don't know.
With the letter to the Smithsonian that Trump put out here. As we prepare to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding, it's more important than ever that our national museums reflect the unity, progress, and enduring values that define the American story. So essentially what is going to be encompassed throughout this is, number one, they're going to review all of the Smithsonian websites, written materials, and the social medias. From there, they're going to evaluate all current and planned displays.
She's saying this happily, it's not disturbing to think that the United States government is going to have any sort of oversight over what the Smithsonian is going to present in its exhibits.
They are going to interview the curators and the senior staff, and they're going to ensure that American ideals are presented properly. Okay, and we can circle back to that.
We're going to circle back. We're going to circle back to that.
So let me give you some examples of some of the things that Donald Trump, and not just him. I mean, wokeness, even people.
The concept of this show is really wearing thin on me. I mean, I just, there's only so much I can take. There's only so
This is literally your job, you lazy bastard. Again, I feel like I have to remind you of that every single week.
Just press play.
Who are on the left or were on the left, I'm sure many of them can admit the way.
You know, we didn't even I covered this, but I did want to show it to you. It's like evergreen content, so we'll be showing it to you next week. Adam Sosnick, a guy who has recently said he is the wealthiest that he has been ever, bragged about the fact that after his stepdad died in the last week, he told his 74-year-old mother, after going through her finances, that she does not have enough to retire, and said that she needs to continue working. Proudly.
And then he threw a tampon at her.
And then he charged her for it. Oh, no, actually, he said first one's free. But, like, just so repugnant.
It has bled into some of our most prominent institutions. And when it comes to history, it's very, very important that we're portraying.
There's many reasons to dislike Adam Sosnick. That is one of them, certainly.
Things objectively. Now, who gets to be the arbiter of that? That's where things get a little bit dicey, right? I understand, I get it, but here's some of the things that Trump is taking issue with. Land acknowledgements, you know, during events. That is one of the major things.
I have issues with land acknowledgements. I don't think that Donald Trump should be the solution to ending them, though.
Clark's reframing America's founding fathers as problematic and fallible. So, for example, right?
No way. There's people in this world that actually think that owning slaves is bad, and that writing the Constitution doesn't make up for it.
It's not just that. The founders, in many ways, were like, some of these guys, they really fucked up in major ways, and not just owning people. I mean,
they knew what they were doing was wrong. There are writings from the framers themselves admitting this. It's a terrible sin and evil that we're engaging in. Hopefully, someone gets rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that it's not. You have to be able to recognize the sins/mistakes of your forefathers. That's how we grow. That's how we become better.
Not according to Matt Walsh, who reacted to this and said that you're just dwelling on the past needlessly, and it's bringing down the vibes, basically.
That's funny, like a conservative MAGA guy telling us that we're focusing on repeating the past.
I know these are people that will not stop bringing up what are their favorite, the Chop, the Covington Teen, Kyle Rittenhouse, like name any number of conservative grievances that happened in the last few years or whatever, but you're supposed to get over like 300 years of slavery. Got it.
Here we can see, admired for his time of courage, integrity, leadership, George Washington became an icon after his death, a man to be emulated in his monument celebrations, epic stories. While Washington conceived a distant figure to 21st century Americans, a modern scholarship focuses on the fallible.
This is the sign of a healthy democracy, by the way, one that doesn't uncritically venerate its forefathers and it can actually introduce criticisms and contextualize them without completely disregarding them.
Also, this isn't even true. George Washington is glorified, I feel like, in most accounts of like historians, and they put his failings.
Thank you for the raid, Marxism. Welcome, guys.
People, I think, in terms of recent literature, I find that most people put Washington above Lincoln, and even me recently, I've been like, as I've been thinking about it, I think in many ways I find that the Washington was a better president than Lincoln. They're still for me 1 and 2, both of them, but I think that most, I don't know, dialogue, most collective memory on Washington is overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, I don't think that there's some appetite from the American public to hear politicians try to say, like, you know, talk shit about like the founding fathers or anything like that.
And rather than marble hero. So the way,
like, as opposed to someone like Christopher Columbus, where like collectively Americans are becoming more critical of him as like a historical figure that should be venerated, or you know, Confederate people in the Confederacy, obviously. You don't see that same type of heat for founding fathers. I'd like to see it, but I recognize I am clearly in the minority there.
That's not bad. I got a list that's real bad.
Yeah,
let me know when you want to get
other
there.
countries would not be saying this about their founding fathers.
I have no problem pointing ththese things out.
No, but
I'll give you stuff that's bananas.
Yeah, I think Jillian has way worse examples. Like that example I don't like because I think it's important to learn from our history, both the mistakes and the things we did right. 100%. And yeah, he was He was a flawed individual.
I understand.
Okay.
What I'm saying
all
is that
people are flawed individuals. Donald Trump is a
her being like, that's okay, in response to Washington being a flawed individual who owns slaves.
Who owns people?
I'm just saying all of them. But it's about the era in which we are trying to preserve and maintain their memory.
I can't stop looking at her like weird wispy like bangs here, and the fact that she's added in these like random bleach thingies.
Bleach what?
I don't know. I don't even know what you would call them. Usually I call this a skunk tail, but it's not like concentrated in one thing. So
yeah, what do you think about that?
Not a fan. Sorry, I gotta say.
And the initial like knee-jerk reaction when you think of these people, and it seems like they were trying to reframe that specifically.
What I'm saying, I'm actually with Trump on this because there's no way, for instance, that China would be saying that about a previous.
I know, but do you want to be like China?
I mean, what I mean is like there's a certain reverence due for the founding father of America.
Did Anna just did Anna just ask a Chinese woman, do you want to be like China?
Holy garbanzo. Can I just say,
anyway, so
if Anna, and look, she looks so hurt. She knows where she's going.
She's got the Tulsi hair. Yeah, this kind of is the Tulsi hair. She got the evil streak. Maybe that's why I'm not liking it, okay?
Oh, it's reminding us.
George Washington.
So Clark's reframing, okay, I went the art exhibits aimed at dispelling traditional beliefs about westward expansion. And then we do have the white culture card, which, guys, we're going to circle back to the white culture card at the very end of the segment. But Jillian, please go ahead, give us
Well, you know what? I want you to do the tunnels because when we get to the white culture card and some of these other installations that really do, in my opinion, exhibit a very biased, partisan take on history, and it is not all about slavery. So I don't want to. That's going to.
Partisanship is when you acknowledge that chattel slavery existed and was widespread in this country, and the areas where it was not already illegal.
Take us off the rails. Okay. I'm chomping at the bit. I really want to hear what all of you have to say.
Can we actually focus on that and then get back to the tunnels?
She's chomping at the bit to minimize and downplay the extent that slavery was common in the Jillian. She said, "I'm chomping at the bit."
You sure?
Yes, because that's sure.
All right. So I get asked to do Abby Phillips, which I'm sure, unless you've been living under a rock for the last 2 days, you probably know. And I get the topics ahead of time, which we always do. And one of them is, Trump is trying to whitewash the Smithsonian. And stuff like that made me go like, ooh, oh God, I don't love that. How am I going to tackle this? I don't really know exactly what's going on.
You don't have to, Jillian. You don't actually have to accept the invitation to go on CNN. You can actually ignore the booker who brought you on for whatever reason. You can actually keep your mouth completely shut and nothing is lost, But I actually, seeing her first foray into, it's probably not it's not her first one, but like, seeing her in the mainstream and outside of the valuetainment bubble and how poorly it was received, I was like, honestly, she might be the example of sunlight is the best disinfectant when it comes to this shit.
I've been out of the country for a month. Let me reach out to the comms team at the administration and just get to the bottom of what in particular is really chapping your ass. I seriously, what?
Chapping your ass? What does that even mean? Wait, can you go back there? What did she say?
What's really bothering you?
Chapping? Is that a word?
Yes, it's a word.
I don't know chapping.
Okay.
Press play.
Sounds like a skill issue. Personal problem.
To the comms team at the administration and just get to the bottom of what in particular is really chapping your ass. Seriously,
what is that? Chapping?
Hopefully we're not going to.
How have you? All right, we're doing this. Chapping. Definition.
Chap.
Of the skin, become cracked, rough, or sore, especially through exposure to wind or cold weather.
Oh, like chapped lips?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So you did know what it was. Okay.
Okay, but I didn't know that phrase, chapping your ass. I don't understand that it's a verb.
Gonna do that. I get a friggin' PDF that's got to be 50 pages. In it, the first thing that happens when you walk in the door of the American, the History Museum under the Smithsonian umbrella, because there are many different museums, obviously, under the Smithsonian umbrella. The first thing you see is a gay flag, and it's not during Pride Month. And it's...
not during Pride Month? What the fuck? No, what? So someone passed a local ordinance stat.
The only thing there. So what I personally don't like about it is it's look at the progress that gays have made, which makes me feel like I'm not a part of our culture and our community, and it kind of pisses everybody else off and makes them resent the gays, just like we get an entire month. But
actually, being having Pride, being out and about, just fine with that. That's actually making people hate gay people.
I don't understand how that makes any sense. But
visibility, normalization, these things usually contribute to hate. That's so true.
veterans get a day. Like, that's uncomfortable and unnecessary and unfortunate. So I'm like, well, all right. I mean, okay.
So get out of the closet, but don't leave the home, I guess, is like Jillian's philosophy here.
Yikes.
Then there's a whole thing. I'm gonna freaking open it. It's so long. There's a whole thing about changing the game and is gender testing fair? But they go on to talk about how people used to make you drop your drawers and show your genitals, and I'm thinking, when the hell was this? Because right now it's a cheek swab, but they tie it to some sort of form of sexual assault.
Okay, we saw this. I know.
I don't even know what words she's using. I don't get the point. It just
she's talking about like chromosome assessments that some sports leagues used to determine if you are competing in the proper like gender category or something like that. And I think a layman on the panel or whatever was under the impression that it is like one parameter is like literal genital inspections. But they weren't like claiming to be an authority or whatever. They were just like saying it's frivolous.
Smithsonian. I don't understand.
I can't even remember like why it had come up.
What is she talking about? I don't understand. I'm sorry.
And it's like, well, and this is a very complex issue. It's not a complex issue. It's a cheek swab to get an XX result or an XY result, which means biological male or biological female. And it goes on to talk about how
again, this is
good. Not good definition. You don't want this definition.
Not good definition, and also like she's never heard of like chromosomal abnormalities, I suppose.
Yeah, not good definition.
Which you would expect because we were talking about the elite of the elite when we're talking about who's participating in high-level sports and going to the Olympics. So you're probably going to see if somebody is genetically exceptional, like fucking Michael Phelps or whatever, who's basically half fish. You would expect there to also be chromosomal abnormalities among some of these people. Let's be real.
Wait, so you think that everyone? So like LeBron James, you're like, this is unfair. You shouldn't play in the same league with men.
No, I'm saying that I actually think that there's probably better ways to do like categories that transcend gender, but this is currently the way that we do it. So
think, and of course it's pushing you towards this is like awful, grotesque, unfair, bigoted. It goes on in so many ways. There's one that I posted about with regard to Hispanic emigration to the States. Now, this one in particular I found.
We went from trans sports testing to Hispanic immigration to the States. Draw the through line for us, please.
I don't know what's happening.
So we're here in Miami. I lived in Miami for 3 years before moving to Wyoming. I know a lot of Cubans. You're married to one. I've heard a lot about Castro.
Okay, she moved.
Cuban?
Anna is. She's married to like a minor league baseball player. I know. I'm sure you're devastated that you're not going to have a chance with her. But yeah, she is married.
You know those people who are like who get mad if like never mind. Anyway.
Wait, what?
Like, what's the rule?
No. Complete that thought. What?
People get angry when like they're female. The people that they watch are
incels.
Like,
Simps. Right.
Yeah.
You relate to that feeling? You have like personal insight into that? You ever had that happen? Is that happening right now with learning that Ana Kasparian is married?
I need to go. We better finish the segment fast because I need to go.
I know a lot of Cubans is crazy.
I know.
For Jillian Michaels, that's a normal statement, actually.
Why? So she's rambling like an old person.
But yet she is young and healthy and fit. Explain that.
Explain. You can't.
This is how they frame Cubans emigrating from Cuba. My old woman eyes, forgive me. All right, so here we go. It's important that we read this, guys. Civil wars, oppressive governments, and natural disasters pushed millions of people to migrate from Latin America and the Caribbean to the United States. Throughout the 1900s, the United States supported foreign governments that favored U.S. business and fought communism. Now, we all know the U.S. has practiced interventionist foreign policy. We know this, and no one loves it. Okay, no one's trying to whitewash that. It then goes on to say sometimes, I just blew it. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I did it again. I'm going to make you read this in about 3 seconds.
How does she not have any media training? She was on a fucking television show. She never read a prompter. This is like the equivalent of somebody messing up and going, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Like, instead of just immediately correcting themselves.
No, boys. Yeah, no, it runs in the family.
You do good work. We're proud of you. Don't stop, or whatever he said after.
Seconds, Amy. But long story as he goes.
That really needs to be a sound drop. I'm not kidding.
Linked me the clip. It was so good. It was a perfect clip.
I know. You keep playing it over and over. I saw this.
Whereabouts?
Oh my God! There's so much of it, and
there we go. Okay, tell me where to resume.
Okay. U.S. Okay, there. Read it.
U.S. foreign policy contributed to the violence and corruption driving people to migrate. 30 now, actually. The United States backed numerous dictators, including Cuba's Fulgencio Batista and the Dominican Republic's Rafael.
This is why they shouldn't do it live.
Cuban, Dominican, and many other Latino communities still feel the effects of the war and revolution. Their stories reveal the human cost of immigration and the contradictions of U.S. foreign policy.
Okay, that's right. Okay, there's no mention of Castro whatsoever.
Oh, they don't mention Castro's name.
Right.
But they do mention the revolution, which is what spurred Cuban immigration.
Only on our interventionist foreign.
Okay, this is a relevant clip, I promise. On the subject of, who's to blame for the majority of oppression in Cuba.
Was imprisoned. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I forgot that you guys could see it. I have to share the tab, sorry.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
Interesting.
Amazing.
No.
Foreign policy and our desire to fight communism.
I mean, so look,
Anna.
But I mean, they talk about the oppressive government, right? Like at the very first
dictator that we backed. Not that.
No, I think they're talking about Castro when they talk about.
His name's not even in there.
No, I know. They don't mention his name, and maybe they should because that is what, like the Cuban Revolution, the Communist Revolution.
The United States backed numerous dictators, including we didn't back Castro,
we backed Batista, who was a dictator. Yeah,
but there's no mention of Castro.
No, that's fair.
The mass.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're talking about who we backed. That's why there's no mention of him. We famously tried to assassinate him like 300 fucking times, including with like exploding cigars, and we couldn't fucking get him. So
Castro was like saying that if America invaded Cuba, he wanted the Soviet Unions to nuke America during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Did you know that he had this like weird fixation on dairy cows and reverence for them? Yeah, he did.
He wanted to fuck a cow?
I didn't say that. I said that he had a fixation of reverence for them.
Many such cases.
Why did you go there? Is that a self-report?
I didn't go there. No, many people just press play.
Have you ever fucked a cow? Do I have to do the Matan line of questioning?
No, we're not doing this.
Oh, have you ever fucked a dog?
I've never fucked a dog, never fucked a cow, never would.
Okay.
And that sentence is written specifically in such a way that the blame is placed on the United States.
Solely on the United States, which is my argument, is that, okay, no problem. But then you got to kind of mention 1959 when Castro came into power, and killing everyone and jailing everyone in Cubans fled. And they're thriving here in America right now, and most of them are conservative.
She always does that, this kind of like... Merp. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just her being like basically a millennial. On the cusp of being a millennial. Isn't she a millennial? I guess she's like 50, right?
Then you've got literally an exhibit that's all about...
I don't know what she looks. She looks like she's in her 40s, 50s, right?
She looks younger than she actually is, obviously. Like, she is physically active, so.
Yeah.
Also lives in LA, Botox, etc.
I'm sorry.
She's Gen X. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. Do you have any problem with Botox?
And there's nothing about...
Yeah, I do.
Or filler?
We fought back to talk, except we can't...
You want my take? You want her take on Botox, filler, plastic surgery? I'm against it for the most part. I don't think people need it. I think it's a waste of money and time. You probably look fine.
Okay.
Captured it with our cell phones, and thank God we did because we put these cops on blast. And the reality is, we all know police brutality has been a thing, but there's nothing about fighting to stop it. There's nothing about evolving.
There's also nothing about the fact that if you look at the trends,
can you go back?
The long-term trends.
Look at her eyes when Anna interrupted, like something horrible just happened.
We all know police brutality has been a thing, but there's nothing about fighting to stop it. There's nothing about evolving.
There's also nothing about the fact that...
She was shocked. Here, wait, I'm showing you this. I wasn't lying. Fidel Castro on dairy. During his life, Fidel had a fascination with dairy products that has been described as an obsession. Due to this, he tried to develop the Cuban dairy industry, which failed in the long term. Dairy has been said to be, quote, as integral to Cuban culture as Cohiba cigars. Ice cream. He was known to eat large quantities of ice cream. According to Gabriel Garcia Marquez, once ate between 18 and 28 scoops of it after a meal. During the ongoing American embargo against Cuba, Castro sent his ambassador to Canada to purchase and ship him 28 containers of ice cream from Howard Johnson's, which was the largest restaurant chain in the U.S. at the time. In 1961, the CIA tried to use Castro's love of ice cream against him. At the time, he would order a chocolate milkshake from the Havana Libre Hotel lunch counter every day. Richard Bissell Jr. of the CIA offered $150,000 to Sam Giancana and Santo Traficanta Jr., I don't know how to say it, the heads of the Chicago and Tampa crime families, to assassinate Castro. The mobsters agreed and recruited a waiter to slip a capsule of botulinum.
That's Botox.
Yeah,
That's what Botox is.
Toxin into his milkshake. When the poison capsule was stored in the kitchen freezer, it froze to the side, and attempts to dislodge it caused the poison to spill. The plot became one of allegedly more than 600 failed attempts by the CIA to assassinate.
600?
Yes, I said 300. I was actually like literally undercounting by 50. To assassinate Castro, and an intelligence chief officer later said it was the closest. In 1966, Fidel Castro had a large ice cream parlor built in Havana called Copelia.
Oh.
And then cheese. Cattle. Oh yeah, he also had like a cow that he was interested in. A cow named Ubre Blanca, or white udder, became famous in Cuba for her prodigious milk production, 4 times higher than a typical cow's. She set a Guinness World Record with 121.6 liters on a single day in 1982, then broke the record milk produced per lactation cycle with 2,976.8 liters. The highly mythologized cow evokes memories of a hopeful period for some Cubans. Castro adored Ubre Blanca. He brought foreign dignitaries to meet her and assigned a security detail to her stable, which was air-conditioned and had music. Daily updates on her milk production and general life appeared in the Communist Party newspaper, Grandma. That's kind of adorable. It's kind of adorable, no? This humanizes him.
Yeah, I guess it humanizes him. The 600 attempts, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, in '87, Castro once asked his team of scientists to genetically engineer cattle. This time, hoping to create dog-sized cows to live in people's homes and produce enough milk for each family. This idea never came to fruition. Cool. It would have been pretty cool.
If you look at the trends, the long-term trends in policing, you know, there was a focus on specific cases of police brutality, which were horrendous and terrible. But if you look at the overall trends, officer-involved shootings had consistently gone down every single year since the 1970s.
It's worse than ever, and it goes on to say that people of color are currently living under a regime of oppression and aggressiveness and prejudice. And it's like, are we ever going to show something good about our country? Then it goes on to talk about Benjamin
Cuba
Franklin.
is an isolated island with minimal land good for agriculture. Also, milk is an important commodity that Cuba must import. So Castro was obsessed with breeding a dairy cow that would be fruitful for their island.
All about electricity, right? So it's like Dr. Electric Ben or whatever the hell it was. And it says, by the way, he was a slave owner. And by the way, we think that the slaves actually played a huge role in inventing electricity, and he never freed his slaves. He did free his slaves. He became a huge abolitionist who completely repented and did a 180. And there's no evidence, whether you like this or not, to suggest that the slaves were involved in his experiments. And the thing that bothers me is it's like, you can just let the white guy have it, guys.
Yes.
He did invent electricity. You can say he was a slaver, but then you should also point out that he did a 180 and he realized how disgusting it was. And he wrote articles about it. And he was an active activist. And he did free his slaves. That is a lie.
Just give the full picture as opposed to a slice that's intentionally
chosen that I want to do. Because these are, go ahead.
Before you get to that, I just want to quickly comment on the very first example you gave about Latin American immigration or people from Latin America. So I feel like that summary was intentionally vague because it wasn't just about Cuba. And when you think about, you know, the U.S. did like a coup,
just about
like
Cuba.
in Guatemala.
That clip is, no.
That was just about Cuba.
That is just about Cuba.
Oh, okay, then that's different,
and Cuba and the Dominican, because there are other parts, obviously, all about other parts of South America.
Got it.
That part is just about Cuba.
Okay, then you should mention Castro, because Castro and the Communist Revolution is what spurred a huge refugee crisis of Cubans coming to the United States. That's just the fact.
But it's solely laid at our feet.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I'm with you 100%. When I watch them push back against you, it's.
You cannot isolate America and Cuba in this context, given that the whole fight over Cuba, that was the context for the Spanish-American War, and Teddy Roosevelt and the American Empire. Like, America had a critical role in the, quote, liberation of Cuba from Spain. There was a war fought over it, and then continued support for, at some point it waned, but criminal elements that supported the Batista regime and support for Batista himself. And so America has a central role in the causality here that cannot be ignored and disentangled. Is it the only reason for the rise of communism? Sure not, but there's a central role there. And it starts it starts earlier than this time period in the 1800s.
This is like, to me, like George Wallace. Okay, what is George Wallace known for?
He's known for being the governor of Alabama and Democrat slavery, or no, he said segregation today, segregation
now, segregation forever. Okay, that's what he said. Well, did you know later he moderated some of his views, not all, and apologized for some of that. Okay, but why? That's only ever going to be a footnote in his biography or any mention of him in history, because it's not what he is notable for. So, yes, they freed their slaves or whatever, but they owned them for far longer than they, had liberated them. So they don't really get credit. And, that's not ever going to be, the fixation or whatever. In the same way, if Ted Bundy had, apologized and said, I'm sorry, I do deserve to go to prison and I confess and blah, 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 it probably would not be nearly as notable as this atrocity. Is there, his heinous crimes against women?
Dina and I wanted to throw something.
Well, we're gonna So hold on. So okay, a couple more. Anyway, it goes on and on and on. Two more. There's a whole 55-minute.
I would just say that if there is a discussion, a historical discussion, or a robust discussion that features Wallace, and it doesn't mention that later he moderated some of his views, apologized to people that he had blocked outside of schoolhouses, or he had attempted to prevent. No, I don't think that you've lost too much, honestly. I don't think it should ever be lied about, but I don't think if it's left out, you haven't lost a critical piece of context to understand him.
You know that Hitler said sorry before he blew his brains out?
Says who?
Says Mariana Cross 666.
Okay, thank you.
On chatter.
Video in African Heritage Museum. I might be blowing that, but that's what it's meant to showcase, and understandably so, and rightfully so. But in this 55-minute video, there's
really quick. Do you want to see Ben Shapiro very, very flimsily just attempt to he white knights for Jillian briefly on his show? Hell yeah!
I don't have a ton of time left, but yes.
No, hold on. I accidentally. That was the wrong thing. Okay, here we go. Jillian Michaels shocks CNN with history. That's how this is subtitled.
Okay, cool.
Make you healthy and happy. That is the part that's insane. We'd rather just pose. And we'd also promote false history in order, presumably, to somehow make that pose, more serious? So Jillian Michaels, who has become somewhat conservative. Was a host with the Bill Maher podcast network for a bit. She was
somewhat concerned. Give me a break. Jillian Michaels is just a traditional, it doesn't matter that she's a fucking gay woman, that, she just prioritizes her class interests and being a fucking pick-me over her marginalized identity and being, a supporter of, Democrats instead of Republicans. It's not that hard to figure it out.
On CNN yesterday, and she was ripped up and down by the left for making what is a clearly and obviously true point, which is that slavery is not unique to America. Again, one of the aspects of the left.
Is that all she said, Ben?
Left in America is this belief that America is uniquely evil, that we live in a uniquely terrible time, capitalism is bad, and all the rest. Well, Jillian Michaels somehow slavery came up, and she made the perfectly obvious point, which is that white people are not responsible for all slavery on planet Earth. And in fact, white people basically solved slavery on planet Earth as much as it could be solved. It was white Christian countries that did away with slavery and fought it literally everywhere. Slavery was legal in Arab countries up until the late 20th century. It is still practiced in many Arab countries today. It is still practiced in parts of Africa today. And here's Jillian Michaels making some of these points. She got ripped up online for this.
So we're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture to make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA
Can we address
wants.
some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
He's
not whitewashing slavery.
So he's not?
He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does.
That exasperated tone that she has.
Doing that.
Well, let's talk about the fact that when you
anti-slavery,
let's talk about the fact
slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
We were over this. We were over this.
I know. You would never realize that this was the clip that she was describing earlier in the episode of her take, because she's just all over the place trying to get to the point about it.
Years old.
White people were
Do you know who in America first race to try to end slavery?
Wait a second.
Well, what's controversial?
Made a side with Richie fucking Torres.
I'm really
surprised. Do you realize,
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate
who was the beneficiary of slavery and
I'm
who
not.
was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is
in the
that
context of American history. In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
This is a fucking red herring anyway, because I would not be in favor of this if a Democratic president was attempting to dictate what any museum is showing or not showing in their exhibits, because it's obviously federal fucking overreach. So even if I agreed with what they were attempting to do, I'd be like, it's just not appropriate to use the office of the presidency in that way.
For the office of the presidency to be in charge of federal...
No, to be dictating down to what they literally present in the exhibits? Yeah, that's overreach to me.
You think there should be, as a policy matter, a separation between the museums and what they do versus what the president...
It seems to be the norm right now and working fine until Donald Trump comes in. And I think that to the extent that there is oversight, I don't think it should be unilateral, and I do think that there should be, I guess,
on that I can agree. But I think sometimes leftists, not you, I'm not saying that you do this, but some leftists pretend that education itself isn't policy. I mean, it is.
Oh, right? Well, it is, obviously.
And so choosing what to display, choosing what to highlight, this is a political act, and I don't know that the president should be uninvolved in that decision. I think that we should agree on the merits about what's good to present and what's not. So like if Joe Biden was like, I want to establish a museum, federal museum, to display like the horrors of the Trump administration, I'd be like, based. We need to learn the fucking, like, we need a museum on January 6th and Trumpism as a disease.
So you'd be in favor of Biden establishing the Department of Truth?
I think we need to, well, no, I don't in favor of a whole department on truth, but I do think that we need to have a commission on truth to get to the bottom of the abuses and unconstitutional actions of this administration.
Well, that, like a truth and reconciliation thing, I would obviously be in support of.
But a generalized truth commission to say what the true things are, probably not. But it's part of the government's job to inform and to educate. And I think that it's okay for the government to take a role in choosing what to do. But I'm going to just disagree on the merits. But like, it's the same thing with the flag situation, right? Like, Trump, if he wanted to, and I'm sure he does, like puts up MAGA flags all around or any kind of MAGA decor that he wants in the White House. That's his, prerogative as being in charge of the administration to put up flags. So if Biden wants to put up a pride flag in the White House, I'm not going to say that that's inherently wrong. There's some people who are like, you should only display American flag. You should only ever display
I don't care about
that. Might be true for like courts,
jingoist traditions.
Where there's an actual requirement for things to be neutral. There, I would be more concerned.
My opposition to him having MAGA flags and paraphernalia is not because you're disrespecting the American flag. It's because it's fucking tacky as shit. That's why. Yeah. And obviously stands for everything I don't.
Yep.
Single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth.
Okay, well, what she is saying there happens to be the case. Okay, that is true. Yes. White slavery, white people holding slaves in America was evil and wrong. It was also white people in America who abolished slavery in America and expended hundreds of thousands of lives in doing so. It was white Americans at the founding who actually...
Is this how we conceive of this? Did Ben fall asleep in this day, his American history class? Because I personally was never taught really that it was white people that did this. I was taught it was the North versus the South, not just white people,
Yeah.
Were precursors to the British Empire getting rid of slavery. Again, this sort of running down of America is emblematic of a broader attempt to treat America as something uniquely bad. The situation in which we find ourselves is the product of something uniquely evil. And it's
Marxism in my chat, but ahistoric black people freed themselves. That's the other thing. He's completely leaving out that the pretext for this is slave rebellions that were led by black people, black slaves in particular, and abolitionists.
White people, John Brown.
And white people, correct, but there's a far bigger role. The end of slavery is black Americans that disproportionately had a bigger impact on that than white people.
Than Lincoln, Honest Abe?
Yes, I do.
Honest Abe freed the slaves.
But why did he do that? What gave him the idea to do that?
He was just a very ethical Christian.
Okay, epic.
Guess
you fell asleep that day too.
Insane. And meanwhile, in actual news, the president of the United States is up in Alaska. He is set to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin today. He's brought basically his entire team.
Okay, that was it.
All right.
So
let's finish the Hurt Take segment. I gotta bounce soon.
I was gonna let you go here, but okay, we can finish it because there's not much left in this.
Okay, well, I'll give my final comment on it, and then we'll raid into Aaron. You guys should follow her.
Yeah, and then I will finish race relations and Trump Putin meeting. That's going to be fun, you guys.
That'll be a lot of fun. I do think that like Ana, to the extent that she's there to push back, I'm glad that she is, for example, trying to give a case on the homelessness issue that, maybe the kind of policies that but the thing, it's always out of the corner of her mouth, the democratic policies where, and even in the defense of Cuba, where she on the one hand is like trying to give a case, but then immediately kind of undermines her own case after Jillian pushes back a little bit, like on the Castro things, like, oh no, this is just about Cuba, and then she just immediately gives it the game. And so I'm kind of focused on Ana oftentimes when we watch this podcast, and I get disappointed when she doesn't give the effective pushback on the actual issue of the slavery stuff. I think it's fine to concentrate on white supremacy in the context of American slavery, but
really,
yeah,
brave take.
Yeah. The cow thing, very interesting. But anyway. Thank you so much for doing this with me, guys. Go follow Aaron. I'm gonna end the stream right here. We'll write into you on Twitch and
YouTube, and on Twitch I have an underscore.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck yeah, another stream where I forget to use the collaborate feature. One day I'll remember. I always mean to do that on Twitch.
But thank you guys very much, and make sure to follow Aaron.
Listen to the man for once. Listen to this liberal in this instance.
Liberal surrender. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Rating. Stop the stream. Boom.
There he goes.
There she goes.
I can still hear you though.
Oh shit. I disconnected.
Okay, now he's gone. All right, you guys. Quick chill. I am gonna be finishing her take. Welcome new viewers, Pisco viewers on Twitch, and welcome on YouTube. If you're not following me yet, you should be. That way you can know when I go live, which is basically every single day. And if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to me or like the stream. It really helps. It pushes it out to other people. It's greatly appreciated. If you want to support me, you can sub to me on Twitch using your Amazon Prime. You can also donate using the links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. You can also gift subs throughout the chat. We had a gifting sub war where somebody donated 20, and then somebody else donated 20, and then somebody else donated 50. So if you want to top those people, you're going to have to work pretty hard because my number one gifted sub person is 75 gifted subs. But yeah, I'm at Straighterade underscore on everything. I'm a filthy communist. Liberals tend to not be a fan of this, but do not worry. Just stick around and you will see that I am not nearly as scary as you think.
Montage where they compared George Floyd and Che Guevara to Jesus.
Oh God.
And I like
to Jesus?
I'm not okay. Amy, while we're on looking for this,
props to you for dealing with that live shit. He's a nice guy and all, but hot damn, sometimes he says some wild things. Oh, what? Come on. You're telling me that it's crazy to suggest that people have a right to housing or actually don't have a right to housing because of the Constitution? These are normal takes, man.
Can you pull up your white culture card too?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Connor, can you please
pull that up for me, please? I'm going to pull up the exact pieces of art they framed. It's such a long list. I got to dig it out of this friggin'. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, one segment places images of the death of Jesus Christ, the death of Che Guevara, and the death of George Floyd side by side and insinuates similarity between these three historical events. Here's the New York Times retelling of the scene. In one kaleidoscope sequence, for instance, stills of police officer Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck are juxtaposed with archival photographs of the executed revolutionary Che Guevara and the Renaissance painter Andrea Mantegna's lamentation over the dead Christ.
That's disgusting.
Is the death of George Floyd horrible? Yes, it's horrible.
There's going to be a but that follows this. It's going to be probably particularly reprehensible, even for these people.
Derek Chauvin in jail? Yes, he's in jail where he deserves to be. I don't care how much fentanyl he had in his body. We all watched the 7-minute video. It was disgusting. Now then,
I'm waiting for someone on this panel to bring up, actually, did you know that he just happened to die of a fentanyl overdose at that very moment?
You compare this to the death of Jesus?
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be revisited? Hit me with the white culture card, and then I'll tell you what happened at CNN, and then I'm going to pass to Kaizen. Because I want to hear where I'm getting this wrong, okay?
I mean, they did end up revoking it after much complaint, which is good. They took it out of the, I believe it was...
He agreed it should be a policy. He just thought it didn't follow from the Constitution. Look, it's almost 2 in the morning. You think that I have the ability to accurately summarize what Pisco is saying about his interpretation of the Constitution with respect to, homelessness and housing? I can't. Okay, but yes, that's true.
be revised.
What is it even about?
It essentially says that things like hard work, discipline. Could we zoom in a little bit? Self-reliance, independent, and autonomy.
Winning at all costs is in
Dude,
there.
they'll never get over this. This was some like widely ridiculed thing, like manual from the Smithsonian that pretty much used like woke speak to say that like every single positive attribute in society is actually like stemming from white culture or something, and was rebuked by most people.
These things,
the fact that we're aggressive is in there, that we're inherently an aggressive race.
Oh my God.
I swear to God.
Wait,
it is in
where was this posted?
It is right there.
It was literally on display
This is
at the museum. No, it was revoked. It was
Where was
removed.
this?
In the African, Connor, could you give me the exact? I've lost it in my notes because we were going to do it at the end.
Shit, seriously?
This was quite,
Oh my God, this is not okay.
No, what is it? Tell me when I can get to the CNN piece.
And so what is really offensive about this isn't just to white people. It's offensive to people of color to say that, okay, you can't be organized, you can't have self-reliance, you can't do these things because of the color of your skin, because that is exclusively
Also,
a
it's
white
offensive to
culture
people
thing.
who aren't white, and they're all of these things. Like, what's wrong with being a?
So it was the National Museum.
It comes down to though that we're aggressive and that we need to win at all costs. Like again, like
but isn't it kind of racist to say that only white people are like the go-getters?
That's what I mean.
And everyone else is like, you know, they're not.
How did we go from talking about this? This started off where like there was really no commentary discussing how despicable it is that the president is trying to make sure, like trying to say that slavery is overstated and over discussed in the context, like in the Smithsonian Museum, and he wants to have a hand in shaping what actually goes into the exhibits. Now we're talking about a thing that happened years ago that was pointed out that was like we only know about because of like Eric Trump or whatever. He was the one that made it viral or something.
That is more offensive, I think, to tell black people and disenfranchising, and that's a bigger curse on their life, us telling them that, than the color of their skin itself. That
Amy Dangerfield is an expert on what black Americans think, feel, want, and desire, actually.
In itself is not a curse at all.
This white Australian woman.
It's also the curse of low expectations, right? You're telling them that
it's not the curse, it's the bigotry of low expectations. Come on, get the talking points right. Lindy, come on, I can do this better than you.
people rise to the expectation that you have for them.
Guys, what do you think? Because I want to hear from you.
Well, I also want to get your. I want to give one more thing, and then I want to. Okay.
This is a museum too, by the way. It was the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Okay. Can you pull up the opening of my clip with Abby Phillips? And I want to set it up as follows. Notice that I don't bring up.
I'd really like to run down this panel with one question: is race real? What do you think they'd say? Oh man. Okay. So Anna's gonna say no. The guest that they have on is going to say yes. Jillian's going to say yes. Amy is going to say yes. Lindy is going to say yes. Who I think actually believes that? Jillian and Amy and the guest 100% believe race is real. Like there are genetically defined races or whatever. Lindy, I don't think actually believes it, but I know that she would say it because she knows who butters her fucking bread, and she has to say shit like that.
Slavery, they do. Notice that all the things I'm citing, actually only one thing I brought up was Benjamin Franklin that even references slaves. So when this woman says we're whitewashing slavery, I said that's not what he's attempting to do, with the intention of showing things that have nothing to do with slavery. Then it becomes a conversation about slavery, in which case I then turn around and say, hey, not all white people are the devil. Only 2% of all white Americans own slaves. And yes, I appreciate it was like 25% in the South. But that's because other states in the country had banned it as being morally reprehensible. So take a look at this real quick. We're going to set this whole thing up.
Okay, but that's still downplaying it. Why do you have an issue with it being framed that way? It's completely fine to bring that up without having to. If you're the only reason why you'd bring up that stat is to counterbalance it, but you don't need to, because you can actually you're trying to understate the extent to which slavery was prevalent in the United States in 1860.
And then I'm going to pass to you, and you can let it rip. Have at it. On me, on the situation, whatever you think.
He's gone into the Smithsonian. He's effectively now has some random person deciding what is appropriate for the Smithsonian to teach in terms of American history, things that don't offend.
This is what they should be fucking talking about.
Parts of the MAGA base, right? So we're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture to make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA organization.
This is the tweet. Trump says Smithsonian focuses too much on how bad slavery was. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discusses how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. Can you believe there's nothing about the future, really, in a museum that is supposed to spotlight history and the past? Mr. Trump said in a social media post, "This country cannot be woke because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museums." Mr. Trump made the comments a week after the White House told the Smithsonian that its museums would be required to adjust any content that the administration finds problematic in tone, historical framing, and alignment with American ideals within 120 days. Taken together, the admin's examination of Mr. Trump's post on Tuesday were the latest example of Mr. Trump trying to impose his will on a cultural institution and minimize the experiences and history of Black people in the U.S. But for whatever reason, again, we are talking about the thing that the cringe thing that the Smithsonian did that one time 5 years ago.
Some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay,
like
he's not whitewashing slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery, let's talk about the fact that you all these other things. Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
It was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old? Do you know who was the first race to try to end slavery?
God, I really wish that you could see their reactions up close so I could see if Ana is like grimacing or cringing or just going along with it.
Well, it's controversial. So if you came about slavery, then she accuses me of bringing it up, which I didn't bring it up. And then I was like, you're strawmanning my argument. I never actually brought this up. You brought it up. And then you're making the same case that white oppression, white is bad, when this whole thing was actually not about slavery.
In that 50-page document that the administration sent you in regard to what they have issues with.
There's maybe one reference to slaves, and that's Benjamin Franklin.
But the other stuff is like
all the stuff I showed you.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Literally all
so why does she
trans stuff, like gender identity stuff, gay.
I cannot believe Ana actually fucking defends her in this. Jesus Christ.
Flag first in the door, eliminating Castro, the white culture card. This is, and that's why I was saying that's not what he's trying to do. And I was trying to show all.
Again, the white culture card is like years old. It's completely unrelated to the discussion that's happening now.
These different things that had nothing to do with slavery. But then when I got pulled into that conversation, I was so goddamn sick of hearing how all whitey, like, oh my God, I'm like, you know, not all of us suck.
Jillian,
the vast majority of us don't suck, and they didn't suck then. Yes, we did horrible things. White people did horrible things. We're not the only people to do horrible things, but we did it. At the same time, one would hope that you would take inspiration away from the fact that there were also good guys who were white, fighting against it, making it illegal, banning it in their states, and willing to die for it. So now, go. Hit me where I'm missing this, please.
You keep acting like I'm going to hit you. I'm not going to hit you.
You know what it is? I feel like I want to know, where am I getting this wrong?
Yeah. So let me talk about what I think is underneath this whole discussion.
Please.
We actually have to go back to almost the origins of American slavery, right? Because basically, this is obviously super simplifying it, but what happened was Europeans who were white came to West Africa.
Right.
They saw West Africans. They said, okay, these people are less advanced, and this must be fundamental to what they are. They're just a different class of humans, right? And they're inherently worse in all sorts of ways. That was the European mindset.
Got it.
Right? Now, fast forward hundreds of years later, I think what's happening is actually kind of a reversal, where now there's people who are saying, oh, white people are inherently worse in some way.
That's
but
true.
Instead of
they're actually the ones doing the racial essentialism. Okay.
Being technologically worse or civilizationally worse, it's morally
worse.
So what happens is anytime we have these discussions, because we're talking about race, we're actually focused.
How do you not believe Ana defends her? This is her lane, because I grew up watching Ana Kasparian in high school, and Ana Kasparian in 2015, 2016 would have torn this Ana to fucking shreds, believe me.
On the wrong thing when we need to be focused on the software, not the hardware. There's nothing about being inherently white or inherently black that makes someone inherently morally superior or inferior. But every time we talk about oppression and hostility and hatred, we racialize it inherently.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
It's race essentialism. So we say, oh, all white people. Well, what about Slavic people? Like Slavic, the word literally comes from slave. So Slavic people, like in Eastern Europe, they're enslaved by the Ottoman Empire.
Yes. Get over your nostalgia boner for Ana. No, I am over her. I'm fed up with her shit. I called her a fucking bitch earlier. Literally not like 40 minutes ago, probably. I'm over it, but I'm saying it was in response to somebody asking like how are you so surprised, or like why aren't you surprised? And it's like, because like this is just not how she used to be. It's very different.
Yes. Oh my God, I love you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the slavery all throughout history.
Wait, hold on. She's professing her love for him.
Slavic people, like Slavic, the word literally comes from slave. So Slavic people, like in Eastern Europe, they're enslaved by the Ottoman Empire.
Yes,
right?
yes. Oh my God, I love you so much.
Yeah, so the slavery all throughout history, but what happens is
she's in
America,
love.
We become so hyper fixated on what happened in America, which is important. Of course we should mention slavery. And
that reaction to what he's saying is like dangling keys in front of a fucking baby's face.
And you never deny that.
No.
But I think the point that you're trying to make, and it's difficult in that environment, is there's a much broader context here.
Yes.
And the evils of slavery are not particular to melanin.
I literally said that. I'm like, you cannot paint only
one race with
this.
And not all white people perpetuated this.
Exactly. So in the analysis of American history, of course, we need to acknowledge that,
100%.
yes, there was a racialized institution of slavery, and in that racialized institution of slavery, white people were placed at the top of the hierarchy, and black people were placed at the bottom. That doesn't mean that current white...
Thank you for the follow.
...white people identify with that mindset, because it was a culture, it was a software that was adopted, and it happened to be adopted by these people. But all throughout human history, people have been justifying slavery.
UIT gaslight continues to take its toll. I was explaining this theory to my chat yesterday.
Slavery through different methodologies. This is just the American way that we did it. We should be aware of it so we don't repeat it. But we shouldn't be so fixated on that we conflate someone's color of their skin with their ideology.
I just want to follow up on one thing he said before we lose the thread. What you just said about the persecution of Slavic individuals by the Ottoman Empire, that like really spoke to me and resonated, because my parents came here in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They were refugees because of the fact that they were under, Soviet rule in Armenia, so they were oppressed under Soviet rule. But prior to that, the Armenian people suffered a genocide and persecution by the Ottoman Empire. And so the history of, my background, my ancestors, was one of persecution, slaughter, just terrible treatment. So when,
this is
when all of that gets erased, and the only thing that matters is literally the color of my skin, and I get lumped in with like the Europeans who, brought slavery here to the United States, I just find it deeply offensive. And what it does is it creates this environment of, it breeds more racism.
Jillian, I've been trying to speak for, I just want to say, I was trying to tell you this yesterday. I was infuriated by the way that they treated you.
I don't think Armenians are Slavs. Maybe I'm wrong about that. They're not. I think the only connection is that Armenia was at one point under Soviet rule, and she was, I guess, trying to suggest that because of that, it's in some way linked.
What you essentially did was seek to knock down one of the core tenets of their existence, and that is minority victimhood. The fact that they cannot take any responsibility, and you're taking away one of their categorical imperatives.
She did this earlier with the oppression envy thing, and she's trying to circle back to it. I guess she thought it was insightful.
Their racial grievance, they rely on that in order to not have
a right-winger complaining about saying that the left has racial grievances. A right-winger complaining and saying that the left has racial grievances more so than the right. On a segment on a panel where we have dedicated I don't know how much time to making Jillian Michaels feel better about the fact that she was downplaying slavery.
Look at themselves
and is not cool with curriculum being taught in the Smithsonian because it offends her and makes her feel guilty as a white person, effectively. That is the root cause of that.
Any sort of responsibility for their own problems. That's what I firmly believe.
I want to show. Oh, sorry, Lindy. Were you done with that thought?
Yeah.
You posted a video several, I can't remember how many days prior.
Thank you.
And it really spoke to me because it's about this vicious cycle. Can we play the end of this video, and then I want to talk about this for a minute?
Yeah. It turns every problem into white supremacy while defending black degeneracy. And when the pendulum swings back, white people react with hostility. And then they defend white degeneracy. The only way out of this is to stop making morality about the color of people.
So now, we had already invited Kaizen to the show. This video.
I gotta do a deep dive on this guy. He seems like an absolute fucking moron, and therefore a content mill.
You came after that.
Like every other word out of his mouth relates back to like degeneracy.
I remember watching it, and it spoke to me because what is alarming to me about this is twofold. Number one, I have a black daughter, and I'm sorry for all the people that spam.
She's pulling the black daughter card, you guys.
The shit out of my Instagram, who said to me, I hope your daughter's ashamed of you. You know what I hope more than anything is that my black daughter doesn't fear all white people, including the ones in her family, so fuck you. Now, on top of that, I have a white son who has white friends that are feeling marginalized by this. And my deep alarm is that
Again, but it's the left who has racial grievances, even though she's literally saying that my white son feels marginalized over this.
Will breed a new generation of racists. And he is not, of course, but my point is, this is why young boys are finding...
I think the black man is spot on. First time chatter, explain to me what he has said that has been inspiring to you. I'd really like to know.
Their way over to the Andrew Tates of the world. In our house, it's Joe Rogan and Sean Ryan. I'm quite happy with that. But my point is that it's everything that you talk about, and that is my deepest concern, is that when you continue to push this narrative, you are creating a new generation of racists, and you are stoking the fires of racial division.
Yes, and someone needs to have the courage to say, it ends here. Because
he's not fooling anyone by bringing out the black daughter. What if I told you it's a black adopted daughter? This is a transracial family. That is actually what the term transracialism refers to, is when people adopt anybody who is not their own race, but now people associate it with like fucking Rachel Dolezal, unfortunately.
What's happened here is, look, black people in America were brought here in chains. Everyone understands that, and nothing will ever erase that. That was horrible. It was evil. And what I see now happening is the resentment that naturally comes from that event is just being transferred between racial groups. So I put a...
With the resentment that comes from that event? Wait, what?
Understands that, and nothing will ever erase that. That was horrible. It was evil. And what I see now happening is the resentment that naturally comes from that event is just being transferred between racial groups. So I put a picture up of the Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf incident. So for people who are not familiar.
So black people are attempting to transfer their resentment of an historical atrocity that has not been properly addressed in American society to white people, back to white people who did this thing in the first place.
Familiar, you know,
Thank you for the follow.
A white teenager, black teenager, white teenager confronted the black teenager because he was in the wrong place at a sporting event. Black teenager overreacted. He overreacted. He stabbed the white teenager, killed him. And then a lot of people.
Okay. We're going to characterize murdering someone as an overreaction. He said that as nonchalantly, like, he was dehydrated. You know? And then he, like, killed somebody. Overreaction. Many such cases. Could have happened to any of us. You ever been upset? Well, this guy was upset, and so he killed him. A little bit too much, a little bit too far there, but it was an overreaction.
White people included, but especially black people, started donating to the black teenager, saying he was just defending himself.
Right?
More than, I think it's like 750 or
really?
Yeah, it's like
they
500
bought a huge house, I remember.
Yeah. So why did people do that? Well, people were justifying it by saying, oh, well, he was provoked and he was trying to defend himself. When it's like, in actuality, if the races had been reversed, you would not be donating to him.
No.
Right?
Yeah,
because you would realize this is just a person taking another person's life.
Justifiably so.
So what happened was they raised all this money, and then a few weeks later, this whole Shiloh Hendricks event happened where a white woman was at a park. A little black kid allegedly went through her bag trying to steal some stuff, or I don't know what happened. She calls a little kid the N-word. Okay, so should that kid have been in her bag? Absolutely not. Is calling a little kid the N-word a proportionate response to what's going on?
No.
Absolutely not. Now, I'm not equating what Shiloh Hendricks did.
When does he think it's appropriate to use the N-word? When is the N-word like a proportionate response to somebody pissing you off?
With what Carmelo did, because one person killed a person, another person called someone a horrible name. But the point is, we keep justifying disproportionate responses. And what happened was a bunch of resentful white people started donating a lot of money to Shiloh Hendricks. Like, why are they doing that? Because they feel like they're being discriminated against. So it's an equal and opposite response.
Okay, ask that guy who's like, I think the black man is spot on. You just put he's explaining things very well. It's very vague, I gotta say. Not a satisfying answer.
So eventually someone needs to say, look, we need to stop fighting fire with fire. We need to throw water on all of this racial grievance.
Did you see the Indian man killed 3 people in a truck accident? No, I actually do not pay attention to how many people are being killed by Indians. Sorry, I did miss that one.
Because it's not benefiting anyone. Because as I said before, hatred hurts both the hater and the hater.
Yeah, maybe he's a tactical N-word enjoyer.
At the end of the day, it always comes back. And instead of people justifying disproportionate responses and defensiveness and more hostility, recognize you're only hurting yourself. You're only hurting yourself.
I had one more.
The donation drive was so cringe. It sounds like it, but I have no clue what the context is or whatever. I have a feeling that there's not really a circumstance that could mitigate my horror at somebody's fucking killing somebody in response as being characterized as like an overreaction, but maybe.
Did you guys hear about the incident in, I believe it was actually Springfield, Ohio, where a kid was killed on a bus due to a car crash?
Somebody ate the dogs.
I believe a Haitian immigrant. And then when the father...
Oh my God, she's actually doing that shit. Hold on, wait, what?
You guys hear about the incident in, I believe it was actually Springfield, Ohio, where a kid was killed on a bus due to a car crash from an illegal immigrant. I believe a Haitian immigrant.
Disgusted by my own people. Slavery is over 100 years old. Let's move on. Okay, this is like not the chat for you, my friend. Sorry.
And then when the father of that child did a press conference, he literally said these words: I wish it was a white person who killed my son.
Wow.
And that just shows the level of like...
What do we want to bet that there is actually more to that story? Springfield, Ohio. Father says, I wish it were a white person who killed my son. This was reported September 11, 2024. Springfield, Ohio parent asked Trump and Vance to stop using their child as political tool. Shortly before the ABC News presidential debate on Tuesday, the parents of a child who was killed in a bus crash caused by a Haitian immigrant in Springfield, Ohio, okay, she was actually correct about this, last year made an emotional plea for former President Donald Trump, vice presidential candidate JD Vance, and others to stop using the death of their child as a political tool. They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain, said Nathan Clark, who spoke at a Springfield City Commission hearing. Flanked by his wife Danielle, Clark said, "My son was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone," he said tearfully. Wow. So literally the exact thing that this man did not want happening to the memory of his son was invoked in a disingenuous way on this show by Amy Dangerfield. Amazing. Because how did she describe that?
One more example. Did you guys hear about the incident in, I believe it was actually Springfield, Ohio, where a kid was killed on a bus due to a car crash from an illegal immigrant, I believe a Haitian immigrant. And then when the father of that child did a press conference, he literally said these words, "I wish it was a white person who killed my son."
Wow. And okay, but why did he say it, Amy? He said it because of dipshits like you that tried to weaponize his son's memory and the tragic circumstances surrounding his death for political ends that were ultimately hateful. Coming out of lurking to say, "I appreciate how you speak truth to power. You've got a great command of language, and I'm glad to see you're using it for working class people at Straighterade." Thank you, Lefty J. That's very, very kind.
Just shows the level of pressure that people feel to virtue signal, that in a time of grieving, of losing your son, you're afraid of.
No one, I can't, Anna is supposed to be the counterbalance on this show, and just nothing. There's no oh, was that really why he said it or whatever? Why take any of these fucking people at their word?
Being looked at in a bad way from the public.
I just think that the only way that this country is going to have a future is if we actually start respecting each other.
And it was a car crash. His son was not murdered. His son was killed in an accident. It was vehicular manslaughter. It was an accident. Maybe that wasn't even that. Maybe it truly no one got in trouble.
And have a shared identity as Americans. Yes. Respect each other because of the fact that we're all Americans and we should look out for each other. But we don't have that shared identity at all. And that's what I think is going to eventually destroy this country entirely, you know?
If I may, do you know, and this is not a quiz to make you look bad, but...
Thank you for subscribing, Lefty J. And, yeah. For a second, I thought I was I had a hype train or whatever, but it says 1 of 10.
Curious if you know when the last time we had a presidential approval rating of 80% or more.
Was it 9/11?
9/11.
Yeah, 9/11.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
Why?
that's right. We all came together. We all came together as Americans.
I voted for Obama. I thought it was a huge progress.
I think it was probably pretty high at that point.
I was pretty happy about that.
But why was it Bush? Well, I think now people consider Bush a terrible president.
Yes.
But at the time, we had a shared enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not saying that we need a shared enemy. Well, I think we should have a shared enemy, and I think it's cultural degeneration and hatred. That should be our enemy, not a people. But in the absence
of... This dude, it's just every fifth word is degeneracy, degeneracy, degeneracy.
The shared mission or shared purpose, we make each other the enemy. And that's what's happening is so we talk about why are all these white liberal protesters marching in Black Lives Matter movements and all of this? It's because they lack a purpose that's bigger than race. Yeah, they lack a purpose that's bigger than race. And in the absence of people, I think a lot of it is honestly just economic. When people feel they don't have any economic opportunity, they give up and they feel depressed and they're just looking for something to make them feel important and useful in their life. So I think that's underneath a lot of this. But yeah, we need some.
What trauma did he have with degeneracy? This seems like somebody. He doesn't mention Christianity. Usually these types do. So I don't know if this is some sort of secular thing. If it's a red pill thing, I'll do a deep dive into him and figure it all out, because he seems to have a substantial Twitter following or something to get on the show at least. But it gives me new convert energy. So I don't know. I don't know where it will lead us.
Up rather than down and at each other.
I feel like it's already kind of happening a little bit. And you're right. The common enemy.
What is this dude's name? It is Kaizen Asadu. I'll drop it in chat. I'd never heard of this guy or seen him before this.
A little bit, though. Anna and I were talking about this before we came on. Our common enemy should be the overlords and the deep state that have intentionally created a cultural system where these narratives are sowed, because it creates division. And when we are divided, when we are disenfranchised, when we're sad, we are easier to control. They are the enemy. I'm not going to lie. I've been feeling incredibly black-pilled this year. However, what I have started to notice is that people across the political aisle, people on the left, right, center, anarchists, everyone, they're coming to get us to agree on some core issues. For example, foreign interests owning our politicians, things of this nature. This is what we should all be
we can all unite around like anti-Semitism and Zog memes.
Rallying behind, because these are the ones who are creating the cultural rot in the first place. We need to focus on the actual cause and not slap a freaking band-aid on it, guys.
And I think it's like incumbent upon us to have the kinds of conversations that we have on this show, where you have people from different perspectives, maybe even different political ideologies all together, just being able to respect each other even while they disagree, because at the end of the day, we are Americans, right? We love the country.
If I remember correctly, he markets himself as a disaffected Dem and worships Elon. Well, then he fits right in here at her take.
We respect
that is most all of these people for the most part, except for Amy.
Other, and we have a shared identity in which, you know, basically propels us to want to find solutions to our problems rather than fight each other constantly.
Jillian, I want to go back to your CNN appearance and also just the exhibits that you brought up. I thought it was the ones that you picked out were really safe.
I didn't pick them. This is what was
the ones that you
sent to me.
Picked to discuss. I mean,
the ones that you highlighted. But they're all similar. Yes. I couldn't get through the PDF.
You know what that was reminiscent of? And I am a betting woman, I'm an investor, but like I would bet money that era of rewriting everything in the Smithsonian started with the Obama presidency and extended through the Biden era. This was giving the Obama apology tour when he went around the world and apologized essentially for being American. He went to like...
Oh my God. To fucking resurrect this shit, the apology tour. This is literally something that he was being attacked with. But like Mitt Romney was like launching this as like his main criticism against him in 2012. He never said sorry. It was not an apology tour. Hold on. Obama's apology complex. Let's see. This is written in oh wait. Well, this is okay. This is what I'm thinking of. I cannot believe this is what's being fucking brought up on this show in 2025. But again, get over slavery, you guys. CNN fact check. Obama went on an apology tour, Romney and others say. The contention that President Obama apologized to other nations for American behavior has been mentioned repeatedly by his critics, including Mitt Romney. During his acceptance speech to the Republican National Convention in August, Romney said, "I will begin my presidency with the jobs tour." President Obama began his with an apology tour. America, he said, had dictated to other nations. No, Mr. President, America has freed other nations from dictators. At last week's debate that President Obama's policies throughout the Middle East began with an apology tour. Romney made the claim again during the Monday night debate. The president began what I have called an apology tour of going to various nations in the Middle East and criticizing America. Sound familiar? Romney also said the, quote, reason I call it an apology tour is because you went to the Middle East and you flew to Egypt and to Saudi Arabia and to Turkey and to Iraq. And by the way, you skipped Israel, our closest friend in the region, but you went to other nations, dude. History. What is the saying? It doesn't, repeat itself, but it rhymes, whatever. Romney said, in those nations and on Arabic TV, oh no, you said that America had been dismissive and derisive. You said that on occasion America had dictated to other nations. How dare you say an objectively true fact? Obama said the apologizing claim has been probably the biggest whopper that's been told during the course of this campaign. The facts. When President Obama began his term, he made a number of speeches in the Middle East and elsewhere, all designed to forge better ties with Europe, the Middle East, and Latin America. Critics such as Romney have said Obama apologized for past actions in such addresses. Even if he did, that wouldn't be a bad thing, in my opinion. Obama did indeed mention past U.S. flaws in speeches, but in those addresses, Obama never uttered an apology for the United States. Those statements were snippets, part of larger and grander narratives about repairing ties, building friendship, and working together. During an address in Strasbourg, France, in April 2009, Obama did utter words Romney referenced in the debate. In that speech, Obama said there have been times where America has shown arrogance and been dismissive, even derisive. But in the very next sentence, Obama called out the Europeans for an anti-Americanism that is at once casual but can also be insidious. Instead of recognizing the good that America so often does in the world, there have been times where Europeans choose to blame America for much of what's bad. He then goes on to talk about forging common solutions to our common problems. America, so he literally did this both side shit in these speeches. And they still complained. America cannot confront the challenges of the century alone, but that Europe cannot confront them without America. So I've come to Europe this week to renew our partnership, one in which America listens and learns from our friends and allies, but where our friends and allies bear their share of the burden. Together we must forge common solutions to our common problems. On an April 2009 speech before the Turkish parliament praised both the United States and Turkey. It focused on common bonds and threats, such as extremism, the economy, and energy issues. During that speech, he said another issue that confronts all democracies as they move to the future is how we deal with the past, and touches on a major blemish in U.S. history. The U.S. is still working through some of our darker periods in history, Obama said. Our country still struggles with the legacies of slavery and segregation, the past treatment of Native Americans. How come Obama left out that only less than 2% of white people had slaves? This is disgusting. After that statement, Obama segued into a similar state on Turkey's history, the massacre of Armenians during World War I, and how both Turks and Armenians should work towards a new day. Massacre, Obama, not genocide? Interesting. In June 2009, Obama delivered a major speech in Egypt where he discussed a new beginning between the United States and Muslims around the world, one based on mutual interest and mutual respect. Citing the fear and anger after 9/11, Obama said in some cases, it led us to act contrary to our traditions and our ideals. While defending America's reaction to the 9/11 attacks, Obama resolved to fight extremism, support Israel, and back the establishment of a Palestinian state. Wow. Back in, the idea, like Mitt Romney trying to undercut the idea that Obama was not, pro-Israel enough is ridiculous. Ridiculous if anyone knows anything about Obama's record when it comes with respect to Israel-Palestine. Back in December, Michael Cohen, a columnist for Foreign Policy's Election 2012 channel, called the apology tour claim a lie that has been reiterated so often that it has become conventional wisdom on the right, which is why Lindy Li is attempting to exhume this sort of lie and language and place it into this conversation because she knows that it will not be pushed back on. Even though, given how she was a Democratic strategist for Dems for so long, she has to know that this is one of the biggest lies perpetrated by the right for years. For years, she has to know. There's no other way to explain it. The apology canard has been disproven practically as often as it has been made. As for Israel, it is true that the president hasn't visited the country since his election. Oh no. But Obama did visit the Jewish state during his 2008 campaign. He went to the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum and the southern Israeli town of Sderot. I don't know how to say it. The city battered by missiles from Hamas-controlled Gaza. And this is 2012. You can see not much has changed with respect to how Palestine was talked about. If we're going to talk about trips we've taken, when I was a candidate for office, first trip I took was to visit our troops, Obama said. He had visited Iraq and Afghanistan as a candidate. Conclusion, Romney's claim is false. The president has mentioned past U.S. mistakes and flaws during speeches about the larger issues of building bridges to other countries, but he has never apologized or gone on an apology tour. If he had, I would have heard about it, and maybe I would be standing Obama right now.
Foreign heads of state and basically made excuses for...
Although I would take issue with the pejorative term apology tour, obviously, but I'm saying that the underlying sentiment of America having a reckoning with past atrocities that we've contributed to, wouldn't be the worst thing in the fucking world. Believe me.
Policy made excuses for our way of life.
His foreign policy was garbage.
He was apologizing for centuries of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that... That's kind of why I like Trump's swagger.
He was apologizing for centuries of stuff. Okay, so she actually doesn't even remember the lie. She just knows that it can be told.
Apologizing on the global stage. I don't think America should apologize to the world. Yes, we have problems here at home, but
it's so narcissistic. It's such a narcissistic way to look at it. It's so stupid and simplistic.
Stops at the water's edge. We need to present a united front. That is at least my point of view for how foreign policy should be conducted.
I don't know if right now is the time to make that argument.
I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about Obama. This is 20 years ago.
Yeah, but we've had a history of regime changes, destabilizing countries. I think it's okay to learn from those mistakes in the past. No,
I'm a very strong gung-ho American. I really think if we're going to fix our foreign policy, those are discussions we should have at home. But when
imagine saying that Germany making declarations condemning the Nazis doing an apology tour. That's the funny thing is that Ben Shapiro, this is reminding me, Ben Shapiro defending Jillian Michaels for being only 2% of white people had slaves or whatever. Do you think that he would like to hear any sort of similar equivocation with respect to the Nazi Holocaust, Germans, and their attitudes towards Jewish people during World War II? Do you think he'd have the appetite? I mean, he is so fucking pathetic that maybe he would. Or, maybe he'd suddenly have moral clarity and understand exactly what is going on when someone attempts to do that.
we are going into, for example, a foreign palace or like the French capital, we should not be like bowing our heads in shame. We should be proud of being American. Number two, also, this reminds me of the comment that Michelle Obama made. She's like, Does she actually think that Obama isn't proud to be an American? Does she actually think Obama is not an American exceptionalist? Does she actually not think that Obama is basically an American chauvinist? Finally be proud of my country. I thought that was a shameful comment. This is, despite our flaws, we are the greatest nation on earth. The fact that we can be here today and... Michelle, I don't know. This random Obama shit. Why? Michelle Obama, I'm finally proud to be an American. 2008. Michelle Obama's comments under fire. This was published February 20th, 2008. Michelle Obama, wife of Democratic presidential candidate Barack Obama, is taking heat for saying Monday at a Milwaukee. She's still taking heat at a Milwaukee rally for the first time in my adult lifetime. I am really proud of my country, and not just because Barack has done well, but because I think people are hungry for change. Among the critics, Cindy McCain, wife of GOP candidate John McCain. I don't know about you. If you heard those words earlier, I'm very proud of my country, she said Tuesday in Brooksfield, Wisconsin. She sure seems to have a non-trivial chip on her shoulder, Mickey Kaus wrote at the liberal online magazine Slate. Among conservatives, National Review's Jim Garrity called the remark strikingly ungracious. John Podhoretz. So we give a shit what John Podhoretz says. A commentary said it reflects the view that America is only occasionally good. Obama defended his wife on Texas radio. What she meant was, this is the first time that she's been proud of the politics in America. He said she has seen large numbers of people get involved in the process, and she's encouraged. Do with that what you will. This is such a fucking nothing burger. Jesus fucking Christ. Talk about this without fear or favor. It's such a tremendous privilege. If we were someone...
Lindy doesn't understand that there's a difference between taking blame and taking responsibility. Well, not just Lindy. This attitude seems to be pervasive throughout the right in general.
Right now, in China, for instance, we would be arrested right now, right this very moment. We are not allowed to criticize people. They are not allowed to say a word.
I know, and that's a bad thing.
That's a terrible thing. So that's what I'm saying. In America, she said, "I'm finally proud of being American." I'm saying that's an awful thing to say because it's such a privilege to have this.
On YouTube, I spend 5 minutes crafting a box of text to get an error. Well, because there's a character limit, Joe Davids. Sorry, you got to split up your message if it's very, very long.
Freedom of speech that we have.
But if you like shake your phone, you can do like undo typing and it might return.
We should always be proud of our country, and in that pride, we are allowed to make these criticisms.
I agree.
You
Can I respectfully disagree with something that was said?
Of course.
Sure.
Wow.
So, Amy, you mentioned before that you think the real enemy is the elites and the systems that these elites control. And I think it's human nature for all of us to want an enemy that's embodied in human form, right? So we've been talking about how we do it to people who look a different color. You go to Africa and it's like you do it to people from a different...
Thank you for the follow.
Tribe, even though they're the same color. It's like no matter what the group is, we find a way to subdivide the group. And I actually think hostility toward elites is just part of that. Because it's easy for people to say, oh, well, these people control everything and they're the ones keeping the rest of us down. But I think the scarier realization might be no one's controlling everything and the enemy is us. The enemy is our own.
I gotta admit,
I think I know who's.
I think it's BlackRock.
I think it's
the enemy is our own egos. Because I don't know about you guys, I've been screwed over by people.
The enemy is coming from within, one might say.
Who are poor and middle class too. And I know if I gave them more money, they would screw me over on a higher level. I also know very decent people who are poor and middle class, and if I gave them more money, I know that their character would shine through. So it's easy for us to say, oh, it's rich people, but I actually think this idea of aristocracy. Right, the word aristocracy comes from
excellence. I study Greek.
Excellence. There you go. Excellence and the best. Right. So there used to be sort of this social contract that there were people who were more equipped, more intelligent, more drive, more beauty, more charisma, and that was okay. But the idea was that those people would serve the rest because they're endowed with gifts that the masses are not. So the idea is when you get to the top, you serve the bottom. But that contract,
much is given, much is
required.
Yeah.
But we've lost that. Yep. So yes, are there elites who for sure are manipulating?
Through the enemy within my degenerate ego. I mean, is anybody really surprised that this dude is like taking cues from like the fascist playbook?
And have outsized influence that's negative? Sure, but there's also lots of wealthy people who are good people and try to do good things.
And I am in no way, can I just correct the position really quick? Sure. I in no way was trying to completely disenfranchise everyday people from being able to take accountability in whatever form, whether that be individually, within their community, within their family, whatever. But there are two things that are converging together at once. We can not deny the fact that now, maybe not in America, but in the UK, there are literally hate speech laws in which someone can be thrown in jail for saying something. That was imposed by a government. And there are people who have a specific...
She's acting like this is recent, or like we cannot ignore the fact it's like, yeah, they have a different conception of free speech in those countries, that it's not as good as the US's, okay?
Agenda in creating that. It creates more division. This whole thing that we've been talking about the whole time.
She's like coming to the realization that, yes, this is not natural order. These are all choices that have been made by different people and politicians and people that voted for them. Correct.
At remedying things, make the issues worse. And I think they know that. Like DEI, for example. DEI is a real example here in the United States of America.
So one thing that I'll add to it is, I hear what you're saying, and I think, you know, personal responsibility is important. But just, I guess, to like get to your point and kind of flesh it out a little more, you know, there is a problem with crony capitalism in America, right? Like BlackRock. Exactly. And so when it's becoming, look, I'm successful in my career, right? And I'm not poor, you know, I'm pretty affluent, I'm not rich either. I can't afford to buy a home with a yard, right? And so when opportunity...
Is Ana Kasparian's net worth public? Ana Kasparian's net worth is estimated to be about $2 million. Where are they getting this? Should have more guests on their show, Straighterade and Pisco. Y'all keep thinking that one day we're gonna get invited on her take, and we will not. I don't know. I don't even know how you begin to figure this out, though. Like, why do they think this? Or like, how do they source this claim? All net worths are calculated using data drawn from public sources. When provided, we also incorporate private tips and feedback received from the celebrities or their reps. While we work diligently to ensure that our numbers are as accurate as possible, unless otherwise indicated, they are only estimates. We welcome all corrections and feedback using the button below. This is celebritynetworth.com. What is Ana Kasparian's net worth? She's an, I thought it said Armenian, American co-host and producer with a net worth of $2 million. Kasparian was born in LA, California in '86. Earned a Bachelor of Arts Journalism from California State University, Northridge in '07. Also earned her Master's of Arts in Political Science from Cal Northridge in 2010. She worked as an assistant producer for CBS radio news station KFWB and KNX in LA. She's also worked for AOL News, On Point, YouTube, and Tidal TV. Kasparian is a producer and co-host for online news show TYT. They're leaving out her take. Polymarket? I don't know. She started working as a film producer for the short in 2007. Ana has frequently appeared on the channels RT and RT America. Is this even true? Does Ana have any? Ana Kasparian, Russia Today. I don't know that Ana Kasparian has ever been on Russia Today. Now I'm like I don't even trust this. Where did they get this? It's like completely opaque.
Communities like that are ripped away from Americans. I think that
probably can buy a house. She just can't buy the house she wants, mansion.
Also breeds the kind of unrest that we're seeing in the country. And no amount of personal responsibility is going to help. And I would know there's a lot of personal responsibility in my life.
Yeah. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying the personal responsibility of just work harder or be more resourceful. I'm saying personal responsibility for the human condition itself, right? Because what I'm saying is I see what you're saying. You know, we're going to bring in Jesus. But he said, you know, why?
Finally, I was waiting for him to bring up fucking Christianity. I just knew that this guy wasn't coming at it from like a secular perspective.
Why do you criticize a speck in someone else's eye when you don't see the log in yours?
Yes.
Right. So we're so easy to say, oh, well, this person is doing this. And when it's like, that person is just a reflection of the human condition. And I'm not saying that that person might not have more power to oppress a poor person than the poor person has over them. Obviously, they have more power.
Right.
But what I'm saying is the person is not uniquely evil. We all have a capacity for good and evil.
I agree with that.
Even the point about slavery, I think that's a lot of what's going on here. Is like we don't have the humility to recognize, wait, these demons and angels exist in all of us.
Absolutely. Demons and angels.
So I'm not saying we shouldn't hold. At least that's your point. Yeah. So I'm not going to hit you. I think you're correct, but we don't want to say that because that's the ultimate responsibility. It's almost like a spiritual responsibility. It's like, wow, maybe if, and this, we're going to get controversial. It's like, imagine if Europeans had been black and Africans had been white. Do we think that those Europeans would have come over and said, oh, we're not going to enslave you? because they're morally superior. No, it was an economic system.
There were incidents of
It's
that.
literally called
And
a system.
in North Africa, the Barbary slave trade, there were black Africans and Arab Africans who did enslave white people. So it's not something unique here.
Okay, but we're talking about how American history is going to be taught. So why are you bringing up that, yeah, white people were enslaved maybe in other countries? Okay. What relevance does this bear on this conversation?
Every ethnicity. Yeah. The Asians.
Yes.
I mean, have you heard of the Century of Humiliation? That happened in
Actually, I
China.
have not.
Yes, the War of Opium, the Opium War.
I don't know anything about
So Great Britain essentially invaded China. Did you hear about this? Like
No.
150 years ago.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
have limited time.
I was going to say we've got. Okay, I'm breaking the fourth wall here. Justin, we have 3 huge segments and it shows 4 minutes.
Trump-Putin meeting, guys. The fucking Trump-Putin meeting. Let's see. I will listen to a little bit of it, but I may finish it tomorrow.
On my clock. What do you want me to do here? I got Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Candace. I got the tunnels I didn't get to. I got Trump and Putin, which is happening as we speak, I think, or today.
I think we should do Putin. Honestly, guys, I'm actually dropping a super in-depth thing on the tunnels on my channel in like next week. So if you want to find out about the tunnels and get tinfoiled hat with me, come along on the journey. I'm really glad we used this segment for this because I think you brought a really great
You are a
perspective.
bastion of
honestly.
wisdom.
Yeah,
I'm seriously impressed by you.
It's been really great.
Just fucking glazing over this guy. Disgusting, man. Disgusting.
Happy to forfeit my segment for this.
Okay.
I think we should discuss Putin really
Let's
quickly
do
because
it.
it's in the title.
Let's do it.
Let's
Okay.
Putin.
And I'm just passing. I'm just going.
Wait,
that's
what was
actually
it?
Putin.
Oh, that's
was
Lindy's.
actually
I'm
me.
sorry. Okay, Lindy, tell me when you're ready. I'll set you up then.
Oh,
are you good? Do it, girl.
Do you want to go?
Nope, not if you're ready to rock.
In politics, we would call this a BFD. Okay, this is the first time that, first of all, let me give you 2 benchmarks here. This is the first time that Putin has met with the United States president since 2021.
Okay, I don't think I could do this. You guys. I'm going to be streaming early, despite the fact that I am streaming way too late right now. Tomorrow morning. I promise it's going to happen. It is going to happen, you guys. But in the meantime, if you haven't followed me, please go ahead and do so. Would really appreciate it. If you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, hit the bell. That would really help me out. That way you can check out when I go live, which is basically every single day. If you want to catch my past VODs have complete timestamps for the most part. I think only one does not have timestamps, but I timestamp almost everything. That way you can, if my VOD is very long, you can just skip to the segments, right? If you want to support me, you can sub to me on Twitch, or you can donate to me by following the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But that's gonna do it. We're gonna wake up tomorrow and cover the ladies of her take doing their analysis on the Trump-Putin meeting, which I'm just thrilled to hear, obviously. YouTube, I am sending you to Wick is live? No way. But I feel like it's probably about to end. I'm sending you guys to let's see, who the fuck is live on YouTube? Is anyone live on YouTube? Let's see that. Trying to find their ad. Hold on. Oops. Uninformed leftist. Oh shoot. I was gonna send you guys to uninformed leftist, but he's not what is it? He does not allow redirect. So YouTube, the night just ends for you here. Everybody else on Twitch, you are going to see Mason, aka One Hand Politics. Who knows what the hell he's covering, but it's gonna be good. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching Just Press Play tonight, and for giving any subs, for donating. We'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early. So bye.
They didn't get a chance to vote.
Now Mayor Fry is